Hello, everybody. If it's Wednesday, it's Warhammer, and that must mean it's time for another episode of Warhammer Weekly. Early show today, because we got to talk about chaos. Chaos arrives exactly when you mean it to, which is now or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Joining me, special guest Dino, back on the show. How you doing, sir?
All good. All good. We are talking chaos, right?
We are.
Wrong. We're not. It's all a ruse, Vince. I'm
Uh
here
oh.
because last week you badmouthed Idnet last week, so it has all been a ruse. I'm here to talk about the Eidolon of the Storm. We're doing Idnet first, and then we do all the chaos.
Yeah, yeah.
Executioners picking that guy up twice? No.
No,
No,
they don't.
sir. You take
I
that back.
agree.
I demand restitution.
I agree and take that back. So I stand behind my executioner
Okay.
call. I actually saw somebody ran a list with a bunch of them this weekend and just wrecked face, which does not surprise
Mhm.
me. But there's a couple of units. We'll start out while people are rolling in and joining. We'll start out with a
Mhm.
couple of like where Vince was wrong last week calls. And the number one thing I want to apologize for is the Eidolon of the Storm, who, you and I talked since that time, Dino, and you have
Mhm.
absolutely one hundo p sold me on the fact that I was completely insane on the Eidolon of the Storm and that he actually rules. You want to explain why?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel satisfied, but yeah, stopping everything. The what was the name that Hale used? Amulet of the keywords, armor of the keywords, not armor of Sithai. Stops everything, including crit mortals,
Yep.
anti-hero rend, +1 damage, anything really. Anything's on the weapon ability apart from shooting combat, as we have discussed probably. Everything else shuts down. 20 executioners buffed to the gills with everything. They're gonna deal 3 damage.
Yep, exactly.
That's it,
It's
and
crazy.
nothing else. And turn one, -1 to hit. So ones, twos, and threes don't work. And if you hit on a four, you need a five because
That's
you're
right.
-1 hit. So it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. That
But of
guy's
course,
exceptional.
yeah,
The Eidolon of the Storm,
yeah.
totally wrong call on that dude. He's back in there. It's a shame. Like
Mm.
I really like both he and the Eidolon of the Sea. I actually think they did a great job with both of them. But yes, the ability to take both of
Yeah.
those magic items and just basically just counterplay everything people are taking right now is so very strong. So I agree. That was wrong call number one.
Yes. Ex- Extreme anti-meta when it comes to right now the Wild West where we're in the summer of 2024.
Yep. And then my second wrong
Yeah.
call is I want to I
What
want
was
to
the other
take it
one?
back on the Stormcast Bannerman. I had a lot of people in the comments coming after me on
Oh.
the Stormcast Bannerman, and I you know what,
Mm-hmm.
I've reread it, I've thought deeply about it, and I've switched completely. I flipped around on this. You all were right. I was wrong on this dude. I still think at 120 points he would show up in not every list is the problem because like
Mm-hmm.
Stormcast, I've played Stormcast a couple of times now, and you are like so tight on points in Stormcast. It is rough, and you need to have
Mm-hmm.
like some Griffhounds or some Aether Wings and nonsense to go do take the flanks and take their land and stuff like that, right? So like you're
Yep.
really tight, but Bannerman is solid in the fact that he can go in other battalions. So those are my two.
Mm.
Vince was wrong and apologizes calls from last week.
We had a little festivus in the middle of the summer. The airing of grievances is done.
That's right.
Now
We've done our 5 minutes
let's
to
go
let
climb that
people
ladder.
pile
That
in.
is chaos.
Let chaos reign,
Correct.
baby. Let's do it. As
Yeah.
usual with these reviews, we're just going to jump straight in. So we've given everybody just a few minutes to join up. And, Dino, I think it's time to
Mm-hmm.
start with the Disciples of Tzeentch. Okay? All right.
100%. Let's do this.
We're going to start alphabetically with Disciples of Tzeentch. And you might say, isn't Blades of Khorne first? No. Tzeentch has changed the ways. And he's taken the first
Yeah.
spot, as always. So here we go. All right.
Yeah.
You get your
Cheating.
Destiny
Yep.
dice. They're still Destiny dice. They do what Destiny dice do. Great. Fantastic. You have a new thing that's called Light People on Fire. It's not what it's really called. It's called
Mm-hmm.
Burning and Weird Flame and all this, but we're just going to call it Light People on Fire. Light them up. Now, the
Yes,
problem
sir.
with Light them up is that you can only do it to one unit with your base rule per turn in any shooting phase. That's challenging
Mm-hmm.
because you're gonna if you build toward Weird Flame, you're gonna have lots of potential Weird Flame spells and attacks, right? But you can
Yeah.
only choose in the shooting phase to get one on fire. Now, this is any shooting phase. You can light people up off turn, and will do so. In this army, you will counterspell, unleash spell, whatever, every turn. You will unleash spell every turn. You have 3 command points because one of them is unleash spell. Period. Okay. I built and played and played a burning heavy list. Like I went hard burning. My opponent had to get out the gold bond medicated powder to stop the burning. But I found it to be challenging. Honestly, the neg 1 to wound is strong, as we'll talk about in just a second, because I did run with that sub faction. But it was tough to get enough units burning. Yeah. That was still hard, even going off turn.
Right. My thinking is Nurgle, which is a maximum of 4, a very maximum of 4 per battle round. But how many would you see in Tzeentch? 4? Is it like
it's
1
probably
plus 1 from a spell?
I think it's realistically probably 2 you're lighting up per round at most, really. Really.
Right. Okay.
And you just kind of have to accept that. It's fine. Like, if you can get there 2 good
shuts
units...
down rally, shuts down recursion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In general, you're probably not focusing with Tzeentch on more than 2 units at a time, because you just... you can't. And so... That is to say, either that or you're going to burn one completely to the ground, like kill it with spells, and so you don't need it to be burning anyway. It's just dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. The one thing that people need to remember is that you choose 1 unit that got hit. 1 unit is the flames catch on, basically.
That's right.
It's not all of them that got hurt by spells or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yes,
battle
it can fall off on its own. You don't have to actually roll the burning. That's the key. If you don't want it to fall off, you just want to keep the penalty, just don't use the end of any turn burning ability. And then everybody who's lit stays lit, unless they can heal themselves. That's the only way they can shut it off then. Aren't BOC on the docket? No, we'll do a show with all the legacy armies, all the legends armies, like everything that's going to be discontinued. We'll do a show dedicated completely to all of those, like Sacrosanct and BOC and all that kind of stuff on its own, because I want to handle it separately.
Sweet. Battle formations.
Yeah. Real quick, Sean Blake said, is redeploy considered a run roll? Can Destiny Dice change it? No. It is a run keyword. It is not a run roll. Those are 2 very different things. You are using an ability with the run keyword.
It'll take a while.
Yes, which shuts off things like counter charge and all that kind of stuff, but does not shoot off unleash shots, ironically. Okay.
Yep.
Because you're not actually using
it will take some time for us to like internalize all these things, that this is the run and this is a run keyword. We'll get there. Exactly. Still soon. It's still really early in the edition.
That's right. Okay. Right. In my mind, with the battle formations, there are 2 that matter that are worth talking about, and 2 you don't care. Arcanite Cabal, I think, is actually really strong. +1 to unbinding for your Arcanite units is really good. And if you unbind something, then no command points are spent when you use magical intervention, which is really strong because you will use magical intervention every turn.
I hadn't noticed that part. I hadn't noticed the part that, did you unbind? Free command point. It's basically free command point because you will always use it.
Exactly. Yep. Right. Super strong. Love Arcanite Cabal, and there's lots of good Arcanite casters that we're going to put in lists. And then the other one is the Weird Flame Host with Mutagenic Inferno, -1 from wound rolls for attacks made by burning enemy units. Obviously, you're going to try to layer burning onto their hammers. You can just never activate the damage at the end because who cares? And you're just making him neg 1 to wound. You'll kill him through other means. A random D3 damage might not be worth it at the end. And -1 to wound is such a crippling penalty.
And it's on the player. Some players were like, let's deal some damage. Like you said,
I roll it every time because who cares?
Some other people are like, -1 to wound, -1 to wound, -1 to wound. Keep those flames rolling. No need to roll for, like, pity 2 damage. -1 to wound is so much better. Can we mention the Tzeentch host for a minute?
Sure.
The Tzeentch host is... I'm not even going to explain what it does. I'm going to say that it was extremely strong and ruined it by making it once per battle on a 3-up.
Yeah, once per battle on a 3-up, and it teleports into combat with the same unit it was in with before. Obviously, you might steal an objective or something, but good God, no.
Can you imagine if this was once per battle per unit and not on a 3-up? The nightmare that would be to stop the Tzeentch from taking your objectives?
Sure.
So they basically said, this is way too good, so let's ruin it, and then nobody ever will take it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't play Tzeentch. I'm okay with that myself. But dear God,
I mean,
what a
Change
twist!
Host still
What
needs
a
to be
twist
in
of
jail
fate!
for many years for the sins it did to all of us. So that's fine.
Oh yeah, like Slaanesh says, it was 2 months.
Yeah.
2 months. I still pay for it.
Still
Change was
paying
like,
for it to this day.
it's still around. Yep.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
something
it's
about
bad.
war flock.
Let's talk heroic
All right.
traits and
Yeah.
artifacts of power. Cool. Heroic traits. You're going to take one of these because only one of these actually matters. Okay. I shouldn't say that. Like, Nexus of Fate is perfectly fine. Like, it's neat to replace your Destiny dice. That's a perfectly fun ability.
You must.
Like,
Sure.
it's cool.
It's in your hero phase, so it's 5 dice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's a perfectly fine ability. And if that was the list, if it was like this and Illusionist, I would be like, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. But Cult Demagogue exists. Cult Demagogue is wild.
In a spellcasting army, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's so strong. And like, yes, this is it just, I mean, it's so good. Especially given abilities that like, yeah, I don't know what to say. Your chance of rolling a double is not huge, but it's so strong as to getting that +3 to cast with the other cast bonuses you have here.
Wow. +3 to cast. Why not? Sure.
Yeah. Sure. It just means that, like,
they're gonna get spells out.
Yeah, on top of all your other cast bonuses, you end up with making things like oftentimes just unbindable. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. When it comes to artifacts, again, my pick here is going to be the Nine-Eyed Tome. I believe in throwing good money after double is, about 1 in 6, Joe. Roughly, yes. And 1 in 6 is perfectly good for me because I cast about 6 spells around in this army. So 1 in 6 seems like a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
At any rate, Nine-Eyed Tome,
like
+1 to
3-4
casting
times.
rolls and banishment rolls. Great. Easy. We can stop there.
Yeah. We're simpatico so far. Like,
Yeah.
same choices.
Like,
If any damage points are allocated to an enemy unit, you get the burning keyword.
the problem is it's
These
combat
ones
attacks, and your heroes in this army do not want to fight.
Correct. Yeah. Nope. 9-8 tome. +1. Perfect.
Yep. So again, like, just this army is the magic dom. It is a magic dom army. Go strength. Don't throw money after good money after bad. Throw good money after good. Right? Yeah. You got 2 spell lores. How about that? 2. Okay. You can
What's
take
unlimited, like.
Yeah, you can take the Lore of Fate. With the Lore of Fate, you get to reroll all your Destiny dice that aren't 6s, which is actually a pretty interesting spell. And you can just keep doing this because this is the unlimited spell, so you can't just continually, like, basically try to pile up your 6s, which is funny.
In an army that has a lot of spells, so a lot of unlimited spells.
Yep.
In that case, you can do it a lot of times. So
Yep.
Slaanesh, spoiler. But anyway.
Infernal Gateway's like a pretty decent little mortal wound thing on a single target. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's short range though. And Shield of Fate is like a good thing to give you a ward. But here's my honest answer. You get to pick 1 spell lore. So skip. Let's go to the lore we're actually going to take, which is the Lore of Change.
Let's talk change.
Because this lore is locked, stocked, ready to rock your opponent. First of all, an unlimited spell is an 18-inch. Now, normally I say damage enemy target things aren't good, but enemy target in this case is good because it's unlimited and it's Weird Flame. So it's a great source of getting burning. It's D3 mortal damage. It's cast on a 6, so off turn it casts on a 7, which is still very easy in this army, and it's an 18-inch range. Just straight up
wizards you have, yeah.
Yep, just straight up D3 mortals. You got 4 wizards, which is not uncommon in this army. You're just going to be like pop, 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 pop down the line. 4 D3 mortals, and then you can light them up, right? Great.
You have to, yeah.
Great, good, fantastic. Oops, sorry everybody. Just trying to bring the points up.
It's even on a 6, while everything is on a 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fold Reality is a teleport. That's all it is. It's a teleport. It's a really good teleport. It does what you want to do out of a teleport. So great. And transform to spawn is so good. You have to waste some of your points on a little dude who lives in reserve. Who cares? It's completely worth it because it rules. You put a chaos spawn in, you kill somebody, and then put a chaos spawn into combat with them. I use this multiple times in the one game I've played with this to very good effect. Shut it, like I was playing against Lumineth. They had a unit of those river blades, right, who want to go run around the battlefield and do crazy stuff. Nope, transformed into spawn, baby. Be in combat. And then they tried to run away and couldn't. So there we go.
Wow, 0 bad spells, which is what you want for a spell army or spelldom army. 0 bad spells. All very good.
Yep. I love the lore change. I'm here for it.
Yeah. You have your damage, you have your teleport, you have your shithousery, which is going to be the spawns.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
Victor says Tzeentch plays at 1940 points in this edition, and I'm fine with it. I completely agreed. Yep.
How come?
Because you need 60 points for a spawn.
40. Oh, right. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, which is not a thing you actually put on the board.
Yeah, we're back in 1.0.
Back in 1.0, yeah. Exactly.
I remember.
Yep. Your manifestation lore is whatever. We'll talk about it later. The 557, you have relatively easy casts, but we'll talk about it when we get to the things.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the actual units, and probably what's going to anchor almost every Tzeentch army you see on the table. Kairos Cheat Weaver. Cheater of cheaters. This thing is incredible. He's Wizard 3. He is a super wizard. He has the Mastery of Magic, so when you make a casting roll, you can change the lowest d6 to match the highest. He has Oracle of Eternity, which is just worth 3 points for your battle tactics.
Yeah.
He has Beacon of Sorcery, which is +1 to casting.
I could have said that.
And Unbinding for all friendly wizards wholly within 12. Very easy to do. And then he has a ridiculously good spell in Arcane Suggestion, where he either shuts off commands.
But it's never going to be 8, right?
Right. It's so easy. Yeah, I mean, easy is just like, whatever. When I was playing this, I played like a super heavy magic army focused on burning, and I did miscast 3 times in a row. I literally rolled Snake Eyes 3 times in a row. But it was on everybody's last cast down the line.
Oh, okay. There we go.
So it's funny.
Does miscast work the same way in 4.0? D3 damage? Is that it?
Yeah, and shuts off your spells. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Cool.
It wasn't a big deal. It was just like it just lost a spell cast off all of them, but it was hilarious to watch it happen so rapidly. At any rate, shuts off commands, -1 to hit and wound, which is crazy strong as a penalty, or -1 to save, which is also crazy strong as a penalty. Kairos rules. Kairos is 440 points. He can take anything in his regiment. Like he can take the Tzeentch Deceiver, which for future reference, the Deceiver is a bonus hero, and that includes the Change Caster and the Changeling. So there you go.
One of those amazing. Both of them.
This guy rocks. I mean, he's incredible. The fact that he gives huge casting and unbinding bonuses, which are so rare in this edition, is so strong. Combine it with the previously mentioned battle formation for +2 to unbind and completely dominate the magic phase. If your opponent doesn't roll like 10+ naturally on their dice, you shut down everything they cast.
So even on him, everything. He shares the pluses. Him. I'd want in 12. You're going to do that.
Yep. Like this guy's minimum casting is generally like a 9, right? But it's often higher. I mean, he's had this ability forever, but it's so strong. It's so strong now in the current edition with the way Magic is structured. Like this guy's just almost auto-include, and that almost makes me sad. But yeah, he's fragile as all get out at 5 up, 5 up. Who cares? He should never get touched. Okay. Because off turn, if he thinks somebody's going to charge him, he should be killing something in their unit and turning it into a spawn. Yeah. Like, that should be his move.
Amazing.
All right. Regular Lord of Change.
Or VP, Lord Change.
The regular Lord of Change is 360 points and a travesty. This guy's a war crime. I don't know why you would ever take this guy. He's bad. That's it.
Let's see.
Sure.
Can we? Is there any saving grace here?
Sure. His special
If a
things
unit.
are he has a neg 1 to hit bubble for your demon units while they're within him. He's carrying the locust basically. And you can
Okay.
discard a destiny dice, which is fine. Like it could be any like there's a good way to pitch off your ones or something, right? To replace to do a replacement half unit of demons that have died out completely. But he's not
Right.
a good caster. He's wizard 2.
Not. What you're saying?
Yeah, he doesn't do anything special with magic. He has no innate bonuses to cast. No, he doesn't have the I turn my lowest dice to my highest dice anymore. Nope.
So he brings things back to -1 to hit, which is not bad because big bubble, and he kind of hit as well. But that's about it. That's not what my lore to change.
Yeah, he's just a bad caster.
You have Kairos. Yeah.
Exactly. You're going to take Kairos instead of him. You're not going to take both because that's 800 points. That's like way too many points in chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's crazy. I do not like this guy at
Yeah.
all. I like the recursion trick is fine, but I'm not here for it. He's a skip from me. He's not worth
But
the
I'm not.
he's not
Who
worth the
defends
drop.
wizards? Yeah. Fair. Fair.
The same line always complains. Is this or always writes, is this worth a drop? Okay. And
I don't like the fact thinking this way in this. It's sad. We're gonna talk core, but I wanted heroes and like, is this worth it? Which makes it sad. But armies will be like, nope, drops. We don't care. Maybe we'll see.
by the way, your audio was kind of cutting in and out there, so you may want to play with your mic a little bit. I don't know.
Let's
Turn
see
up
if I can.
your gain or something. At any rate, you're fine. You can mess around with it. So the Fate Skimmer on Burning Chariot. One of the things that's fun about this guy is he can light people on fire in your movement phase, which is actually pretty cool. It's another source of burning, which isn't bad. Because he can move across people and light them on fire. Though he does have to get pretty darn close to them to do that. Because he's got to like move in over them and then move back out. And the most he's going to move, he's going to end up. Excuse me. Sorry, everyone. Hold on. Frog in my throat here. Oh, boy. Okay. Excuse me. And then he can also, at the end of turn, do some mortal damage to things that are burning. You can use this before you roll your actual burning check to see if, like, so they don't go out. The Fate Skimmer is 170. He's a Wizard 1. He's a skip. Cool looking kid. But, like, the burning trick is not enough to justify this guy's points. Oh, now we lost you completely. We'll see. We'll give him a second. No, there you go. He'll be back in a second. It's all right. Yeah, 100% not worth a drop. He's just not there. All right, next up, Change Caster on foot. He has a little passive. It's a pretty big passive for +1 to hit. For anybody who's burning, but again, like it's only for combat attacks. It's not for ranged attacks, so that's a pass for me. Because I'm not doing a lot of fighting in melee with this. The exception being with my Zangor, my big unit Zangor, but otherwise, again, he's just a skip. Change Caster's 140. He's again a single cast wizard. Nope. Oh, okay. You're back. There we go. Let's see. Nope. Still can't hear you. We tested this all beforehand, everybody, and it was fine. But, that's just life. That's technical stuff. We'll get it working. Don't worry. You play around with it, buddy. It's all good. The Chaos Spawn of Tzeentch. You are going to take one of these if you're taking the Lore of Change. And you're taking the Lore of Change. This little dork is 60 points. He has to sit in reserve. He can't actually be deployed. He gets put to the side as a potential fate. Yeah, he rules. And he can be replaced any number of times. So you can just, as long as he dies, you got one in reserve, you're good to go. You're always going to take him. You're always going to rock and roll with him. Yeah, they do, Hugo. You're exactly right. So you'll always have one of these guys, and you basically have one in thing. We have dogs because my wife has to leave, so we're getting invaded. Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I love you, dear.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Good luck with dogs.
Thank you very much.
Here, do you want to hold this one?
Sure.
Because she's way barky.
That's fine. I got her.
Who's your co-host?
Dino. He's getting his sound working.
All right.
All right, everybody. We're back. Life continues. The Changeling. I don't know what to think of this guy. The Changeling can be a bonus hero. And which is good because it means he doesn't cost a drop. In the deployment phase, you remove him and set him up again on the battlefield more than 3 inches from all enemy units. Okay.
Hopefully this works.
Hey, we can hear you. Yes.
Yep. I never
There we go.
disconnected. I was always shut it down myself, so I can fix it.
You're good, buddy. So we're on the Changeling, okay? And this guy's interesting because he has this weird deployment, remove him and set him up somewhere else, which I'm generally a big fan of. Okay? His spell is interesting, the Discord and Confusion. If they're targeted by an ability, it's not an attack ability. Another eligible unit has to be targeted instead. If it's not possible, then the unit has no effect. And he can pick a unit and have the move characteristic of the unit, which could be very, very useful. Like, this guy's really interesting. I haven't figured out if it's worth 160 points to, like, really screw with the enemy army, potentially, or have an objective at the start of the game in the middle, or have maybe an early shot at taking the flanks, because you could set him up, like, just over here right outside of your territory in a set split. And then as long as you can get one other unit up here, you get an easy take the flanks or take their land, depending on how they're deployed and stuff. Like, he is interesting for that kind of regard in the same way the Mask is, we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But
I was talking with players of Tzeentch, and they swear by this guy. And since we said 4.0, we need to break the rules, either your rules or the enemy's rules, the opponent's rules. This guy does it. And having a wizard too, being anywhere when you begin, and having movement and all that, it's in the enemy hero phase, so you know what they've picked for battle tactics and all that.
Yep.
There's so many ways to just make the opponent, like, not freeze them out, but break the rules.
yeah,
And that's what we're trying to do right now, right?
I think I'm coming down on yes for this guy because he is a 2-cast wizard, and I think that's what pushes me over the edge on him. But he's got a really high skill floor. Okay? Like, it would be easy to use this guy wrong, deploy him somewhere stupid, and then just have the enemy just, like, go attack him with anything and kill him. Right?
It's in the right army for that, though, right? You want players who are going for a high skill floor and ceiling as well when he plays Tzeentch. You know, see him in Ogres, I guess.
Yep.
So, correct army for him.
Yeah, I think he's definitely something I would want to experiment with. I think he's got gas in the tank, but I would have to be in the lore that has the teleport, but I would be anyways, like the lore of change, so that he can get himself out of there if he needs to, right? So, okay, he's a probably for me, but we'll see.
Yeah. Can you think of this guy, putting him anywhere? You play first, you deal 2d3 mortal wounds on something of the opponent, and then they play and you deal d3 more wounds. Like, you can assassinate something. Like a foot hero that they would not want him to be assassinated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, potentially.
Like, potentially. Good.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Pink Horrors. They're finally fixed. Our long collective nightmare is finally over. Thank God.
Yes.
Pink Horrors are 10 for 140. They're demon infantry. When they die, they do mortal wounds. There you go.
And that should do it. This bubble gum in our collective shoe has finally been removed.
Yes.
They're still tricky. They're still kind of get this thing away from me, but nothing from 3.0 or 2.0 or whatever.
They're not 10 models with 50 wounds. Now, obviously, you can also
Yeah.
restore slain models to blue horror units. So if you've got blues nearby and they've had models killed, you can put back guys. Like, it's not always the mortal wounds, right?
Yeah.
But,
Agreed.
like, it's more often than not going to be you just do some mortals on the crackback. So that's fine. And they are a weird flame unit, so notable there. Okay.
Sure. That's what you want from your chap as well. You want them to do things, apart
Yep.
from getting hit in the face.
That's right. Blue horrors and brimstone horrors. So starts the battle with 10 blue horror models, or if it's a reinforced unit, 20 blue horror models. And then brimstone horrors can be added to this unit using the split again ability. So now we just split from, we went down a level. Our little blues split from blues into brimmies. And these guys are 10 for 120 at, 1 health, 6 up save. And before removing the model on a 3 up, you add a brimstone horse. It's not automatic, right?
Yeah.
So you get basically 2/3 of your brimstone horrors refunded as brimmies. So
Yeah.
I think blues
Because
are pretty
someone
good.
decided to make a game called Silver Tower once, and we're still carrying it with us.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think this is a perfectly fine little sort of kind of catch 'em up unit. It's there to die. 120 points isn't too bad. 10 of them are packing effectively
Correct.
16, 17 wounds, 16.6 wounds, right? 20 of them are about 30-ish wounds. So yeah, it's still good. It's still good.
I don't mind having some chaff.
Yeah. You got to be careful, though, with that string out, Hugo, because remember, every time you remove a model, you check for coherency, and then immediately...
Oh, boy.
Yeah, then you immediately pull to coherency. So, like, if one guy dies and you have him strung, and then at that point, after pulling that one guy, like, you've taken 6 damage, or 5 damage, or 3 damage, I don't care. You pull one dude, and if you're not coherent, you pull until you're coherent. Then you return. Then you go back to assigning the damage. Okay? So you just got to be careful with that. So you pull one model, check coherency. Pull one model, check coherency. Pull one model, check coherency. The coherency check is after each individual model is removed. Okay.
Can we pause for just 30 seconds? Do you, as a game designer, what was the point behind this?
I don't know. It's a problem. You're also right, Hugo, that you put the new guy in beforehand on the 3 up, but it's easy to, like, if you fail that 3 up roll and you have it strung out, right? Like, the point being, yes, the brim could back you and make sure you're safe, okay? Because before removing the model, you put the new guy on, then you remove the model, which could keep you safe. But if you're really strung out and you fail the 3 up roll, you're going to explode down to, like, 6 models, where suddenly you're coherent again.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to be careful with that. Why did they do that, Dino? You and I had a long conversation about this. I came down very hard that it was like no way it worked that way, but that is in fact how it works, which is real annoying.
I know.
Okay. Next up, Burning Chariot of Tzeentch.
Yep.
140 points. It's like, it does some weird flame. Okay. I don't know what the point of this thing would be.
Strength 1, d3 damage. Well, we need to see the flamers.
Correct, which is where we're going, because that is the unit we would take.
The flamers,
yeah. Screamers of Tzeentch, I don't like them either. Yes, they're very fast. They're okay. Let me say this. I shouldn't say it that way. 3 Screamers for 100 points with a 14-inch move is fine if you've got the points as a battle tactic unit. You are taking this as the standard beast unit in a lot of armies solely to be the go down the flanks, do the take the flanks, go seize their completely uncontested piece of terrain in the later game. You're taking it for that reason and that reason alone. That mortal wound thing is a joke. They don't do any damage. They are there solely to try to get you a couple battle tactics. That's it.
Correct. Yeah.
Beginning and end of the use of this unit. Okay.
How much points for 3?
100 for 3. 100 for 3.
Yeah, it depends on if you have the points for them. Like, it's not bad to have, but that beast.
Sure,
Anyway.
it's like hugely limiting, right? I mean, yeah. These
Mhm.
things die if anything
It's
looks at
more
them
like
funny.
yeah, it's a headache for your opponent. Like, it's there. There's something in your deployment, something that can grab things. You need to take care of it. Like 9 wounds, 5 up, 6 up. It does need some damage to
Sure.
remove, and it can always stay in the back and move like 15 plus because of a run.
Yep.
It's not going to deal damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's completely pointless to damage these. It's there solely for battle tactics, beginning and end. Okay, Exalted Flamer. So, all right, this guy's really funny because he's like this weird not hero thing as always. You know, just like he's just a big flamer, right? Comes in a unit of 1 for 130 points. He gets +1 to wound against burning enemies, so do regular flamers, and he can pick another different guy and give them crit 2 hits on a 3-up. Okay? The problem with this thing is that, and Hugo is exactly correct, you're generally better just taking, unless you're like really restricted on drops, which is weird because you took this guy, so couldn't the other thing just take his point? You're much better to just take 3 more flamers. Mathematically,
right. Because
the damage is
right?
yeah, the crit 2 hits isn't a good enough buff, especially because it's on a 3-up. To actually justify his cost. He's like, if he was like 80 points, maybe he'd be worth it, but at 130, at more expensive than the actual unit of 3 flamers, no, he's not good.
Yeah. And you know why? Because they're going to shoot in the enemy shooting phase as well. This one's until the rest of the turn, not the rest of the battle round. So
that's right.
Only in your shooting phase, not in the enemy shooting phase. So
right.
Just buy 3 more flamers.
Yeah. Correct. Just buy 3 more flamers. Yeah. Speaking of flamers of Tzeentch, like these guys a lot. Here for these guys. +1 to wound against burning units is great. That's fine. Good stuff. Lots of ways to light people on fire before you're ever wanting to shoot, and so you can, I don't own 3 more flamers is why you take him, said Corbin. Yeah, I agree. There you go. That's if you have 1 exalted and you don't have 3 more flamers, that is a good justification.
Yeah, true.
I love these guys. 3 attacks each. They do have a champion, so they're rocking out. A unit of 3 is 10 attacks. A unit of 6 is 19 attacks. Right. 3s and 4s or 3s and 3s against burning units. Rend 1 against infantry. Rend nothing otherwise. D3 damage. They have weird flame. I like flamers a lot. These guys, I did play with these guys. It's part of my burning strat. They did a ton of work for me. The 12-inch range is limiting. It is limiting. Let's not kill ourselves here, okay? Like, it's...
But 9-inch move.
Yeah, but they're very fast. Yes. For Littlefoot dorks.
Yeah.
Right.
Moving a step back, I'm not gonna disagree with Corbin, who says Screamers are top 5 unit. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you're gonna do to make your opponent's mind go elsewhere. So for sure,
Absolutely.
We're reading the tin here. There's always gonna be things for 100. Like, would I want them in Khorne or in my other armies? Yes, I would. They deal nothing when it comes to the game. They play your opponent. They don't play the game.
That's right. They're there specifically for battle tactics and weird kind of stuff, right? The flamers are fragile as all get out, but I mean, I started the game with 6 flamers. I ended the game with 6 flamers. I was perfectly easily able to protect them, to get them moving where I wanted to, and they shot in most every round I wanted them to shoot because of their movement. So I think they're very easily usable in this army. I liked them a lot. At 240 for a reinforced unit of 6. All you got to do is get some people burning, and they go. If they do get caught up in combat, you're in big trouble because they don't have shoot in combat. Yes.
Yeah.
It is weird that they don't have shoot in combat. Frankly. They're made of fire. Why?
Maybe they did that to keep them cheap, probably.
I guess, yeah. It's not like they're loading a gun. But,
yeah.
But hey, here we are. But I like them. I rate them. I think there is a perfectly fine... kind of range strat you can go at with this army, the combination of spells and that's what I built toward and was able to get there. Now I had to use tricky stuff to keep, like, I was playing against an opponent who had Dawn Riders a go-go, right? And to beat him, I let him I basically played the deployment game, made sure I deployed opposite his Dawn Riders, and then kept them tricked up the whole time. Right? Like, just kept it so they were never able until, like, the last round of the game, 5 of them got to charge who they wanted to. Right? Using endless spells, using everything else to keep bouncing them, stopping them, getting them in combat, having them fight things I didn't care about, getting them caught up in chaos spawn, and just anything like that I could do, right? So
I remember that we were talking about once the difference between tactics and strategies is one army plays themselves and the other one plays the opponent. And this is something that you will have to do in 4.0. What you're describing now, like Tzeentch can do that. Like you might look and say, these seem a bit weak, sometimes, not all of them.
Yeah.
But there's so many things you can do to gum up the opponent, which, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I will say,
good enough
when I
with
played this
flamers,
game, I
always
was
been-
down the
yeah.
whole time, by the by. Like, I was down the whole time on points, because it's really, like, playing that sort of castle spell shooting army where I'm just, like, you have to be very careful about everything. I wasn't able to get the board domination because I had to, like, constantly keep my opponent in a box, right, as best I could. But then I managed to basically get my opponent down and burn them off the table, and then just, like, came back at the end for 2 10-point turns.
So what
right.
you were saying is you were playing the underdog for the whole.
I was underdog the whole time. It
background.
was great. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay. It's weird. Every game I play in, whoever the underdog is seems to win every game. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because underdog is, like, really strong, especially on some missions. I don't know. That's strange. We were playing focal points, and there you go.
We'll see how long before it's 5 VPs or more.
Yes. We got 2 Gaunt Summoners. One on the Disc of Tzeentch, who obviously has the much larger move and can put people in the Silver Tower. And has a very funny spell that's hilarious because it requires him to be in combat to use it. But it is funny.
Yeah.
It will be funny that with the time somebody gets this off, like somebody comes in, doesn't kill your Gaunt Summoner through some miracle, and then you bin them with this spell, is going to be absolutely hilarious. I do like, by the way, that you can't set up a replacement unit. Very good against Nighthaunt, who can actually replace their heroes. So that's. But
how are they going to kill something? Like, you're thinking, like, they're going to teleport this summoner next to a squishy, non-fighty hero that they're really good, and then do that because it's on a 4-up, 6-up. He's not that squishy himself.
He's okay. He'll die pretty fast if he gets in combat.
Like, 6 health, 4-up, 6-up. Yeah, like if you want to have a hero that you really want to remove from the game, maybe. I don't know. It's like you said, high risk, high reward for sure. This spell.
My real issue with this dude
so much fun when you
is he is a double caster, but he's 250 points, and that's like a lot of points. Yeah, 250 is the deal breaker for me. Now, if we look at his little buddy, our Gaunt Summoner on foot, right? He has the same Silver Tower ability. Obviously, his move is radically different, and his save sucks, right? He's on like a 6-up. Like, he's gonna die.
He has no wheels. Well, wheel.
He has no thing. But I actually like this guy a lot. The Gaunt Summoner on foot is still a double caster, but he's a double caster at 160 points. Or sorry, 170 points. I apologize. 170. And he can pull people out of his little book wholly within 18 and only 7 away from units if he gets his spell off, which actually makes the Silver Tower usable to me. Now, this is very dangerous if you have a lot of shooting. You need to make sure he stays untargetable, yada, 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 so on and so forth. But, like, that spell you can get off in this army if you want. This is one of the few armies where spells are really good because, like, if you want to get it off, you will get it off. He's actually my most common pick for Cult Demagogue because I like this guy a lot.
For sure.
And then, whenever you get doubles with him, his spell just, like, rockets into the stratosphere. I cast this on a 14. Like, I'll go ahead and unbind.
You know what I was thinking? I'm thinking, like, this is 3.0 thinking. Like, you're going to set up outside of 9 of something and then try for the 30% chance of charging. Now that redeploy is changed, setting up outside of 9 or 7 in this case, it's not going to be the thing you think or you have the memory of.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, if someone does not want something charged, you will probably not be able to charge it.
That's right.
But of course, like a 7, you basically force your opponent to do the redeploy.
Yeah, your perfect
Oh.
world here is you set him up within 7 of 2 units.
Yeah,
Right?
correct.
Like,
Makes
that's...
sense. Yeah,
But you're
yeah,
exactly
yeah.
right. You have to think about these teleport abilities completely differently because of the way redeploy works now. And that would happen, like,
All the
many
details.
times in the games I played. Many times. I'd, like... I stuck my finger in that light socket enough times I've really learned the lesson, you know? But yeah, like,
Yeah.
what you... It comes to a point where, like, you do it where generally, you're going to do this with, like, a big unit of Zangor. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to put in the Silver Tower. And then you're going to try to set up that war flock so it's got a 7-inch charge on 2 different units. They're going to redeploy one out of the way. They don't want to die. But then you've still got the 7 on the other one.
And you will hit both if you want, with the pile-in and the 3-inch combat
Yeah,
range.
depending on what
So, yeah,
happens, you can still get
Makes
them.
sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah, can you... how many times can you use the deployment phase ability of putting people in the Silver Tower? I don't know. My read would be 1, but I'm not sure that I don't know. It's a good
Pick a
FAQ.
friendly unit. Unwilling deployed to the target. I mean, it doesn't.
The question
say
is, can
once
you
per army,
reuse
it
the
doesn't
ability?
Say anything.
Like, can you reuse the ability? And I think I'm not sure. Is my answer? I don't know. So,
Huh.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Hugo.
Interesting.
Like, because you have Destiny dice, you could probably still cheat the charge anyways, depending on how they get out of the way. Yes. Although
What
I
was
generally
thinking.
don't like
This
to
is
use my
talking
Destiny
about-
dice on charges. I prefer to use them for, like, a cult demagogue role that I really want. But anyways.
Can you use them for redeploy?
For redeploy? No. No, it's not on the
No.
list.
We're not that cheating.
No.
Okay, cool.
The Gaunt Summoner is a drop, but I actually think he's, like, pretty good.
Worth it.
As far as I go. I'm generally... I'm pretty happy to put that guy in a drop, generally. Okay, let's get into the Arcanites. Leave the demons behind. The Magister of Tzeentch... the Magister... the Flying Magister. He's got it. He's got his whip.
The disco dude, yeah.
Disco dude, yes, exactly. Okay.
Oh,
I...
very interesting path.
Yes. This guy's weird. So the Magister on disc is 160. He can take a Kabbalist, an Arcanite Kabbalist. So for reference, the Arcanite Kabbalists that he can put in his regiment are the regular Magister on foot, the Ogroid Thaumaturge, and the Curseling. Those are your Arcanite Kabbalists. Okay.
Okay.
I generally don't rate this guy, is my answer. That's that simple. I'm not... There's too many easy ways to get Wizard 2s in here. I'm not interested in a Wizard 2 that can just, like, kill himself on a cast.
Right. He's Wizard 1.
He is Wizard 1 base, but I mean, he can make himself Wizard 2 if he successfully casts.
Yeah,
That's-
you're right. You're
that's
right.
what
Of course.
he's
Of course. Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. I don't know. I like the fact that you can do redeploy and then countercharge because he's there with your disc goats. I'm guessing you have the guys on the disc, right?
Yeah.
Which is it again, it breaks the rules. You have a 3d6 charge basically. But
it
at the
does.
same
Part of the
time-
problem is I don't rate the Enlightened on disc, but we'll get there.
Oh, yeah. Fair.
Which is like what you're really
Fair.
relying on to make that ability worth anything.
You know what this problem is? Like you said, there's a random chance you hurt yourself, and this does not feel like Tzeentch. Tzeentch cheats. Doesn't, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you don't want this random thing. You don't want that.
He really can just explode himself in a single turn, which is a problem.
Yeah, on a 4-up.
Yeah. The Curseling.
D6 mortals. Yeah.
The Curseling, who I do like, because he has a bonus hero and a Wizard 2. He's an Arcanite, so he can get the Unbind bonus. If he's standing near Kairos, he's going to be +2 to Unbind for his 2 Unbind spells. Okay. And each time he unbinds a spell, you roll a die, and on a 4-up, you subtract 1 from the power level of the enemy wizard. You use that spell to a minimum of 0 until the start of your next turn. So effectively, if they're a multi power one, it shuts off their ability to cast in the double. Like if they take a double turn against you, they're much weaker. But also if they're a multicaster and you have him unbind their first spell, shuts off their second spell for free. He effectively double unbound them. It's a coin flip chance, but
oh, he's beautiful. Like there's a lot to like here. Like
Yeah.
the 3-up save, which means with Destiny dice, if you get hit really hard, the 3-up can help you, and then if you roll too low on the save, you can save it with Destiny dice. He can deal a lot of damage with his own spell. You have teleports, as we said, and you reduce wizard levels from the opponent. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good. I like him.
His spell is pretty garbo.
Wizard 2 as well.
Yeah. His spell is pretty garbo.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want a wizard fighting. You don't want a wizard fighting for sure.
No.
But it's on a 5, which is basically auto in this case.
It's a joke thing, but
And
like
he's a
whatever.
wizard too.
But he does also hurl a weird flame attack, which is like not to be underestimated. Like the more people you have just throwing around weird flame, the more optionality you have in lighting people on fire. Okay. So it's just nice. Like, I mean, it's not the greatest attack in the world. Obviously, it's D6 3 3 1 1. I mean, it's okay, whatever. But like, I'm just trying to get damage through with weird flame so I can make sure somebody's always burning, right? And it's just one more
18
thing you can
inches.
do that. Yeah, it's got a good
18-inch
range.
That's the one that I'm looking at. That's the one I'm looking at. Yep.
Yep. And importantly, as I
Or
said,
the
this
whip
guy usually isn't a drop, right? So that's good. He can fit in a lot of stuff. So that's cool.
But his passive is amazing. Like on a 4-up, stop
Yeah,
2 spells. That's what it means, basically. Yeah.
I love this guy in Arcanite Cabal. He's like my favorite ever in that because he just kills enemy casters dead. The regular Magister on foot has the same problem as the Magister on disc as far as the I get power levels but I kill myself thing. This guy is an Arcanite Cabalist, so he can join other regiments, unlike his brother on the disc. He gives you like pseudo Khorne Murderlust, right? That's what he's doing, which is a very potent ability. Okay. Yeah, give it a read.
It cannot move into combat though.
I know. That's why I said pseudo Murderlust.
Pseudo Murderlust. Yeah. Manslaughter lust.
Yeah, it's attempted manslaughter lust, yes.
Correct.
Absolutely.
It's one level down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as a bonus hero, maybe, but just for that web, I'm not sure I could use it well enough. I don't know that the 3 inches is that big a deal. I think he's probably a skip. Somebody might correct me. If you've played with the Magister and you really like it, I'd love to hear a defense of him, but I'm always more open on bonus heroes. Now to a guy I do like as a bonus hero, that I'm going to get hate for, but I like this dude, the Ogroid Thaumaturge. He's a bonus hero
to us.
He's an Arcanite Cabalist. What I like, he is made of paper. You have to use him very carefully. He is a Wizard 1. But he can turn people on as burning in the end phase. So he can give you another bonus burning unit. The Ogroid's 160 points, which is like a lot. I'm going to be straight with you. That's too many points for this guy. This guy should be like 130 straight up. He has too many points. Okay. But I don't know, Demandred. You might be right on that modification. I need to go back and look and tell you if I'm cheating or not. I suspect probably it is. But I love his ability to make people burning in the end phase. I think he's just a really fun hero. I really like the sculpt. I'll openly admit I'm biased toward it because of this. You know, he has to live, so you've got to use him super carefully where he's getting into units on the side, in with other stuff. He can't go fight things alone. He's actually interesting to go fight other heroes if you can make that happen, like other foot heroes, okay? Because most foot heroes in the game now just don't have the damage to kill him anymore. What's going to happen is they're both going to just do some damage to each other, and then he's going to light them on fire, okay?
Yeah.
So... and he gives you that bonus burn that you can activate in the end phase and then burn the hero again. So he can do some work. But I will openly admit he is a niche case. You're better off, like if it came down to him or the Curseling as your Arcanite Cabalist, this is not a close showdown. You're taking the Curseling.
No way.
The Curseling is like way better. Not even close. That's why I say this guy needs to be 130. But I think you could, if you're doing like a heavy
right
burning
now?
strat.
160?
What's that? 160. Yeah, he's too many.
Is he 160, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Zangor Shaman. I like this guy a lot. I like the Zangor Shaman quite a bit because he gives my Warflock unit that does not have fly run and charge on a 3-up. So that's pretty cool. Now it's only for that turn. He doesn't have fun off-turn shenanigans. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
He can't let people redeploy and then charge. Sadly. But he does make your regular Zangor, your foot Zangor run and charge. And spoilers, I rate Zangor on foot a lot, like a super duper lot. And
they're one of those units that get a lot of buffs.
Yep.
A lot of buffs you can put in those. Yep.
And he also, he's a wizard one, and he restores your, he does extra mortal damage at the end of the turn and restores Zangor back to the unit. I love this guy.
Cool.
Right? I think this guy's great. This is usually my drop. The Tzeentch lists I've been playing with have all been 3-drop. Okay? And so it's like this guy, Gaunty, and Kairos are my heroes that actually take drops.
Yeah.
And then sitting in there is generally a Curseling. Right? In the Curseling joins this guy, the Zangor Shaman's regiment, because the Zangor Shaman can take Arcanite Kabbalists. Yeah.
Right.
I think this dude rules. He's great. Like, you're gonna take him. Zangor Skyfires. I also rate these guys. I took a 6-pack of these. They are expensive. Okay. I've always been a fan of Skyfires. That's not a joke. Like, I legitimately took Skyfires to one of the first tournaments in AoS after this army came out in like 2016. It's 340 point. They're 170 for 3, so 340 for a unit of 6. I love these guys so much because of Guided by the Future. I'm going to read this ability to you, Dino, and I want you to really clock what this says, okay? Ignore negative modifiers to hit rolls and wound rolls for this unit's shooting attacks.
So no -1 on the counter shoot, first of all.
Bingo.
Right? Yeah.
You got it.
Can you give them +1 to hit? Is there a way to give +1 to hit in them, or are they going to be shooting on 4s all the time?
I mean, it's all out attack. I think that's what it's called. It's pretty straightforward.
I mean, no, I meant on counter shoot. This is what I meant?
Oh, okay. On the counter shoot?
Probably not. There's no
I'm trying to
+1
think of anything. I don't. Maybe, but I don't think so.
It's combat attacks. It's combat attacks for Warflock units. It's fine. Still, they don't hit on 5s. They hit on 4s, and it's 12 attacks on a D3 that you don't want to have on a 5-up. You want to have it on a 4-up, and they can do it.
These guys are so good.
It's pretty.
My Lumineth opponent was running like a heavy Venari list, so he was doing like the Shining Company. His whole army's in Shining Company every round, right? So it's just like neg ones to be hits all over the place. And I'm counter shooting with these dudes. Like all my command points basically with Tzeentch are going into counterplay. I'm casting off turn. I'm shooting off turn.
Sounds about right.
That's what I'm doing. And then Judgment from afar. You're using, because they're marker lighting people is what's happening. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, it's only for the rest of the turn. It's only your shooting phase it activates. But again, I rate Zangor, as we'll get to in a moment. I think Zangor rule. And giving your whole Zangor Warflock +1 to hit without having to burn an all-out attack rocks.
Pretty great. I
so
like them.
These guys have 2 amazing abilities and a solid shooting profile with a strong range. They have an incredible move. 32-inch threat range, so fast. Like, there's literally nothing bad here. They're expensive and worth every penny.
Yeah. They will be shooting on 3s and 3s, on things that are behind cover, on lookout, sir.
There is so much neg 1 to hit in this edition. Yeah, if you that's an interesting point. Yeah. If you get them in 12, like if they just toe into the 12-inch line, because you only need one guy slightly towing in the 12-inch line to ignore a guarded hero. Suddenly, you don't take the neg 1 to hit. They just blow that dude right off the table. Yep.
Beautiful.
Okay. And yes, it's true, Cody. Honor Guard. Honor Guard, you could get the +1 to hit and wound. That is for shooting. So if you make in the season rule, these guys are really interesting Honor Guards. That's
boy. It's funny because I wanted to ask you if this is your honor guard earlier, and I forgot. So yeah, I like them.
In the
really
list
like
I played, I made the regular Zangor my honor guard for fun.
Yeah.
Because I was like my big Zangor pack, but I could see it with these guys too.
Can Kairos take them in his regiment?
Yeah.
Can
Kairos'
Kairos
regiment
have them?
is any disciples of
He's
Tzeentch.
the War Master.
Yep,
Sweet.
he's good to go. Lock, stock, ready
Okay.
to rock. Regular Zangor, they rule. They rule
Great.
because 2 and 5 models can replace their Savage Blade and Vicious Beak with a Savage Great Blade. So you got 4 of those in a pack of 10. You take 100. So Zangor are 10 for 150, which is like wild. That is a wild point cost. For
Wild,
these guys.
indeed.
That's 20 health.
When you were
sorry.
talking Zangors, I was thinking I'm gonna wait because I haven't looked at them. Do they have health 1 or health 2? They have health 2. So they're coming back. D3 are coming back. Oh, this is money.
Yeah.
This is money.
Yeah,
I like
Zangor are very strong, and they're your like hammer melee unit. That's what it comes down to. They are the unit that fills that role.
Yeah.
You know, the problem with Tzeentch is you don't have any porcupines, so like your porcupines are all your off-turn actions, right? Somebody gets near you, you unleash spell, you unleash shot, and you've just like weakened that unit before it ever got near you, right? But yeah, Zangor rule, and they get crit 2 hits while they're in enemy territory, which can like sometimes be easy to trip and sometimes really hard to trip, depends on the scenario. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter either way. These guys make awesome honor guard. These were my honor guard, and like, I mean, putting this whole unit on 3s and 2s is like really, really, really good. In this army, I would call them a hammer. They're as close as you're gonna get.
Yeah.
In melee.
Am I thinking right when I'm thinking crit 2 hits means +1 hit? Doesn't it basically mean +1 hit? And not
Effectively,
crit 2
yeah.
hits.
Mathematically, it's about the same.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Enlightened on foot. No. 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 Zangor enlightened on discs. No. Also no. Like I shouldn't be so mean on the enlightened on foot or on the enlightened on discs. They're okay. Like if you're the underdog, or if you take the second turn, they gain charge +1 damage on their vicious spear and beaks, which does make them 3 damage. That's not terrible. But the problem is Zangor enlightened on discs are 170 for 3. I've got to put them in melee. They're not that tough. I'd really rather just take. I'd rather just take another 10 Zangor. That's the issue.
Regular Zangor. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather get the 20 health rather than the 12 health. That's the problem. That's my issue. Like, yeah, they have this incredible movement, but I can give my regular Zangor run and charge pretty reliably. So, Carrick Acolytes. Okay. I don't know.
This is a lot of War Scroll. Let's see.
All right. Yeah, I that's funny, Hugo. Spike does hate a 3-up. I don't know what to think of Carrick Acolytes other than I don't like them. But I'll if somebody has a defense of these, I'll allow somebody to defend them. But I don't like them. Carrick Acolytes, by the way, are 10 for 110. They are super cheap. But I don't like these guys. I can't figure out a reason to use them.
It's like a chaff that subtracts 1 from casting rolls, basically. That's it. I don't think you need it. You have so much unbinding strength. But, you know, I don't know. Do you have the space for them? Do you have the points for them?
I don't think so.
Hope not. You just go Zangor, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just think they're a pass. These Jade Obelisk boys, if you've got these particular weirdos, this pack of weirdos, who are also 10 for 110, by the way, same point. They get a bonus to attack faction terrain, which is like the funniest damage bonus that we can get. But the advantage to these dudes is they're ethereal. Okay,
Oh,
like that's
okay.
it. They're just always on a 4-up. So like if you actually just want 10 dorks as a like chaff unit, I would probably just take these guys because they're ethereal. Like it's always on a 4-up. So it shuts off all the anti-rend and infantry and stuff, like anti-infantry rend and all of that stuff. But yeah, they're 110 for 10. They're the same price as Karak Acolytes, and in my mind, they fill their role a lot better.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I'd take either, but I know I'd take these guys first.
Makes sense. Okay, spells. Well,
you go.
manifestation.
Yeah. Okay, so the Burning Sigil of Tzeentch, first off, it's a no movement one, which is fine. It uses Radiant Transmogrification. Oh, we should state the ranges on these real quick. Sorry. Zoom back up here because this does matter. The Burning Sigil is 12 inches of the caster. The Tome of Eyes is 12 inches, and the Demonic Simulacrum, fun word, is also 12 inches, 557. Okay, so there we go. Now that we got that out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so Burning Sigil's on a 5. You use the ability to move a phase. You pick each unit, friendly and enemy within 9 inches manifestation to be the targets. You roll 2 dice, pick either result, and it does some penalty to them. Like it's just some penalty.
Right.
No. Okay. The Simulacrum is like a bad attack spell that goes and kills wizards poorly. And the Tome of Eyes lets you basically like add another bonus to your casting you probably don't need because you already have so many bonuses to casting. The real answer here is you're going to take the lore with Purple Sun in it. Okay?
Yeah. Unless you play against Nagash, I guess. You bring the Simulacrum and you make him...
Sure.
You chase him around with it.
It is very funny in
but
that particular case.
Yeah, yeah. That's going to be so much fun. But yeah, I agree. Just bring the better ones.
Yeah, you're going to take the one with Purple Sun and Gravetide because Gravetide rules, Purple Sun rules, and it's got 4 spells in it, right? And you want that many spells. That's what it comes down to because you have so many casts. Otherwise, there's going to be rounds where you run out of spells. So...
Can you imagine? Wow. Yeah, that's each.
There you go. All in all, real interesting. Let's talk Khorne. I'm going to let you take a lot of the lead here, okay?
I will try. Let me remind you that I'm currently in Akshi. I'm in Greece, but it's the same thing. It's 1,000 degrees over here, and the internet is getting a bit funky.
I understand.
But we'll do our best.
We'll do our best. Okay, the Blades of Khorne. You have your Blood Tithe abilities. They're now very specific things. You still have Murderlust. It's still Murderlust. But they all have uses here and there, is my read of the Blood Tithe.
The one question that needs to be answered is Slaughter Triumphant that brings back a non-unique Bloodthirster. Do they bring back the same Bloodthirster? Because there's a unique, identical replacement unit. Because I'm thinking artifacts and command traits.
Sure.
Do those come back, or do they say it was a Wrath of Khorne, so you need to bring a Wrath of Khorne back? You don't just go, you had a Wrath of Khorne, now you bring back a Boomthirster. Question to be answered.
I believe it's the latter, not the former. But yes, I'm sure that we'll see an answer to that.
Right. Okay. Murderlust, spoilers, still really good.
Still really good. Turns out, if you like playing a Khorne, still the Johnny army for reasons I cannot fathom. Yeah. But here we are. The Johnny stay happy.
Oh well.
Where are you sitting on the formations? Which one do you like?
The best one was the 8+ to charge makes you strike first, but that's gone because it's only cavalry now. I do like the one that says you fight with a demon, then you fight with a mortal. That's the one. That's the one I'm gonna try and work around because Ward 5 when you fought, it's not that good when the enemy plays before you. I like the one that's the chain. The chain activation is the one I like. Khorne Legion.
Khorne Legion. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
That's the one. What do you think? How are you feeling?
I love obliterating charge because I'm Timmy, and that's the Timmy ability out of this list. Like,
I mean, yeah, you can bring 18 Skullcrashers and 2 Lords on Juggernaut. 2,000 points to the ladder. Like,
yeah, like let's go.
beautiful. Sure. Sure.
I like blood crushers now. I like so let's go. Let's do this. I don't know what to tell you.
No disagreeing. Yeah, I'm
Strike
the Johnny
first is
here,
very
so
strong.
I'm gonna go with a. I agree. But chain fighting it feels like a strike first, even though it's not. As I found out, you cannot fight first, then fight first again. But still, chain
Yeah,
activation is good.
Yes, it depends on how. Yes, that's right. Like you got to be careful when you start combining strike first with these chain activation rules because you can easily get yourself to where you can't chain activate. That's a deeper discussion.
Correct. Yeah.
All right,
But
heroic
there's ways
traits and
to
artifacts
this
of
thing.
power.
Yeah.
So we're just firebrand, right? I mean, that's what we're doing here.
It's a priest. You get a priest. And there's a surprise hero to be chosen for a priest here. I have to say, the big thirster that hits really hard with Murder Last of 6. Also a good choice. If you
Sure.
want to play like, I'm here to fight melee, I'm not even gonna cast prayers. I'm that Khorne. But yeah, Firebrand. Like,
Yep.
why change it? It's really good. Add 1 to banishment rolls for priest. So priests don't unbind, right? They don't unbind spells, but they do banish
They
manifestation.
do banish, yeah.
Isn't that so? Okay, fair. But yeah, you make someone a priest. They put on the cloth, basically.
That's right.
Yep. And as for
Uh,
artifacts,
yep.
they kind of nerfed Argath because it stops ward rolls against heroes now, not everything. And like you said, there aren't so many heroes in the game now. Like
Right.
there's gonna be 2 or 3, but sometimes it's gonna pay a lot of dividends. Halo of Blood is really good.
It is.
If you put it on one of the big thirsters, it's really good. And so I like both of them.
Yeah, I like Halo of Blood a lot. It's insurance, right? But you have units that like you have units that you can't afford to take negatives to hit and wound. You need to be getting damage out of these guys.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
penalties to hit and wound are like just rampant in 4.0. Just rampant. Okay.
And the same
And-
goes for control scores, because
Yeah.
there will be armies that will play with those types of debuffs. And you're like, oh, I don't have it now. Damn it. That was like my whole strategy, and this thing just removed my control score. So, yeah, I do like Halo of Blood for those reasons. And but I need to see the environment, how many heroes are being played, because removing ward rolls is. But there's more to do for.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that what you're going to see with heroes is a lot of heroes hiding back behind the lines, being sort of untargetable and stuff like that, or not easy to actually get into a fight with very easily. Less heroes and more hidden heroes. All right, you've got your manifestations. We will talk about those later. They're all on a 4. The Bleeding Icon's 12 inches, the Hexscourger Skulls are 12 inches, and the Wrath Axe is 12 inches. That makes it easy. All right, prayers. You have pretty good prayers. That is my answer. Unholy Flames on a 5. You add 1 to the rend characteristic of the melee weapons for the rest of the turn. Only for the rest of the turn, not until start of next, which is relevant. And then in addition, if the chanting roll is 10 plus, they also get +1 to wound. A very, very good unlimited prayer. Very good. Hard to cast, but you're just going to
expensive,
counter.
but you do get +1 from the Skull Altar.
Yep.
And maybe a Place of Power. Not sure. I don't remember how Place of Power work. But do you get like a +2 if you were?
Yeah, you can.
Both of them?
You can get if with the Place of Power. Yes, you can. You can get +1 to chant as well. Yep, that's right.
Right. Okay. Cool. I love the Witchbane Curse. I mean, it's no longer visible wizard. It's within 18, but removing spells to a minimum of 0. Money.
Just turn them off. Yep.
Yep.
Good against middle magic armies. Doesn't do much against spell dom. Yeah. That's what I'll say. Yeah.
Until the end of your next turn. Until the end of your next turn. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry. Until the end of your next turn. Like, you play, they don't counter spell, they don't cast spells in their turn. If they W, they don't cast again, and then they don't counter spell again. Yep. That's a lot.
It is.
Whew. Okay. I like it. Blood Boil is now a Blood Simmer. It's no longer D6 mortals. It's like Fuck
It's
up.
it's a horde breaker.
A blood saute. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. It's one of Khorne's horde
Moving on.
breakers. You know, that's every army has a horde breaker. This is theirs. Scarbrand. He does what Scarbrand does. He gets better when he gets damaged. You know, he does some extra little mortals on around his rampage, and he charges 3d6. Yep.
Yeah.
And he hits like an absolute Mack truck.
Correct. And I like him. I rate him, but he's probably a bit too expensive because the other Thirsters are now hitting hard.
Right.
They can pull up some of their. They can pick up some of the weight, like some of Scarbrand's chores. They can do it. And the fact that he's not flying is big. It can hurt. At the same time, you can hide him. He can now hide in a forest or something because he's not flying. There are no monster things anymore.
Right.
So you can have him somewhere where he's not going to get shot. And the 3d6 charge is big, of course, obviously. But my money is on the non-unique ones.
Agreed. At 510, he's priced himself out of the market. That's the problem. Now, you know, the thing about Scarbrand that's like interesting, okay, like I'll just to touch on it real quick, is that his long charge is a very rule breaking ability in how people play against him. Like it's very hard to redeploy away from him and stuff like that, which is advantageous, right? Because it is very easy for people to just redeploy away from you now, but 510 is a lot of points. Like realistically too many. Because I agree. Yeah. All right, Wrath of Khorne, Bloodthirster. Axe and Flail.
Yeah. He shoots in combat, but he doesn't deal that much damage. He has the hero rend, right? He's the one that gives.
He is your anti-hero Bloodthirster. That's right.
Yeah. I would rather use the other ones, frankly.
Agreed. Because this guy's 420.
Not that many heroes.
Yeah. Let's say That's right. You're just not going to find that many heroes for him to get that bonus against. All of these guys, by the way, they have the same regiment. The Wrath of Khorne Bloodthirster is 420 points. They all can take a Slaughter Seeker and any demon. That's true for Scarbrand. It's true for all of them. Slaughter Seekers are the Skull Taker. That's it. It's just Skull Taker.
That's it.
It's one guy.
That's it.
Okay.
Like.
Bloodthirster of Insensate Rage. Your anti-infantry guy. It'll be a target-rich environment for this dude.
Frankly, anti-everything guy. Like, sure, he hurts the infantry like a truck, but other things will, like, he's really good. He's really good. Oh boy. Finally. The boom happens on the hit, not the wound. It's 5 attacks now. It's like 3s and 2s. Very, very good. I like him. And yeah, the rampage is good. But he needs to charge. So no murder lasting him, even murder last 6 into infantry.
Right.
You charge. Like the way Khorne intended.
That's right.
Yeah. Rate him. They get a
470 points. He ain't cheap, but
out of 8. No,
he's good.
He does bring it though. He does bring it.
Absolutely.
I do like the Fury. I played him against Leviathans. I liked him. That was a very nice, fun matchup. He's the anti-monster one. Rend 3, damage 4 against monsters with 6 attacks. Good shooting, D3 shooting, always nice. And he gets -1 to hit and -1 to wound monsters. And monsters do not like -1 to hit, mostly because of companion. So they'll be hit on 5s and 3s, big. And he hits hard. He hits really hard. I like that damage 4. That's why I don't miss Scarbrand. That's why I said the unique Thirsters can bring it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Unfettered Fury. So this guy, the Bloodthirster of Unfettered Fury, is 440 points. I actually like this guy a lot because he can still do. It's only with one thing, with a demon, but he can give the 3d6 charge, which is really good.
That's the one I forgot. No longer the Skull Reapers, which was the play.
Right.
But now Bloodletters are picking up that mantle, I have to say.
Right.
So, good.
I think he's our guy because he's going to hand it to a big unit of Bloodletters. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So if you want to play the Timmy approach, you have a Fury and a Rage. He makes the Rage go 36 charge with a big boom axe. Or you bring Bloodletters, which is probably the competitive choice as well.
Yep, agreed. Average Joe said, are all these built from the same kit? The 3 non-unique ones are all built from the same kit. Scarbrand has a separate sprue because he has like real legs. He's not doing a ballet pirouette.
But weirdly enough, in the Scarbrand box, you get all the weapon. You just don't get the wings.
Yeah.
Weird. Anyway. Karanak.
Karanak.
Can we start passing?
Yes, we can. The only thing I'll say about Karanak that's funny, okay, is that it is hilarious that he can. I think he's the only example of this in the game that I could find so far. He can undo the horrible beast penalty to Fleshhounds, which is.
But not himself.
But sure.
But not himself.
You know.
He has control 2, but he gets 1. How? Like he has control 2, but his score is 1. His characteristic is 2, but because of beast, he counts as 1.
He doesn't have the beast thing. He is a beast, but he doesn't. Beast itself doesn't automatically make you objective control 1. You have to have the beast.
Oh,
ability.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought like you see beast, it means.
No, it's not endemic.
Okay,
yeah, he just is
good,
a
good,
beast.
Good. Okay, fair.
Yep.
Like move shenanigans, Khorne just kind of misses those, like the ones that you can move too much out of, like when it compared to 3.0. I'm gonna remove that, like that comment. There's a lot of movement shenanigans in Khorne. Karanak pass.
He's a pass because he's not worth a drop. Period. That's what it comes down to. I like his little weird off-turn move. I think that's actually really fun.
Yep.
I like what he does with Fleshhounds. If this guy was a bonus hero, I would really rate him. That's the difference. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Like if I could put him into one of the Bloodthirsters units, so that the Bloodthirster could bring his dog with him and some other dogs, I would probably take him. I think he'd be worth it in that case.
He should have anti-manifestation as well, not just anti-hero.
That would be funny. I like that. Skulltaker, this is your bonus hero demon. He can get strike first against enemy heroes, and he gets a blood tithe if he kills heroes. Okay.
Pretty mortal too. It's not that bad, but how much is the cost?
Skulltaker is 160 points. He is, as I said, a bonus hero, but at 160, I'm not taking him.
Beautiful sculpt to use for your demon priest later.
There you go.
Yep.
Fleshhounds get +2 to charge and are beasts. Fleshhounds are, just so we know, they're 5 for 110, so you're getting 100 points for 110 wounds. Maybe you take them for a sort of flank play. That's kind of the only reason you'd ever think about them. Other than that, they're a skip. Unless you're trying to be like, I play only demons. Which is like, I guess.
Flaws of Karanak. Sure. They still have the move in the deployment phase. So these things have +2 to charge, which is good enough for them to run away as far as possible. Nope. They are ruined. They lost their unbind. They don't deal damage. I don't like them.
Yeah. They're going to be a hard pass for me as well. The regular Bloodmaster, he is your little guy on foot, your little champion dude.
Love him.
The Bloodmaster, sadly, is not a bonus hero, which makes me very sad. He should be. He can pull Bloodletters into combat with him, and if he does so, he makes it so the Bloodletters subtract 1 from wards when they attack. That is a very potent ability. There are wards all over this game.
And himself as well, right? Himself as well.
Yes.
Like he removes the stone as well. It says each of those fight abilities.
Yes, you're right. Sorry. Yes.
Really good. Really good. I like him. He's a priest. He has
a priest
mortals, which is what you want. Yep. I like him.
Yeah, I like him because he's a priest.
Khorne are also all really good. Yeah.
That's it.
They're going to give rend if you want it. They can do the Witchbane because he's going to be up front. Like, there will be things for him to do. He can bring in the manifestations as well. 4 up, 6 up. Good. I like it.
Yeah,
He's
easily protectable with the Bloodletters.
So...
Probably worth the drop solely for the priest one. Yes. And his ability to pull the Bloodletters in. And Bloodletters, spoilers, are really good.
Yeah, and the fact that everything now has a 3-inch combat range, he will be able to fight.
Sure.
He will be able to be around the Bloodletters because there were always that was always a thing. Bloodletters always take so much space, but
Yeah.
now the 3-inch changes those dynamics a lot.
Agreed.
Okay. Yep.
Skullmaster, Herald of Khorne. This guy is like, okay, I'm going to construe the thing where you actually take this guy at 190 points. Okay.
Go on. Go on.
You, like me, are a person of refined taste who just wants to use all of the Blood Crusher figs that you own because you own so many Blood Crushers and you've been trying to find any excuse to use them for years. Then this guy is perfectly fine in your bad all Blood Crusher army. But he will do something there because he gives all of your Blood Crushers charge +1 damage, which is a very potent effect to have on a unit that at base has crit mortals. Okay?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You can make him a priest as well. Like, oh, that's what I was always thinking. Like, you can turn this guy into a priest, like +1
Yes.
rend, for example, because you do choose one unit. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, he's not good. I want to be super transparent with everybody what I'm saying. Okay? He's
Still
bad.
not good. Still not good.
But I have 15 Blood Crushers, and I've just been trying for years to find some use for them.
I sold 6, so now I have 30. And I've used 3 of them. That's it.
That's a lot.
I've only ever used 3. That's a lot. Like, people were selling Khorne back in the days of 2.0 when they were bad.
Sure. Yeah,
And
yeah,
like,
exactly. That's where I got all mine
selling,
too.
you are selling chaos? Are you serious? Why? But anyway, at any rate, so
Yep.
maybe, yeah.
He's a pass.
Maybe.
Bloodletters rule.
Moving on.
Look, done. Bloodletters are what you're taking in your demon armies and in your mortal armies and in all your armies if you're playing Khorne. They are 10 for 200 points. Okay, which is a lot. But they're amazing. 2 attacks each, 3s and 3s, rend 1, damage 1 with crit mortal. They absolutely rock. And the self restore at the end of any turn. They keep restoring D3. They're good in 10s. They're great in 20s. They have plenty of synergies that you can do. They are amazing. They're so good.
That change of quality of life when they went to 2 wounds. What a big change. Like, when you get D3 of them, there's 2 wounds each. Money. I really like them. Everybody loves Bloodletters. There's so many ways to give them buffs now. So, yeah. Demons got a buff up in this index.
Their move is 5.
That's how it feels.
Their move is 5. Sorry, I had that scrolled up a little bit. I apologize, everyone.
Oh, good.
I will center a little more there. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, their move is 5, but that's fine. Like, again, we can give them run and charge through the Bloodthirster. We're probably that we very well might take anyways. So, or not run and charge. Sorry, 3d6 charge. That's what I meant to say. Apologize.
Yeah.
Okay. Blood Crushers. Look, man. Next. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Skull Cannon.
I love
exists.
this one so much. Yeah, it's there, but now it's expensive. That's it. It's expensive. It has a lot of tricks. It reduces control score, which is big. It shoots. It shoots a lot. It shoots 20 times maximum in a game. That's a lot. That is a lot of shooting. But
well, technically more if you were suicidal enough to waste command points on shooting off turn, but you're not going to do that. But yes.
No, that's it. That's not what I mean. You're going to shoot in 4 times in a battle round. So 4 times 5, 20. They were really good in 3.0, but they're expensive. That's it. I don't want to go further. There will be uses, but competitively speaking, probably not. And I love them. I love them in my competitive lists in 3.0.
My issue with them is the 15-inch range on what's ostensibly an artillery unit. Now, you're going to probably move it up and be more aggressive with it. but that it doesn't have the range to give me the control score, like to really reach out and touch people the way I want to manipulate their control score, and that's why I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Or not taking it.
I mean, it's a
as
4
it
up,
were.
6 up. It shoots in combat. It's a 4 up, 6 up. It does crit mortals, but it's not enough. It's not
Nope.
enough.
It's not.
Fun and pricey. That's what Harrower said. Fun and pricey. That's it. Moving on.
Blood Throne.
Um,
The Herald of Khorne on Blood Throne is 210 points. This is a hero.
mhm.
Okay. Obviously, it has crit mortal on a 2 damage attack and anti-infantry +1 rend. So, decent enough little fighter.
He's a priest.
Is a priest. Yep, that's right. And once per turn in your movement phase, you could pick a friendly Blades of Khorne demon unit that started the battle with 3 or more models and has been destroyed. Roll a die. On a 4 up, you get half the unit back.
You know what
like
the problem is here?
this guy. Go for it.
You know what his problem is? Bloodletters don't die.
Ah,
That's it.
your side units of
That's what's
10
been happening.
will.
I've been talking with players who are
Sure.
running Bloodletters, and they're like, they're not dying fast enough. Like by round 3 or round 4, you're gonna roll that 4 up. Maybe it's gonna work. What's the cost of the Blood Throne?
210.
What's the cost?
210.
That's a bit too pricey. It's a bit too pricey. Good, but the thing is, they don't die. So
Here's how I evaluate him. Okay?
Go ahead.
He's 60 points more than the Bloodmaster, the guy on foot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, he doesn't have the chain
Yeah,
activation.
pricey.
Okay?
Yeah. Or the
Um,
ward reduced.
or the ward reducer, yeah, as part of the chain activation. They're both priests. This guy's a little more move, a lot more health, and it gives me the insurance,
Mhm.
right? To call back my units. And what I'm calling back is my units of 10, because I'm probably going to have a couple of units of 10, and
Right.
and they will die. Like, if they get hit by anything hard enough, they will die. Your unit of 20 is like very hard to lift. Okay?
It's not, yeah.
Because
Probably
of that
people
D3 at
will
the
not
end of every
bother with
turn.
that one. Yeah.
It almost never dies. But your unit of 10, it's very possible for something to get 20 damage through. 40 damage?
Yeah.
Very unlikely. Okay.
If Fleshhounds were good, this would be more of a buy for me.
Yeah, sure. No,
But
that's
they
fair.
don't do it.
That's totally fair. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, the Claws of Karanak.
Good.
You take these guys, as you rightly said. These are 8 for 120 for the Scent of Blood ability, which
That's it.
means that it has a pre-game move. Done and dusted.
Yep,
This is
that's
what you
about it.
take to achieve battle tactics, and we're done.
And that's fine.
Yep.
They're Blood Tithe. That's it. They're chaff. They're Blood Tithe. They're going to do a couple of battle tactics, maybe. Not bad. Why not? I'm a buyer.
Yep. This guy, they're there to go get you a couple battle tactics, then die and give you a blood type. Done. End.
Mhm.
Okay. The Realm Gore Ritualist, he is 120 points. He can take Bloodbound, so we're into our Bloodbound heroes, obviously.
I'm going to say the same thing that I said during our battle tome. She's a lady, Vince.
Oh, I'm sorry.
you went,
It is a lady.
She's a
You're right.
lady. Yep.
Yes, I apologize. It is a lady.
No worries. Here's the thing about the Ritualist. That holy within 12 inches of a objective or terrain, good. You want plus. It's a free all-out attack for everything, and you have a lot of things that are good. I like her. I rate her. She's no Slaughter Priest. She's no Bloodmaster, but she's still good. And it's until the end of the battle. So that's a big buff. Holy within 12. It used to be holy within 8, and it still did the work. Now it's holy within 12. Good.
Yeah,
Do you have the points for her? Do you have the spot for her? Do you? I don't know.
I rate her. I think she makes the cut. My issue is you have to be accepting of the fact that she is completely dependent on the nature of the terrain or the scenario you're playing. Okay?
Sure. You're right.
Like,
You're right.
if you go to a tournament and they have like light terrain boards that are kind of crappy, and you're playing on like Starfall, it's like, okay, until that thing comes down, and you can get her in range to do this, right? Because she's got to be in her combat range to turn this on, right?
Yeah. As it
You're-
used to be. It's in your movement phase.
Yes.
And
You can move her
murder
up there
last
and then do
happens
it.
at the end of your movement. Yeah, you could
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that. Like it would be a 8 plus d6 on a run. 8 plus d6, that's it. I'm not going to
Sure.
say 6 because there's no runs of 6 with the economy of the command points right now.
Right.
I'm thinking the auto run 6 is gone from the game in my mind.
Right.
So she's good. And I need to study, everybody needs to study the scenario terrain maps.
Yep.
To see if this would work. That's
Yep.
about it. But yeah, still good. Still good. And
Agreed.
surprising d6 damage with the Bloodsecrator giving plus
So
1
funny.
attack, or the Wrathmongers giving plus 1 attack, 3 attacks, 2s, 3s, rend 2 d6. Suddenly, what happened? You know? It's
Yep.
just a surprise.
It's a very
She's
funny
not there
little
for
knife to do d6 damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mighty Lord of Khorne, 160 points. He can take a Bloodbound Warmonger in his regiment, and then any Bloodbound. Bloodbound Warmongers are all the dorks you think they are. It's all the dorks out of the Gore Chosen box, basically. Aspiring Deathbringer.
Except the priest,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
which is
You're right.
so infuriating. Oh my.
Aspiring Deathbringer, Bloodsecrator, Bloodstoker, Exalted Deathbringer, Skullgrinder. Those 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ugh.
He gives everybody
Unpaid
around him.
wizard.
Oh, I shouldn't say everybody. He gives all Bloodbound infantry around him plus 1 to charge. Right? And once per turn in your combat phase, he can give a Gore Chosen unit strike first, which is like not as big a deal as it sounds because that's just a lot of those heroes I talked about.
Yeah.
Where is Cole? He got his face melted off and went through 1,000 transmogrifications. Spoilers for when we do part 6 of the story thing. So we'll see. He's not. He doesn't look like this anymore. I can say that for sure.
Nope. Yeah. I'm fine with. Give him wings. Give the dog wings, you cowards.
Yeah. I think his dog is dead. Okay.
Oh no. Maybe the Bloodthorn can bring him back. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, by the way, he's a skip. Just to be clear. The Lord of Khorne on Juggernaut.
We literally skipped it.
Yes. He's 220. He can take any Bloodbound. Again, if you're a lunatic like me that really wants to run like Mighty Skull Crushers and stuff like this, then sure. It's fine. Have fun.
Yeah.
Go nuts. Like
I told you. 2 of them and 18 Skull Crushers. 2,000 points. That's it.
There you go.
Just go nuts. 20 Juggernauts on the table. What else you want?
And like that's everything I want in an army. Like I have a lot of Skull Crushers too. They were selling these things for like $1 a piece, maybe at the end of when at the changeover. I was in for it.
Exactly.
I really like how Juggernauts look, even though they're kind of dorky. I always really liked their look, and so.
I agree. I
There you
like
go.
him. I like him myself.
But he's a skip, obviously.
Yeah. He
The
does
Bloodsecrator.
rolls for Blood Crushers, by the way. He does it for the demons. It's the first time I saw him buff the demon part.
Yeah, he
But
crosses over.
still,
It's just
too
infantry.
little. Yeah, too little too. Yeah. Anyway.
No problem. Bloodsecrator, much diminished off of what he was. He is a bonus hero. He's 160. Basically, what he's going to do is once per game, right? He gives you +1 attacks for all your Bloodbound units. Just like, it is nice. It's just period, which is cool.
Yep. That's it. 20% extra damage on your Skull Reaper unit. That's what it means.
Right. Is +1 attacks worth 100 and what did I say? 160 points to you. That's the answer you've got to. That's the question you got to answer.
Maybe because of the rally. Because of the rally, we'll bring back a couple more Skull Reapers. So
I don't rate rally bonuses on
Maybe.
melee units like that are going to be in combat and then never rally.
We will talk about them. We'll see.
Sure.
We'll see later.
Scar Bloodwrath. He bonuses Wrathmongers in melee, which is not the reason you take Wrathmongers. And he is funny because he keeps coming back. Hilarious.
Yep.
Skip. The Slaughter Priest. Okay. The Slaughter Priest. You want to take this one? I'll give the points here. He's 160 points, and he can take any Bloodbound.
You cannot not take the Slaughter Priest. He gives you a Blood Tithe every round. That's
Yep.
basically it. Plus, you get an unbind. So few unbinds in Khorne. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So few unbinds. Like, he has unbinds. That's it. Only the Slaughter Priest, nothing else. I think nothing else has unbinds. And so he gives you Blood Tithe. So he's gonna give you 4 Blood Tithe in a game, probably. And he's gonna do the Nadia Comaneci thing from the Skull Altar. He's gonna go in and then jump out. So you can actually grab things like the Luminar.
Well, he's going to
Shrine.
start next to a place of power, get his bonus to chant,
He's gonna go hop.
hop into the Blood Throne, chant, and then hop out. Yes.
Correct. Yep. Same turn.
That's the sequence
Same
of
turn.
activations.
One breath.
Mhm.
one breath.
Hoop, hoop.
It's funny. You'll see that the same as the Blood Secretor, he hits on 3s while the Deathbringers hit on 4s. It's so stupid. Anyway, good priest.
Yeah,
Priest.
he's great.
Probably the choice, the Blood Tithe thing.
Agreed.
It's your engine. You run on blood, so great.
That's it. It's that simple. The Skull Grinder. This dude is a what do I want to say? This dude is a bonus hero. Skull Grinder is 150 points. Nope. I mean, it's funny that he can like add +1 to rend for the rest of the battle. That's a neat ability. It's hilarious. Nope. The Aspiring Deathbringer.
Walking up again. Yeah.
He is 130. He makes Blood Warriors fight in chain activation with him and gives them +1 to wound. Nope. The Exalted Deathbringer. He.
How much?
What's that?
How
He's
much
130.
130.
Yep.
I can wait. I can wait the rolls.
I want to like this guy. If his weapon had like
Exactly.
any abilities that would mean he could probably push that damage through, okay, and trigger First of the Gore Chosen more reliably. Like if he had crit mortal or something, even on 4 attacks, so I knew there was gonna be like some chance I just got like 3 mortals through or something, you know, I'd be a lot more on this guy.
Yeah.
It's just he's gonna die.
Yeah. No.
Blood Reavers, yeah, sadly they're all, even though a bunch of them are bonus heroes, I'm still skipping on all of them. All cool models, yeah. All right, Blood Reavers.
Thankfully, we have not done yet.
10 for 100 points. If they charge, they get +1 rend. There we go.
They still do. They're fine. They're there to die. They're with Blood Tithe from Slaughter Priest. They're okay. They're okay. They're probably like they were when they were dealing murder. Khorne will start for the success of the ending. So
yeah,
they're fine.
Your audio's doing the cutty any outy thing again. It was really good for a while. Yeah, you
I'll
go
come
do
back.
your thing. You do your thing.
Come back. Yeah,
Right on.
Be right back.
No issue. Mighty Skull Crushers. Look, as a mobile pinning unit is the use for these guys. I'm just going to say it straight out of the gate. These do have some reasonable usage in the game. I hate that they gave them a charge bonus to damage and a charge impact hits when like I don't actually care about any of that. They're not going to really kill much of anything. They're okay. The unit makes 10 attacks on 3s and 3s, rend 1 damage 2 on the charge with a little bit of mortal wound kicker. But they're not actually going to kill much of anything. But they are actually, against the right armies, a very good mobile pinning unit. So against armies that don't have crit mortals everywhere, they actually can get into combat and stay there for quite a while. The problem is there's a lot of armies with crit mortals who will just chop these guys to ribbons. And that's really an issue at the points you're paying for their wound, for their health here. Like,
where are we?
I'll let you talk for a minute and see if you're back. I heard you.
Oh, you heard me. Good.
Yep. There you go. You're good. You're back.
Lovely. Okay.
All right,
now I know what's happening, so I can do it fast.
There
Cool.
you go.
Where were we?
Mighty Skull Crushers. And as I said, like, their bonus is, like, damages and bonus on the charge, and they're not really going to kill anything. And they're really meant to be a mobile pinning unit, which against some units in the game they can do admirably well. But they aren't very good at that role. They're like the points to effect ratio here is just too far off.
You know what? Question. That power through command ability, is it heroes only, or can these guys do it as well?
They can do it.
So it's not that bad for them. This would be useful because they do have a 8-inch move, and I can think they do like the charge, and they can still get a hit if they get charged. So they could be doing some ins and outs, I think. They deal damage impact hits on the hit. They deal impacts when they leave. 3 of them can do some work. At 260, maybe a bit pricey.
Yeah, exactly. That's my problem. 260 for 3 of these guys. It's just too much. Like 15 health, even though it's on a 2-up save. Like, there's so much crit mortals floating around in the game and stuff like that. They're just going to get evaporated, and that's my concern.
Yeah.
Skull Reapers. Hello, my darlings.
Oh, yes.
5 for 220. They're bloodbound infantry. If they kill something, they kill a unit, I should say. They get 8 to their control score. If they did not destroy an enemy unit, they have a control score of 1. They cannot be modified. I love it.
If you haven't killed something with them, shame on you. You go down to 1 control score. That's what it says. Right. If you cannot kill something with these guys, you're doing something wrong. You're not Warhammering.
Yeah, that's right. These guys make excellent honor guard. Unit of 5 or 10 of them. They're making 21 attacks coming out of the unit, 4s and 3s base, could be 3s and 2s with honor guard or whatever other buffs you happen to have around. Again, you mentioned earlier, is the Blood Secretor bonus on these guys worth it? +1 attack to this whole unit, bumps them up to 26 or 40.
51.
Whatever. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I was trying to do the 51. There you go. On the unit of 10. It's actually pretty easy to fight with 10 of them now with the 3-inch combat range. It's not that hard. Yeah. They're damage 2 with crit mortal. I don't know what to tell you other than that obliterates things.
Right? Correct. So
they are a blunt instrument, but a strong instrument.
They will bring 10 of them. 40 attacks, 8 dice, 8 like 6 sixes, 7 sixes. That's like 14 mortal wounds.
Yeah.
So if you don't kill with them, what are you doing?
Right.
That's before they're actually hitting. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like they are a very strong hammer.
Yep. And they will get your buffs. And they don't have anything on the charge, so you can murder lust with them. And they're health 3, which is big. Health 3 is good. And you can still bring back things with rally. And if these are your hammer, if you're because Bloodletters do come back, so you're not going to care. Right. And you don't have that much counter shoot in this army. So you will probably have enough for a rally on the important ones. Your Bloodletters are coming back. These guys are coming back. It's good.
Yep. Agreed.
I like them. I love them. This is my favorite unit in the game in Khorne right now.
Yeah.
For sure.
They're really strong. They are. You got to be careful with them.
Yeah.
Because if somebody like catches you flat-footed with the right unit and attacks you first, they will die. Like, it's a bunch of dudes on a 4-up save. They're brutes. Yeah. Right? Yeah. They're just brutes that are really good. I know everybody's all about brutes. When we talk about brutes next week, I want you all to remember that Skull Reapers exist.
Yeah.
When I give my opinion on brutes.
If an Eidolon of the Storm comes towards them, they're toast.
Yeah. Run.
Yeah.
Yes. Fear that wave. All right. Wrathmongers are 5 for 150. So like way cheaper, which I do appreciate. I do appreciate that they actually saw the appropriate difference in points between these two units, and like there's a 70-point difference between these two builds of the same kit, obviously, right? That's what I mean. And like, these guys are basically just a +1 to attack bonus for your bloodbound. Actual attacks.
These guys I can see as chaff, actually. Not blood reavers, but these guys can play chaff because there's 15 wounds. Sure, it's on a 5-up, and they will deal some mortals back. But that holy within 12 if they're in combat, that's a big aura now. It used to be 8, holy within 8 of them.
That's right.
But that holy within,
but it was all the time. You have to be in combat now to get it. But
you're right. You're right. You're right, but you should be using them. That was my thing with Wrathmongers back in the game, back in 3.0. They were feeling underutilized. For that
Sure.
holy within 8, they need to be in the right place. Just throw them in combat and have more things around them.
That's right. I mean, you can also just like run 5 of them horizontally because they can in a unit of 5 be in they have good coherency. You can just have them like behind any unit, like literally just hugging the back, so that if anybody engages, they can't help but also be in combat with the Wrathmongers. So
Not bad, not bad at all.
Blood Warriors, your sort of Chaos Warriors, they're still what they are. 2 health, 3 up save. When they're slain, they sort of have their old style murder roll like they used to have. Blood Warriors are 10 for 210. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Like, this is an anvil. This is an anvil unit. It doesn't deal the damage that it used to do, but they're okay. They're okay. There's always room for Blood Warriors in a Khorne list.
I agree.
There's always room. So they're not going to disappoint.
Yeah.
Your expectations are not going to be that high.
Yep. Agreed. They're not bad. They're just not great.
Yeah.
The Bloodstoker.
This is the surprise one.
I know, right?
This is the surprising one. Yeah. This is the one that's been making the news, the lists.
Sure.
Because when your Skull Reapers are that good, and you can give them run and charge, that's the guy who's going to do it. And you can even turn him into a priest. You go, Rend 1, boys, run amok.
Yep.
So, unbelievably so, he's good. I like him. I rate him. I did not expect that. But run and charge, which means it's in the same turn. It's your movement phase, so the redeploy and counter charge does not work. But okay, we cannot have everything.
That's right.
But still, you basically give them a good 3d6 charge. That's what
I rate this guy highly.
Because he's a bonus charge hero. For Skull Reapers. Correct. Thank you. That's the one. He's a bonus here as well. So beautiful.
110 to give what your run in charge to your Skull Reapers is completely worth it. That's the math.
I thought he was 140. I thought he was 140.
110.
Beautiful. Yep. Love him.
Exactly. Yeah, Alex is correct. Bloodstoker. That's the guy who wrote Dracula. That's exactly right.
Yes.
The Korgorath, the littlest monster. For completion, he's 170 points. Okay. Cool. Scrolling down.
Nice. Still, I was thinking like maybe I could use one of my 12 Korgoraths that I've been having for like 10 years now.
You cannot.
Nope. Next time. Moving on.
The bleeding icon shuts off commands around it. Basically, once it's going to do that in any given phase. Because of the nature of the rules.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
Not bad. Your priests will be up forward. Like if you have a Bloodthirster priest, they will probably be up there, and not a bad choice. Actually,
no,
because the skulls are not as good as anymore, and the axe needs some FAQing. Not FAQing, literally rewriting. Yep. You will see. You'll see what I mean.
I don't hate the bleeding icon and its ability to shut off commands because, again, it's going to ruin your opponents. Like, this could, on an 8... What this says is, on an 8+, accidentally win the game.
Yeah.
That's what this says.
Which is what you want. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Like, because you need to disrupt your opponent's play. And that's... Command points do that. No counters, no counter anything. Beautiful. On an 8+, it's not that much.
Yep.
Like 50%, something like that. Not 50, but a little less, but
Yeah, 42, I think.
40 something. Yeah, 9 is 30, 7 is 50, somewhere in between. Yeah.
Yep. Hexscourger skulls. It's they're Hexscourger skulls.
They're not that good anymore. They're not that good anymore because they don't explode. Right. They don't make you forget things. It's -1 to casting rolls. It can go up to -2, and now you can punch them in the face. They do have a face, so you can actually punch them in the face. And no, I prefer the icon.
Agreed. And then the Wrath Axe, which is like your attacky little one. I want to make an important note here about how abilities work. Okay, because this is something I talked about when you and I were chatting. But this is important to do here. So let's talk about Hatred's Edge. Your movement phase. Pick up to 3 enemy units that this manifestation passed across this turn to be the targets. Roll a d3 for each target. On a 2+, inflict an amount of mortal damage on the target equal to the roll. Okay. I hate this ability. Because this is bad. This thing has to normal move or run. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I can do either. But it has to do the basic move abilities. Which means, since it's using the basic move abilities, normal move, it can't be in combat, and it can't end in combat. So, it's a joke of 3 enemy units.
Yeah.
Because there's 6 inches of movement this thing has to make, just going backwards and forwards. And that's to, like, touch the unit. Okay? The world, like, this is like a joke that it would get 3 units.
No.
Okay?
You really have to edge highlight them.
And even then, like, it's got to be some kind of miracle where you like, because there's just not, like, a lot of endless spells that are like this will have a move ability that says move up to your distance and then blah, 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 do mortal damage.
Yeah.
That's really important because that move ability, you can move into combat and you can end in combat with the move. The important part to understand here is that with manifestations, with anything, in 4.0, there is no base rule that says you cannot move into 3 inches of an enemy. That does not exist. Okay? Because there is no base movement in the game. Movement is not a function of the game. It is a function of abilities. So if the ability says you can't end in combat, or you can't be in combat to do it, then you can't. Okay? Like normal move, for example, says you can't end in combat and you can't be in combat to do it. Same with run.
Yeah.
Okay? So endless spells that say I get to move, but then don't have the rest of that text, can just walk into combat. So they're very likely to be able to drop because they can go over, hit a unit, and then stop right in front of it. Like they still can't. No model can end on top of another model. That is a base rule. But other than that, they can go in, do that thing. This thing has to go all the way in, back all the way out. It's bad.
Hang on. Does it? Oh, because it said, can you not stop with it next to an opponent?
No.
With your move? No,
because it has to still use normal move.
You're right. Boof. It didn't used to, because I remember, it would just go, no, not anymore. Damn it. It's not even a lot of damage.
No.
It's not like the Nighthound one with a 4 damage or something like that. That would maybe make it interesting for one opponent, something like that, for one enemy unit. Plus, to add the cherry on the top, it doesn't get to move when you set it down.
Darius, you're talking about the fly keyword and its weird interactions. I'm like very confident that will be FAQ'd because the fly keyword is creating a weird thing. Like I won't. That's a different situation. That's a deeper discussion. For the most part, a movement ability either says you can or can't go into combat. Whether or not that unit flies doesn't actually affect that. There's clearly just a miss. There's a sort of wires are crossing.
A missing link on the chain. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. At any rate,
like I said,
okay. So Skull Altar. You get one. You like all these abilities. As with all these terrain features that you can do this. A bunch of these abilities are just you can walk in the Skull Altar. You can walk out of the Skull Altar. Okay.
Yep.
The key with this one is you can ascend and then pop out of the dumb thing, right? In the same turn, so you can just like be behind the thing, pop in the thing, pop out the front of the thing, and just like catapult yourself forward. When you're in there, you get +1 to chant, which is cool. Things target the terrain feature instead, all of that kind of stuff. Not as good as the Lumineth's Shrine, but still pretty good.
No. It's a bit debuffed because basically you can only get one priest to get the +1 to chanting instead of all of them re-rolling as it used to be, which was great. But still, you get the 5-up spell shrug /
That's
blood
right.
type.
Yep.
Which
You
is
still
good.
have that, and it's a
totally
big
within
range too. It's 18 inches around the feature.
18. Good. Good. They will try to hit this, which means they will not be hitting their other stuff with shooting, probably. And yeah, Sculptor is good.
Yep.
Not broken or anything. It's good.
Yeah, it's a perfectly good terrain feature. As with all terrain
Mhm.
features, though, you have to be really careful how you set these things up now, because if you set them up wrong, all you're doing is giving your opponent a free charge into your line, because they'll just charge your faction terrain,
Yes.
spin around it, and then fight
Yeah.
you.
Yep. Yep. I don't
So-
think Khorne will have that much of an issue with the Elder. He can stay back. He can sit
Sure.
back. It's fine.
All right, that brings us to
Yeah,
Nurgle.
Nurgle. Let's find it.
Okay,
Nurgle.
let's get gross. I'm hoping you know more about
Mhm.
Nurgle than I do. Don't worry, I've got a strong finish. The next
I-
three. These two are my
Mhm.
weak
No, I
spots.
do. I
Yeah.
like them. Let me find it. There we are. Now, disease. We need to mention that disease is one unit. You choose one unit that's in combat with you at the end of the turn. That thing gets infected, not everything around it. Like it says, in fact, pick an enemy unit that's in combat. That gets
Yep.
diseased. It used to be like everything that's in combat, they get diseased now. No, not anymore. That's gone. So it's a little bit like burning, but doesn't go away on a 1 or a 2. And it's not that easy to put up. Still, it's good to have. It's a bit of pepper. That's not how Nurgle wins.
That's right. And they can spread it. So if they're foolish enough to have lots of people in the combat range of that one unit that got diseased, right? Then
Yeah.
at the end of the next turn, you can pop it out to many
Yeah.
units. But yes.
Sometimes you will be able to do that. Sometimes, like some people have to stay close within 3. It
That's right.
happens. But
Yep.
yeah, again, you play the player. In this case, you play the player.
That's right. And of course, the fun part about the disease keyword is honestly, of course, that it shuts off healing abilities. Like that's just that's a good thing.
Yes, recursion and healing. Yeah, 100%.
That's the actual reason you want people diseased, is to shut off recursion.
Yeah.
Because there's
Yep,
a
yep.
lot of recursion in the game.
Mhm.
Battle formations. What you rate? What you rating here?
If flies are good, this is really good. The affliction cyst.
Mhm.
You remove 2 units and put them anywhere on the board outside of your deployment, and they do get to move in the movement phase, which is
Yeah,
big.
sure. Because during deployment,
So
you
I
just set them up during
really,
deployment.
really like that one. If that's a strategy, like closing people in with like 8 Blight Lords, if that's still a thing, it's really good to have. I do like the +1 to do damage of disease, but it's not great. Nurgle's battle formations are not that great. I think the affliction cyst is probably the better one because you do like the placing things around, moving on the board. It's a slow army, so I think affliction is the one I prefer.
Fair enough.
I will get back to Teleman of Nurgle later.
Okay.
Yep.
Heroic traits. What's your pick here?
Where is it? Yeah, add 1 to the move. Give them 20% faster move.
Sure.
That's it.
It's a slow army.
Yep. If everything moves 4, now they move 5. It's not bad.
Sure.
So that's about it.
Easy enough. And it's only within 12, which is a pretty big range for getting that +1 movement.
Yeah, like if you put duo, that's like a big buff. When it comes to artifacts, they're 4 up, you strike last. Any combat phase. So they do need to charge, but you're the one who gets charged mostly in some of the tactics. Other stages. And the others are ones for battle. Why go for one battle when you
Yeah. I agree. Your audio's doing the thing, so I'll let you go hop out, hop in real quick to do your reset. But
Sure.
I agree. It's the wither stave.
You're good.
It helps you build your. Yeah, you're good. It helps you build your porcupine. It's like it's the way to go. I don't really love either of the either of the once per battle wins is my honest answer. Even though -1 to save is really good. It's if it was any unit, if I could pick any unit and give them -1 to save, I'd be more about it. But the fact that it's only heroes means it's a pass. Okay. Their spell lore. Oops, sorry, there we go. Okay, their spell lore. I love their spell lore. I really do. Nurgle has a fantastic spell lore. Its problems is that it's on 7s universally, which is rough in this army. But the spells themselves are good. The bones here are good. The the casting value is tough. Fleshy Abundance is amazing.
I like the abundance. Yeah, I really liked it. I've used it. I like it, and there's like always a place of power, so it's not that bad. Like that 7.
Yep. Your Cloying Quagmires, that thing. Whatever. The next spell is pretty decent because it's an 18-inch range.
That's good from Family Guy.
Yeah. Like -1 to charge is actually a really big deal, especially in the way movement works now and how easy redeploy is and all of that. Like having their move and -1ing them to charge is really strong. And there'll be plenty of units running around on a 3-up, right? And your Magnificent Buboes is like the thing you'll keep in there as a silver bullet for when people bring melee strong heroes like that want to go kill a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
It has a use. It's not like most of the time, who cares? You're just going to sit there and spam Fleshy Abundance, and that's going to be your life.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
And
by the way.
manifestation. That's it.
Yeah. And like that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You've got Magnificent Buboes as the silver bullet in the chamber when you have like your Velazda or similar, right? So.
Agreed.
All right.
It does
Big
hurt
Roddy.
companions. It does hurt companions. So
that's true.
It does hurt companion weapons that sometimes have like strong damage. Okay.
Yep. Big Rodigus. Big Roddy is 500 on the points, full quarter of your army. How you rating this guy?
Probably worth it.
Okay.
Probably worth it. His spell is really good. It's on a 7 for him.
Yep.
So it does a lot. Like, can you read it? Because of my connection.
Yeah, you're good. So yes, Deluge of Nurgle. You pick a diseased enemy unit on the battlefield, which is important. That is the target, right? Or sorry, pick each diseased enemy unit, but it's only hitting the diseased units. So apologize.
I'm still here, by the way, but I think
you're
the
good.
camera might.
Oh yeah,
might
sure,
help.
that's fine. You can be the angry bloodthirster. That's okay.
Yeah. Sure.
And each friendly Magic Kingdom Nurgle unit in combat with any diseased enemy units. Roll a d3 for each target. On a 2-up, you inflict an amount of mortal damage on each enemy target equal to the roll, and you heal X each friendly target. So it's it's both. The key is it's like, especially in the mid to late game, it does actually create quite a swing, right?
And he will still be there because he's very, very tough, as all Nurgle are, but he will still be there.
Yeah, 22 health on a 4-up, 5-up. Like, that's decent enough, certainly.
And you heal yourself as well. So.
Yep. I don't really care about his Rampage because it's actually not very common. He's going to be the thing that gets the charge off, but, like, whatever. That's fine. But the fact that he's +1 to cast is okay. I'm not sure I'm taking him. I might. We'll see. We'll see as we go. Then we have the Great Unclean One.
That's a good one. Now that's money.
Sure. As with a lot of these guys, they have the named guy doesn't have the restore a unit thing. The unnamed one has the restore a unit thing. We'll see this repeated. It was the same with the Tzeentch, right? He can bring back half a unit. Doesn't take a command point, but it's on a 4-up, so it's 50-50 shot, right? And
it's good for the plague bearers and the plague drones. It's good actually. Basically, it gives you 5 plague drones instead of 3.
Sure.
Not that bad.
His spell could just make people diseased, which is fine.
That's the thing. It doubles your disease for the round. That's for the turn. So this is good. This is good. He hits hard. He shoots in combat. It's very close as a ranged weapon. But he's Wizard 2,
Yes.
And so you will have your own manifestation and your disease, or your disease and your -1 to wound. So he's good.
Yeah, my issue with this guy is he's that I wish that spell was on a 6. I wish Plague Wind was on a 6.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I played him with Places of Power, so I would always roll a 6 for this one,
Sure.
so it worked. And he's quite big, so you can move him around, and he's still close enough to the terrain piece. And he moves 6 now, which is good. And he hits quite hard. So
Yeah, I
I'm
think
quite
only
happy with
like
him.
half the maps, or less than half. I think only 5 of them, 6 of them have places of power on them. So,
I see. I see.
so you can't always bet on that.
It's funny. It's funny that I have a Guo in one of my cabinets, and he's missing his arm, and haven't glued it up for like 2 years now because I never had the feeling of using him. I think the thing I'm gonna do when I go back home, back to Sweden, it's bring him out, give him a little retouche.
Absolutely. Maybe
You
put
know?
like a column that looks magical in his hand, so he's just carrying around a place of power, and then you can argue that he can always make the roll.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Poxbringer, Herald of Nurgle.
Pass.
Yep, correct. He's
Yeah.
130 for people who are curious. He's a pass. You're never taking this guy.
Nope. Nope. Yep.
Horticulus. He makes trees.
He's interesting. And
Oh, yes.
beasts. He makes
Uh-huh.
beasts. Gives birth.
Yep.
Yep. And I like him. I actually like him. He seems interesting. I have a feeling that he's gonna be an not the competitive choice in Nurgle, but a fun one. But still good. That's how I feel about him.
Well, we're gonna get to beasts later that I do rate, and this guy really does replace beasts pretty efficiently. I mean, it's a 3-up, so like whatever, right?
Yeah.
And he plants trees and makes beasts, and beasts are pretty good. So
Yeah.
there you go. He himself is 150 points, which isn't too expensive for what he is. And he can have any demon in his regiment. So you did not miss S2D, Max. You're just fine. Yeah. Okay. He does replace the complete beast unit, but remember you can only take beasts in onesies.
Yeah. The question is, can you bring back the same beast more than once? Is it a core rule that you cannot replace?
It's a core rule that a replacement unit can't be
more than
replaced.
once?
Yeah.
Makes sense. But still, you will bring more than one beast if you bring Horticulus with you. So he will be bringing them back.
Honestly, it's one of my spam fears is that there's actually a good list in taking just like quite literally 10 beasts of Nurgle and him, and then like something else to taste.
2 things for this. There are a lot of fun things in Nurgle, which I think people will love using. And second one, they're companions, so they will not be able. There are so many debuffs in the game.
Oh, I understand. I don't think I've used them.
Work.
I'm not too worried about it. We'll see when we get there. Let's save it for we'll save it for the beasts.
Yeah.
Okay. Spoilpox, Scrivener. He's a drop.
Yeah, that's it. As in, I would drop him and go on.
Correct. He only affects Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers are crap. I don't want to do those things, and he's a drop. Slobbity Biopiper is 110 points. The previous guy was 100, by the way. This guy's 110 points. Okay. He can buff any Nurgle demon better than just Plague Bearers, of course.
Correct. Yeah. And I like him, but if we play the drop game, do you have enough? That's the question.
He is the most on-the-line hero in this book for me. Okay? Yeah. Because I do really like his buffs. I really do. Okay? Like, shutting off ward rolls is really good. -1 to hit is really good. In a world where so many armies are on a 4-up to hit now, -1 to hit is strong. Okay? No,
like
the dog does not need to go to the bathroom.
A lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's like he's whining because we already talked about Khorne. He didn't whine one time when we were talking about Khorne, but during Tzeentch and Nurgle, he doesn't like it. Or she.
No, the dog heard my wife come home, and my wife has not come down to get the dogs.
Oh.
So that is the issue here. She is my wife's dog and wants to be near my wife at all points in time. So there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Slobbity is good. It's good. He stops ward walls. So
Yep. He's okay. He's okay. That's what I say. He's on the line for me. I give him a 50-50 shot. I think there are lists that will have him and lists many that don't. Nurglings. Okay.
what do they do? Can you
Nothing.
please explain to me? What do
Nothing.
Nurglings do now? They do
Nothing.
nothing, right?
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yep. Correct. All right. Beasts of Nurgle. Hey, we're here. Okay. Beasts
There
of
we go.
Nurgle make 5 attacks on force 3s, rend 1, damage D3. They are companions, so they're buffed by basically nothing except all-out attack, right? And they have a maximum control score of 1.
They're
That's
only
fine.
get.
I'm taking them in ones.
I read companion as they only get debuffs, not buffs. That's it.
Yeah, sure. It's fine.
Basically, is what it means. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. They have a thing called attention seekers, right? Now, the problem with these guys that makes them not really super spammable is the fact that this is a core ability. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hadn't noticed.
Yeah, indeed.
It's a core ability.
It is. If this unit's not in combat, pick the closest enemy unit to it to be the target. If 2 or more enemy units are tied to be closest, you can pick which is the target. Then make a charge roll of 2d6. This unit can move a distance up to the value of the charge roll. During that move, this unit can move into combat and can pass through models in the target unit, but it must end that move within 1 inch of the target. Then inflict D3 mortal damage on the target. These little dorks move 7 inches. They're one of the faster things in your army. They are 150 points, which is like too many, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit too much, yeah.
But yes, exactly what the die is cast just said, okay? Because this is any charge phase. Okay?
Yeah.
Because secretly this is retreat and charge, run and charge, and counter charge.
Yep.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
Right? They bring all of those abilities. That's actually what's happening.
Every turn. And it's counter charge that does not cost 2 points, and it's all of them, right?
Right.
All of the beasts. So that is pretty good.
It is pretty
The
good.
issue is what you talked about is that it might need spamming to work. Because
That's
one
right.
might not make a difference, but when you have like 3 or 4, it will definitely make a difference in the game because you're not paying for counter charge and all of that run and charge.
This is why I say I'm afraid of the spam of them, right? Because it seems like, let's say you've got like 5 of these dorks running around up in your front of your line. They're pretty fast. It comes to the charge phase, their enemy charge phase, whatever, right? Now, again, in the enemy charge phase, you're gonna have to go. You use this ability after they do. You can only use it if you're not in combat. She's been whining for a while, so
I'm sorry.
it's okay. I just need you to take her upstairs.
I'm getting rid of the dogs for you.
Okay.
Everybody upstairs.
At any rate, the dice cast says I've played against beast spam a lot, and the 8 wounds on a 5-up ward ends up staying alive in terrible ways. Yeah, that's the other thing I'd mention. These guys have a ward of 5-up, right? They're like they've got the good demon ward. I think 4 or 5 of these dudes, you know, like again, you gotta be careful. You're not gonna get into auxiliary nonsense, but like, you know, 4 or 5 of them is pretty fittable in an army, and like they are just like actually hard to kill. They're weird in how they keep countercharging, retreat and charging, and just doing mortal damage. I think over-investing in them is a mistake, but I think maybe 3 or 4 of them could do a lot of work. There you go.
No, I agree.
Okay. Plague drones, your demon drones. They have retreat and charge all the time. Plague drones are 3 for 180. I don't rate these. I really don't.
Yeah. The thing about plague drones is that they've lost basically most of the things that they were doing, and you use them now because they're kind of fast, and you will bring 2 of them back when they die through the Guo that you will probably have.
Yep.
So you're basically paying for 5 of them, and they're quite fast. So you use them for tactics because Nurgle does have a movement issue, obviously.
Yep.
So
I agree.
A fly speed of 8 on something that it's not bad. They're not gonna die. They have 5 wounds, 5-up save on a 5-up ward. so they can be useful. Like I use them. In my game I brought one unit just to do those things, and when they died, they were supposed to come back. They didn't come back, but it was on a roll.
Yeah, they're an interesting like mobile pinning piece because they can retreat and charge. It's very hard for them to get caught up. As you mentioned, they don't die super easily. I need to play against these guys a little more to see if I think they've actually got gas in the tank for their role. They're clearly not really going to kill anything. Like, just let's be real here, okay? Like their damage is approaching zero. But like as you mentioned, like as a pinning piece plus battle tactic seems fine.
Yeah. And they're a bit fast, so you might actually throw them forward to give disease.
Sure.
Just move 8 and then charge because you don't really care. They will come back. You will basically lose one at some point. Kill 3 of them. It will take a while, and you will have to give some resources to do it. And when you do that, 2 more will come back probably because again, a ghoul is a staple in this army.
Agreed.
So
the fact
for
that
that reason, they're not that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not that bad. Otherwise, on the tin, bad.
Yeah. Regular old plague bearers, the old standby, 10 for 140. It's 20 health on a 6-up, 5-up. They are what they are. They're a gummy catch 'em up unit. They're -1 to be shot. Oh no. Okay. Like nobody's shooting plague bearers, so they're minus infinity to be shot because you're generally not shooting them. So that's fine.
I played them in Spearhead, which they were the same. They would just not die. They would just stick around, get hit, not die. That's it. They do exactly what you think they will do.
They are a perfectly acceptable little tar pit unit, 100%.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
40 wounds on a 5-up ward turns out pretty good for 280 points. It's not complicated math, people.
Yeah.
And yes, they can do a little chip damage. That's true with Crit Mortal. That's absolutely true. Okay. I like them. The Glotkin. Big Papa Glot. 24 health on a 4-up, 5-up. Yikes. He's still got his Blighted Stampede, so he can pick up to 2 friendly Maggotkin of Nurgle units wholly within 12 of this unit to be the targets after the countercharge command for this unit has been resolved. If this unit charged, each of the targets can immediately use the countercharge command in the order of your choosing without any command points being spent. Obviously, he has to successfully land that countercharge.
That's a big one. That's a big change.
One.
Yep. And it's not just the one. That's not the one change. Like people have nightmares about the Glotkin. I love the Glotkin. Like I had a big cup of the Swedish Championship because of the Glotkin at 700 points back in the day. So he was my jam in 3.0. But the counter charge that he used to have, the Blight Creep, was at the end of the movement phase.
Right.
Now that's not the counter charge we're living in. Now you get charged first, then you do the counter charge. He used to do it before you could charge. So it's a big change for him. And good for the game as well. Healthy for the game. He's good. He lost Wizard 2. He's now Wizard 1. He hits hard. No companion, which is big. So I'm of 2 minds with him. I like him, but he has lost a lot. He will definitely be fun. But he's not going to be the NP that used to be at the end of 3.0.
That's right.
Or a little bit before that. Yeah.
He's 550 points. He is a Wizard 1, only Wizard 1, which because there's only just one guy on top. He's basically got like a Nurgle Sorcerer on top, so that's fine. He can do some decent mortal damage to big enemy monster stuff. It's fine. Like that ability is very, very strong. Honestly, the problem with countercharging with him in some cases on these terrain boards is that he'll be too big to actually fit and properly countercharge. Like it's actually going to be fairly doable for your opponent based on how they're moving against your units to shut down your ability to countercharge. Right?
I agree.
Because just moving his giant base, he's on like the 130 mil round. Around is just really tough. He's not on the big pie plate. He's on the one size smaller, the 130 mil plus 160. Yeah. But that's still just like a very difficult base to move around. So, okay. Morbidex. So we're into the to these guys now. He's 320. By the way, these guys can bring Rotbringer Lords in their battalions. That's true for Morbidex, Orgots, and what's the other one's name? And well, so can Gut Rot and like a bunch of these
Morgoth.
dudes can.
Yeah. Blow
The
up.
Rotbringer Lords are the Lord of Blights and the Lord of Plagues. Those are your only 2 free heroes. So we'll talk about them in a minute. Morbidex is all about Nurglings. Nurglings are garbage. He does heal himself pretty efficiently. That is his one big advantage still. But Morbidex is 320 points. He's a no.
Nope.
Bloab, also 320 points.
That's-
Same sort of thing.
That's my boy.
Yes.
Yeah. Now he's good. Now this guy's good. I'm gonna close the camera just in case because I want to talk.
No, you're
to
good.
him.
You
I wanna
are
talk about
crystal
him.
clear right now, my man. But go ahead. Hit me.
I'm glad to hear that. So blow up. Miasma of Pestilence was how Nurgle killed Sons of Behemoth in the previous edition. Like every phase they would get hurt on a 2-up, you would deal D3 mortal wounds. This has changed now. Now it says that it's on a 6, which is good. It's not that hard to cast. Every time you deal damage with an ability on a 2-up, on a 4-up, you deal 1 mortal wound. So what I sat and did is look at all of the Nurgle abilities that deal damage and which ones do it. And there's a bunch. Obviously, fight abilities will do it. So if you cast this on an enemy and he gets hit by 5 different units, you will roll that dice 5. But not when it says every other ability. People are like, oh, is this gonna go like, oh, on a 4-up you deal wound and then you re-roll because you just dealt a mortal wound? No, it says every other friendly ability.
Right.
So there's a bunch of them that deal damage, and I'm not gonna go look around for it now, but there are a lot of ways to deal damage in different phases with this thing. So it's
for example, you got some Beasts of Nurgle who charge into people. There's a way.
Yep. All of the shooting. That's why Guo is another good choice because he does do that. The disease one. And now comes the question with the Taliban of Nurgle, which is a passive ability that says when you deal damage with disease, the Taliban of Nurgle deals 1 damage. Is that an extra ability that deals damage? That's my question.
Oh, is that one says like is it a separate trigger?
I'll tell you exactly what it says. It says Taliban of Nurgle ability. Disease and pestilence personified. From the second battle round onwards, add 1 to the amount of mortal damage inflicted, if any, by the racked with disease ability. But it's still an ability with a separate name. Is that one of them?
Probably not, because it's actually adding to the other abilities damage. If it said like if they take damage from a disease, they take one additional damage from this, then that wording would say it's separate.
Makes sense. But there's a bunch. Like it gives you good use of the Guo. It gives you good use of the rampages that deal damage. There are a lot of abilities that deal damage in Nurgle. Not that many, but there's enough to make him useful. And other than that, he hits hard with a companion because all of them hit hard. And he gives -1 hit. Like the demon flies thing, it's every enemy unit within 7.
Right.
And then on a 4-up, you deal 1 mortal, which is, by the way, damage. So you roll another 4-up, do another mortal damage through the miasma, and -1 hit.
No, I love this guy because of the -1 to hit. Because I like rampages that you don't have to actually be in combat to use. That's really nice.
It's pretty good. Yep.
Gut-Rot
I rate blow up a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so Gut-Rot can take his whole regiment aboard the slime fleet. He's 180 points. He can also have a Rotbringer Lord and any Rotbringers. That's what he can bring with him. And the only reason you're taking this guy is to pull the regiment off the table and put him and do the slime fleet trick. Okay.
Yeah.
He's still got to be 9 inches from enemy units. He's got to be within 7 inches of a board. I don't think I ever take this guy. I would just take the fly thing.
Yeah, basically. The thing that people used to do is bring heroes with him in the previous edition. You can no longer bring heroes. It's the regiment one. So I guess you can bring a lot of blights or a lot of plagues, but
correct.
No.
Yep.
No.
The Lord of Afflictions, our homie G.
Lord Stinky.
Lord Stinky, that's right. The thank God we finally entered the age where he doesn't just automatically take the I shut off your blah blah for
overpowering stench. That's it. With the split helm. That's it.
220 points. This guy can take Plague Drones and Puscoil Blightlord, so he is very limited on his regiment choice. Like, he is one of the more limited heroes, period, in the game on his regiment choice. He makes your Blightlords be better, right?
Yeah.
If he charges,
He gives rend.
which is valuable in this army.
Yeah. And the thing is, they're quite pricey. So if you do bring him and some Blight Lords, that will be the regiment.
Sure.
That's it. You don't. It's a lot of points.
Yep.
So it makes sense that he's not going to get more things with him. And it works with the Affliction Cyst a lot. He does deal damage with the Vectors of Contagion. With again, goes back to miasma.
Yep.
So he lost the impact hits, just like all of the flies did. They have lost impact hits. But yeah, he's good. He's not the thing that he used to be, but he's fine. I'm sure there will be people who will find a place for him.
That's right. Yes, Willard, that's correct. The only thing that can be in his regiment is Plague Drones and Blightlords. Puscoil Blightlords. Sorry.
Yeah.
Orgots. Demon Spew.
This one's Tyler's choice.
Yes.
Tyler's favorite.
Sure. I don't think I really like this guy very much. He's 340 points. Yeah. And I'm just not sure. I mean, he's 3 up, 5 up, which is like very survivable, like very, very survivable on 14 health. But I actually think that's where his story more or less begins and ends. Like, yes, he can give
Get +1 to wound.
Right. Which isn't
against one unit. Against one unit. It doesn't just give +1 to wound.
Yep. I'm not sure I rate him. I certainly don't rate the Acidic, or I don't care.
No. He's fine. He's fine. That's it. 1 attack unranged. Come on. You can do better than that. I do like Blow-Up. Blow-Up has 7 attacks. He has 1. What happened?
I know.
Anyway.
The Lord of Blights. Okay, the Lord of Blights is a bonus hero for 170. I actually don't hate this guy as a bonus hero. He's expensive. But I don't hate him at all because he's actually a good way to manufacture a Porcupine unit out of, and that's obviously very much purpose. He himself is anti-charge, +1 rend. He gives Putrid Blight Kings around him. +1 anti-charge, +1 rend, which is cool. And he does mortal damage when people charge him, which is fun. It could also be.
They are there to get the charge.
Sure.
Right.
Yep. And the units relatively slow. Like at 170, here's what I'll say: if your build is, if you love Blight Kings, which I think is a perfectly viable build. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get to him in a moment.
Agreed.
I think he's absolutely a bonus hero that's going to be included. Like, period, end of story. I think you're going to take Blow-Ab, you're going to take this guy as the Rotbringer Lord in his battalion, and you're going to take your Blight Kings, and that's the thing. And you're going to play the you can't move me off of objectives game, right? That's the game you're playing.
Plus, I think he's a bonus hero. He doesn't get a regiment.
That's right.
Which is great. Yeah.
Yep.
I like the other one as well. We're going to see him in a minute, but
when we get to the Lord of Plagues.
The Lord of Plagues.
Yep.
Yeah.
Steve Jones, we have done Disciples of Tzeentch, Khorne, and Maggotkin of Nurgle. That's where we are. All right. The Harbinger of Decay, I mean, obviously one of the greatest sculpts in the history of the world. He's amazing.
One of my biggest moments in this vacation in Greece is going to a nothing store, and there he was. I'm like, yoink, because he's gone from everywhere. So
sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to him. To painting him, but not running him.
Yeah, sure. He's very interesting, but he's 200 points, and that's the deal breaker. I love him because he has a priest one, which is great. Okay. But like, it's just his prayer, and his prayer is good. But at 200 points, I can't be a buyer on this guy. If this dude was like 150 or something, I would be much more interested in what's going on. His 2 effects are powerful. They really are. It's like huge bubble, effectively bubble, pseudo bubble. It's 3 units, but of -1 to move, run, and charge. And then his prayer is a huge control score hit. Like, he is a giant debuff machine in meaningful ways.
Sure.
The problem is 200 is just like, it's crazy. It's crazy points for him.
If the Knell of Doom removed dice instead of -1 to charge,
sure,
I would be a believer. But no.
if he made him charge on a D6, yeah. Your basic Rotbringer sorcerer, he's kind of cool. Again, I don't think you're ever going to really take him. You have better ways to get at casters, but it's neat that on a 2-up, if he gets a spell off against an enemy, which you don't have that many choices of, frankly. But if it happens, you roll a 2-up and he can subtract 1 from ward rules. Like, that's actually a cool ability. But you're not going to do that because your offensive spell is very short ranged and you're not going to use it out of this guy. And so that ability sucks and you're not wasting a drop on him. There we go. Okay. Lord of Plagues.
He's a nice call.
Our bonus hero.
Yep.
What I like about this guy is he's the exact opposite of the other Lord. And I really like how they did this design. So this guy is also 170. This is like a really good example of how to do good design with the rolls in this game. So your other guy manufactures your Blight Kings into like a porcupine where you want to move up, sit your fat on an objective and just be like, let's go, bro. What do you got, right? This is the one where you want to be having your like beta strike. You're coming in. He gives all the Putrid Blight Kings +1 to charge. And he gets to pick a Putrid Blight Kings unit that charged. And on a 2-up, they get +1 attacks. Great.
Yeah. I love this mechanic, let's say, because you have the same Blight Kings.
Yep.
This is the chargee. This is the charger.
That's
and
right.
Depending on which turn you are, enemy turn or your turn, they listen to that person or the other one. Love it. Love it.
Yep.
Really like them both. And again, maybe not the purely competitive choice, but if there's a Blight Kings build, both have a place in it.
Yeah. They're both bonus heroes. The issue is all of your battalions are 0 to 1 Rotbringer Lord, so you would need 2 of those other heroes who are going to, if you want to fit both of these in, and that's the challenge, right?
Sure.
I think more often than not, you'll see a list pick one of these, and like that's their strat, right?
Yeah. So depending on what else you have, if it's attacking or defensive, you will choose that one.
That's right.
Yeah.
Puscoil Blight Lords, they're still big boys with a 4-up, 5-up. Like it's standard Nurgle stuff, right? They do have charge +1 damage, and they get +1 to rend if you're contesting an objective you do not control, which is like those kinds of things are generally meh. They're okay.
It's sad that they lost impact hits. It was a lot of damage on a 4-up D3 and on a 2-up D3 on the same unit. So still, mortal wounds have gone down, I guess. Not I guess. They have gone down for sure.
They have gone down.
How much for them?
So Puscoil Blight Lords are 250 for 2. My honest answer is like, I'm not sure I rate these guys, and honestly, I might think I might like Plague Drones better than these guys in most cases. I'll say that
because of how the game is being played right now.
Yeah,
that's why. Yeah,
I think I'm using these guys like they're not doing that much damage. I think they're mostly a mobile pinning piece in both cases, and I think the other unit does it basically better because of the retreat and charge. So.
Yep.
Putrid Blight Kings on foot. Now there's
a lot
big
of changes here, by the way.
Yeah, there's a big change here, and that change is the 3 health. Okay, obviously 4. That's a huge change, but 3-up save. Okay, cool. They get a bonus to control score while they're contesting an objective you control. So this unit is worth a unit of 5 is worth 8. A unit of 10 is worth 13. Okay, which is good. That's good control score.
one is worth 5. That's the thing, because he's going to be obviously going to keep the Bannerman in.
You're going to keep the banner
So-
bearer, yes.
So one of them is 5,
That's right.
which is great.
One of
there's
them
the
is a
only one
monster.
standing. I mean.
Yep.
Yeah. 2 is
I
6,
think
1
Putrid
is
Blight
5.
Kings are pretty good. 15 wounds for
Yeah.
200 points. They are still 3 up, 5 up. That's why I actually like the
Great.
Lord of Blights more, the anti-charge guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think these dudes have become excellent just bunker pieces. They're so hard. Like a
Agreed.
unit of 10 of them at 400 points
Ooh.
is 30 wounds on a 3 up, 5 up that is never moving off the objective and worth 13 on that objective.
And that's 7 rallying dice, which will bring 1 back every time you rally.
That's
Because
right.
they have 3 health now, not 4. Not 4.
Yep.
So it depends. Again, they don't have that much counterspell, so rally might be a choice for them. And I like them. I like the Blight Kings. There's a lot of things to like there. So, and everybody has Blight Kings. So everybody
Yeah.
wants to run them.
Yeah,
They're
I have
so
like
beautiful
10
to
Blight
paint.
Kings.
I like painting Nurgle. Yeah. And so, yeah, I like them. Rate them for sure.
Rotmire Creed.
Then we have Creed. There's
Yeah.
Creed.
10 for 130. Obviously much reduced over what they were before, and thank God these things were a menace, and I hate them. Obviously, they cannot be reinforced because that's how all the Warcry units work now, which is appropriate. And they can disease people through their shooting attacks still.
Now, here's the thing. Turn 1, it's very hard for you to give disease because you need to be in combat in turn 1. But they move 5, so they move 6 because of the artifact they're going to use, or the trait, whatever it was. And they shoot 12. So it's an 18-inch differential that you need to close the gap if you can.
Yep.
And if there's a way to do that, if you play second and not first, 18 inches is probably enough for you to give the disease. So
Yeah, it's notable that with a 12-inch shot, even with a plus 1-inch move, they can't hit anything round 1 if you're given the top of 1, right? So it does matter.
yeah, of course, unless somebody has moved prior to
unless they pre-game moved,
deployed move for some reason, but yeah. I like them. What's the cost for 8 of them? 10 of them?
10 of them for 130.
That's fine. They're fine.
They're okay. I think they'll show up in some lists. And then finally,
Agreed.
this awful tree that I can't look at for very long. It can
Sorry.
disease people around it. Yet another good thing I like about Horticulus is that he makes trees, and that's Horticulus plus those dudes just doing damage to you. I think he can actually pass out quite a lot of disease. Old Hortiki can. So
I like that all of the unique characters in Warhammer now have utility. All of them. That's how it feels.
Yep.
Almost all of them. Like, he does a lot of things ridiculous. He plays with the beasts, he plays with the trees, and so yeah. Good.
Agreed. So there you go. That's Nurgle.
Nurgle's
All in all, I
fine.
think Nurgle has some good options. You know, I didn't say this at the beginning, but let me say this now. One of the things I really like about Chaos, in looking through the Chaos armies, is that all of them pretty much feel interesting. They've got very different builds, and none of them feel overtly powerful. I think Khorne is probably Khorne and Skaven are probably the strongest too, but neither of them felt out of bounds. I've played with both of them. I've played with every Chaos army on the table except Nurgle. And all of them I felt like I was in the game. I was playing 4-0. I had interesting choices to make. Like, you know what I mean? Like in all cases, but I didn't feel like, oh, I'm busted or this is an awful play experience or anything like that. Playing Cruel Boys, playing Night Haunt, I feel like it's awful. It's awful.
Maybe
whether you're
Lumineth
the player.
as well?
What's that? Lumineth, I don't
Maybe
know.
Lumineth
I don't
as well?
mind playing Lumineth as much. Army-wide neg 1 to hit, it can often be oppressive, I'll say that. Or like some of their mountain people, like Lumineth has oppressive elements to it, but I don't find them I don't find them as bad to play. It still feels like they're playing Warhammer. Night Haunt and Cruel Boys feel like they're playing a completely different game when you play against them.
Right. Okay. But I agree with what you're saying. Maybe Tzeentch can be annoying with a lot of -1s to hits and wounds, but all in all, it doesn't look that bad.
No, I mean it's a fragile army, right? The counterplay is obvious, right? Like it's what it is.
Agreed.
So.
Agreed. Okay. Next one.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's go, baby. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's talk about some rats.
You take the wheel, my friend.
Oh, I'm
You
taking
take
the
the
wheel. I'm
wheel of-
jumping over on the wheel.
The wheel of cheese. Go on.
I've got a lot to say. Okay. So, love me. I love the Skaven. I love the Skaven in this build. I will say right out of the gate, I think there are multiple builds of Skaven. I think they are all interesting. I think there's a mixed arms build. I think there's a Molder heavy build. I think there's a shooting heavy build. And I think there's... I want to play with the Verminous heavy build, although I think it's probably not good. It could win on the just board control, insane body play. Okay. Yes, that's right, Willard. I ate all the veggies. It's time to bring on the meat. The Verminous one's probably the weakest build, I think. But I am worried that Skaven will be an oppressive shooting army and that will end up being the one everybody takes at the beginning. But
It's so funny that I haven't played against Skaven in a while. I must have played against Skaven like 5 times total.
Okay.
Since I've started playing. Nobody plays them around here.
You're welcome at my house anytime. I got a game for you.
Now's the time. Now's the time of Skaven. Turns out they do exist.
I think probably the most powerful build, and it's also the most smooth brain take, is the sort of all shooting build, and they'll play a lot like 7th edition Skaven, if you remember those when they played like in the sad build. So there you go. Anyways, for those who've been around in the rats for a while. Okay. So let's talk about their battle traits. They have good battle traits, which is nice. You can set up something in reserve, which is cool. You get to put 1 gnaw hole on the table. This is something I messed up when I talked about it with Paul. I forgot about the terrain rule that you get to play one of these things at the start, and then from there you're using the once per battle at the start of the round to put another one on the table. The first one you set up is going to be back burrowed in your own line. You're gonna burrow it in your own headquarters. Okay.
So hang on here.
Yeah.
You put one first, and then at the start of the battle round you put the second one.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
You can never have more than 3.
Gotcha.
And you have to be really careful because they die really easy, and will give people counter charges and stuff like that. So just be really wary of that. Nope, Manzak, we have not discussed S2D yet. That'll be the last one.
Later.
The turning off retreat damage is really, really good. It's like so good. I can't explain the number of times I've been trapped in combat with low wound units and not been able to retreat because they'll just die on the mortal wounds. It happens all the time now. So being able to just retreat out for free is incredible. You can pop up out of your gnaw holes, but you got to be really careful about that. Like really careful about that, because of the way your gnaw holes are so easy to be killed and stuff like that. And you have one of the most powerful things in the world, which is always 3 claw steps ahead. In the enemy hero phase, you can pick a non-monster Skaven unit. Sorry, Hell Pit, you still suck. And you can use a normal move ability as if it were your movement phase.
Does that mean Vermin Lords as well?
It does. Vermin Lords can't do it.
Okay.
Which sucks.
They're too
But
haughty.
the Screaming Bell can.
They're too haughty. I'm not gonna walk. You walk. That's what they're saying.
Yes.
You peasants.
I thought terrain could only be charged if it has a character inside. Nope. Incorrect, that Rick guy. Faction terrain is treated as a thing you can charge. You may charge it, you may use the charge ability to charge it and catapult yourself to it. It just doesn't tie you up. You can move around it normally.
Yeah, you cannot counter shoot or counter charge.
Correct.
That's important to remember.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
You cannot do those things, but you can normal charge.
Yeah, there you go. Cool. Battle formations.
Yes, indeed. There are 3 good ones. Warp Cog, Flesh Meld, and Claw Horde. All good. Virulent Procession sucks. Sorry, Pestilence, but you're much reduced in this anyways, so that's just
Play Nurgle.
Exactly. Pestilence in the index is just garbo. I'm going to tell you right now. Its only purpose is if you want a pile of bodies that are the cheapest thing you can buy. That's literally the beginning and end of it.
Gotcha.
And yet, you will try very hard to have a priest in here, but we have a challenge. We'll talk about it when we get there. Okay. Scryer is amazing. The fact that you only fail on a 1 is incredible. You need to... The thing with all of the Skaven battle formations is there are 1,000 points of your army. Okay? Because they all affect up to 3 units. and most of those units will
You're
have
right.
power pair things they want to be with. For example, if you're gonna pick if you're gonna pick this thing I literally have right next to me right now, the shooty thing, you're gonna have a guy standing next to it as well, right? And so figure it like your ability generally only affects half your army, because if you make your whole army scryer, you're still capped at 3 units. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So your battle
But it
formation
can be
is
different units.
what's that?
It can be different units per turn.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're always going to be maxed at 3 units. But it's important, because exactly what you said, it's important to have backups. Okay? Because you're going to lose units. Things will explode in this army. So it's important to have a little more. But figure it's basically 1,000 to 1,200 points of your army is what you need to invest in whatever your thing is here. Okay? All right, cool. The Scryer one's amazing. When you trip the 6, when you trip the 6 on Jezzail's, it's just like, click, weapons free, baby, let's go. Dead. You shoot, they die. End of story. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
Yeah.
The Flesh Meld is really good, but it fails on a 1 or 2. First time I played Flesh Meld Menagerie, I rolled of my first 9 rolls. So in battle rounds 1, 2, and 3, I rolled 8 1s or 2s.
Jesus.
And then the only unit I successfully got it on was the +1 to attacks characteristic for melee weapons, and I got it on my unit of Storm Fiends that wasn't going to be in melee, and I didn't want in melee.
Oh, sad mice noises. Okay.
Indeed. It's still really good, though, because on a 5-up, you trip the 5-up ward, which is, really strong. You get that on Rat Ogres. It's incredible. You get that on melee-built Storm Fiends. It's incredible. So, there you go.
Yeah.
And then Claw Horde is really interesting because it's a huge bonus to Rend. If you're doing the Verminous build, you're taking the Warbringer, the Vermin Lord Warbringer, and just Clan Rats. You're just taking Clan Rats. That's the build. Okay?
And you get +1 rend on everything of those things.
And you just make your Clan Rats Rend 1. It's not incredible. The key is it's just bodies. It's just weight of attacks.
Yeah, dice volume. Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Sweet. They have
There
a
you
lot.
go.
I'm thinking the what they were right through working on it was like you said, it's a 2.5 book. They were probably working on this.
I really hope so. You're doing your audio thing again, so I'll let you do your reset real fast while I keep talking.
Will do.
On. Okay. Heroic traits. 2 of these have a use. Scurry Away is perfectly fine if you're going to take the if you want to keep one of your heroes safe. It's actually really powerful on your Vermin Lords, really powerful on your Vermin Lords, because it lets them retreat before anything swings. It's super powerful on Vermin Lord. We can hear you. You're good. You're back, baby. So Scurry Away is awesome on your Vermin Lords, especially on a Warbringer. It's so powerful on him, crazy good.
You can use the retreat, and you don't get damage because you don't get damage from retreat.
Correct.
Nice.
And the Warbringer moves so fast, and it's just so useful to be able to reposition him. And since he can't 3 claw steps ahead, this is just more out of turn cheater movement, right? Because remember, this is any combat phase.
Sure.
Nice. And then Short Tempered is awesome if you're using a non-shooting build. Okay. Because +1 to run and charge, lock that in your brain. All Skaven units fully within 13. Just put that in your brain that we have a thing that we can broadcast a huge bubble of +1 to run and charge. Okay?
May I ask, if there's run rolls, isn't redeploy a run?
I'm sorry, yes, Vermin Lords do take the damage. All right, it's Skaven infantry that don't take the damage from retreats. Infantry and cavalry. I apologize. Thank you, Warpstone. Appreciate it. But it doesn't matter. I'd still take it. It's still really strong on them. Sorry, continue. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What?
I was thinking run rolls. Isn't redeploy a run, or am I just thinking is this a run keyword? No,
it is not. It has the run keyword, but it is not a run roll. You make a roll of 1d6.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It's 3 in the morning, so my brain starts working
you're good.
better now. It's only getting earlier over here.
Boy, Warpstone, you and I are very different on the battle formations. I think that Pestilence one is not good at all. But hey, Maybe you'll have to show me your list or your build, buddy. Okay. The artifacts, Skaven Brew is still amazing. Warpstone Charm still amazing. Again, depends on your build out. Like, again, if you were going for the Warbringer type build where you're going to put him forward and get him in combat and he's leading the horde, 3+, -1 to save. It goes along with the -1 to rend, right? Because against that target, they have -1. So you're giving everybody +1 to rend, and then you're giving their target -1 to save. It's effectively a rend swing of 2. It actually gets really effective at that point. And then Skaven Brew is just once per battle, but it's +1 to the attacks characteristics of their infantry, of an infantry unit, which is strong.
For how many years has Skaven Brew been good? For how many decades has Skaven Brew been good?
Forever.
30 years, easy. Yeah, good enough.
Yeah. I don't even rate Skilled Manipulator, no. I don't. Okay. And I definitely don't agree that the Pestilence one is Mighty Destroyers. That is, or not Mighty Destroyers. Well, I guess that is true now. Is Murderlust. I think that is way overstating that ability to pile in an extra time.
No.
Okay. Your spells, you have an unlimited spell that does D3 damage. Unlike Tzeentch, though, it's not 18 inches, it's 13 inches, which turns it from good to bad.
And also, you don't have 1,000 casters.
Yeah, you don't have 1,000 casters. You're not trying to light people on fire with Weird Flame. Yep. But, so that's sad. It's fine. It is what it is. It's just like, it can be some bonus damage, I guess. Skitter Leap is obviously still great. It picks heroes. It teleports them. Yep. It's good. Teleport your heroes around. And Warp Gale is actually pretty darn strong. Cast on a 7, which isn't that bad. 18-inch range, which I like, and it gives a unit strike last. Fantastic.
18 inches is good. That's the one.
Because it's 18 inches, that's why it's good. Yes.
Yeah. Prayers.
Yes. Okay. We'll go back here real quick. People are pushing me on the Pestilence one. Once per turn, army, end of any turn. Okay. Pick up to 3 friendly Pestilence units for each target. You make a pile-in move, and then pick an enemy unit in combat with the target and do that. Yes, I understand. I understand that that the unit does not have to be in combat. Okay, so you can move 3 inches, right? So at the end of every turn, all your Pestilence units move 3 inches. The problem with this is your Pestilence units right now are the Bell and Plague Monks, basically, right? Because we lost Censer Bearers, and we lost
hang on,
the Plague Priest. Okay. And no, we're not going to do BOC today. We will do BOC as part of that. It is good free extra movement at the end of turn. I understand. At the end of turn, it can pile in and it can tag a unit. But it is a very different thing to do an end of turn pile in that can tag a unit versus a beginning of turn pile in that ruins battle tactics. Okay? Like, the reason Murderlust and Mighty Destroyers are so good is because somebody calls a battle tactic, and then your Murderlust moron immediately piles in and shuts off that unit's ability to charge, and they fail their battle tactic instantly, and you get 4 points. That's why Murderlust and Mighty Destroyers are so stupidly powerful. It's the timing on when they're used. Okay?
Can I voice the defense here?
Please.
Can see that, like, end of the turn, you're sitting outside an objective and you move 3 on the objective in that sense, or battle tactics are done at the end of the turn. So, end of the day, the rest might be better. This is not garbage for sure, but the others are probably better.
Yes, I was too hard on it. That's fair. I will recant. I will recant somewhat and say it has viability. All 4 of them have play. I really think it's just a question that there's just no Pestilence units left. That's the issue.
Exactly. Like, think of it this way: if it was another clan that had this, it could be more of a utility thing. But when there are no Pestilence units, what's the point?
Right.
So why take this one when there's the rest? When the rest are there. Now, if we get another Pestilence, like new units at some point, but this will no longer be there. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It's
Right.
not bad, but there's better, for sure.
Yep. Okay. Cool. So I'll recant.
Yep.
I'll say it's like it's not bad. There we go. Okay.
Cool.
And then the
Prayers.
prayer lore.
What's the issue with the prayers?
Nothing.
You said
They're
there's
amazing.
an issue with prayers.
Oh, there is an issue with the prayers.
With
They're
the-
amazing. The issue with the prayers is they're too amazing.
Oh,
Like the a lot of people coming out for
What are the
pestilence.
priests
Okay, we got some
in the army right now?
pestilence enjoyers. Yeah, do tell me, LNRD.
Oh,
I'm curious. Like if I've read pestilence wrong and just like spamming plague monks is good, I'll be interested. But I really don't see it. I just don't see it having the tricks to compete in 4.0. Like what it's just such a different game. Okay? When you play now. And just like having a bunch of idiots that can kind of do that is a really good trick. But ugh. Now, the prayer lore is incredible. It's incredible, dude. It's amazing. Okay. Let's go.
I haven't seen it.
No, let's go through them. So 445 is our numbers. Okay.
Cool.
Pick a priest, pick a visible Skaven infantry unit within 13 inches to be the target. You chant +1 to wound. If the roll is 8+, the melee weapons have crit mortal. Incredible.
Oh, yeah. You remember when we talked dice volume?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah.
Remember those clan
Yeah.
rats I was talking about? Yeah. Pretty good.
And this one's the unlimited one. Okay, fair.
This is the unlimited one. Obviously, this works great on clan rats. Works amazing on plague monks. It's fine all around, right? So good.
Yeah. I want to ask, which are the priests in this army?
Well, hold on. That's where the twist
okay.
comes in, Dino. That's where the twist comes in.
Okay.
Your unlimited prayer is incredible. You're gonna off-turn pray for this all the time. Like it's just so good. Like you're gonna off-turn pray to build up the stuff.
For sure.
To build up your points.
The filth.
Because you want that 8+ so badly.
It's even called filth. So yeah.
It is filth. Bile Torrent is like it's fine. It's a very good horde sweeper. It's okay. It's just somewhat short range. Like it's whatever. And then Rabid Tough, you pick a Skaven. All of these work on just Skaven infantry, by the way. They're not just Pestilence anymore. They're just Skaven infantry. So that's the important part. You subtract 1 from wound rolls for attacks that target that unit. If it's 8+, they also get +1 to save. So -1 to wound and a Mystic Shield if you get the kicker. Incredible.
Oof.
I love that Rabid Tough starts on a 5 but triggers its big effect on an 8. That's great.
Yeah,
great.
not 10.
Not
like
10.
the Khorne one.
That's right.
Yeah.
These prayers are fantastic. Hopefully, when we get the actual book, the pestilence stuff gets filled out because we're supposed to get a new priest. That's the current, sort of idea and everything. So, like, I do believe that whenever we get a book, assuming these prayers stay the same, pestilence will be a lot better. Right? Exactly.
I've noticed
LNRD.
something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have noticed something. I haven't seen a 4-up mortal wound yet. This is the first time I see it.
Right. This
On
is
a
a horde
4-up,
sweeper that can
you
go to
already-
4-up. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything
Yep.
is a 5-up or a 6-up that I've seen. This is the first one I've seen. It's a prayer that you cannot unbind. Okay, cool.
That's right. Now, you asked what was the problem. You have 2 priests in this army right now. 2 priests.
Okay.
Both are Priest 1. They are the Verminlord Corruptor and the Plague Priest on Plague Furnace. The Priest on Plague Furnace is 340 points. The Corruptor is 360 points. We are playing... we are basically playing like ogres used to. Where to get their prayers, you had to take like ogres still do, I suppose. You have to take the incredibly expensive unit. That's the problem.
Okay.
So it's a challenge because that's a lot of points you've got to ditch into this hero. The effects are amazing, but it's a lot of points. Okay. Your manifestations, we'll talk about them at the end. There's one of these that's really, really good, one of these that's okay, and one of these that's bad. Great. I'm going to go through the scrolls relatively quickly because like I've played these guys a lot, and this is like the second most common army I've played so far. I think I've got like 4 or 5 games in with Skaven. It's not a ton, but it's enough that I've got like good takes on most of the units because I've played very different armies every time.
Nice.
Thanquil's 360 points. He's fine. You very likely will never take him.
I used to see him a lot in the
Mhm.
previous iteration, so I guess he's gone now. Okay.
He's fine. He heals a lot. He's gets a bonus to cast. He's a wizard too. He's a 4-up, 5-up. Like, on all accounts, you should probably want him. The problem is he's just not doing. You're gonna have too many other heroes you need or you want for your strat, and he's
Right.
not. He won't fit. That's the problem.
Do Skaven still play the I have 1,000 drops game?
They can, especially if you're in the shooting build. You often don't care. Like, sure, give me the first turn, but you're gonna regret that. Right?
Okay.
All my stuff will be in range. Like, I can hit your lines. Good luck. Like, your Skaven range attacks will will cross the DMZ, no problem.
Mhm.
I don't. This is an army I don't mind being high drop with, but at the same time, it's like you'll see as we get through the heroes. You'll see what I mean, right?
Cool.
So I like Thankful. He'll just be skipped. All right, Lord Screech, Vermin King is in much the same place, by the by. He has good buffs for all the clans, but it's rare you're going to be this diffuse that you can actually get that much value out of all of the 13-headed one. His spell is super cool. Because it restores clan rats. It's just more clan rat restoration. His rampage is like okay. But Lord Screech is 430 points, so he's a skip.
He hits really hard though. It's like 7 attacks, 2s, rend 2, damage 3.
Yeah, but he's got crit 2 hits. There's better ones we can take. Is the issue?
Okay, fair. But like I translated crit 2 hits into.
I understand into 2s and 2s. I gotcha.
Attack 2s, rend 2, damage 3.
He has all the keywords, but he's just so expensive, and like he's not the one I would take.
Gotcha.
It's just what it comes down to. The Deceiver is really fascinating. So the Verminlord Deceiver is also very expensive. He's 410. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But he has 2 really interesting cheaty abilities. He's crit mortal on his attacks, which is fine. Okay. But he can redeploy Min 4. Okay.
Yeah, he has the tactical acumen. Yeah.
Right. It's only for Esh and infantry, not him. He can't make, to be clear, he cannot make himself redeploy 4. But he can make your other dudes redeploy 4, your Eshin things.
Gotcha.
Eshin is also a vastly diminished clan right now. Okay.
For now.
We can only hope we get more of the appropriate ninja rats. But it's still, like, redeploy Min 4 is a very powerful ability. Especially just pulling Night Runners who are dumb chaff out of the way. Okay? His Rampage, though, is pretty awesome. If this unit's in combat, it's any combat phase, his or enemy, he doesn't have to charge or anything. Roll a die. On a 4-up, you can pick a point on the battlefield within 13 inches of this unit. And within 1 inch of any enemy units. Remove this unit from the battlefield and set it up again within 1 inch of that point. So he can pop out of his existing combat, jump into combat with a new target 13 inches away. Okay, and then and then make his attacks. This is a very powerful ability on a coin flip.
Gotcha.
Like that ability is so strong. It's so crazy strong and game breaking. But it's 50-50.
Gotcha. Can pick a point in the battlefield 13 within 1. Okay. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So.
And he hits with crit mortals as well. Damage 2. Do you rate this guy?
I do. I like him. I like, as Warpstone Enjoyer said, and here I agree, you can combine Scurry Away here with him. Okay? So, like, you can pull all sorts, like, there's just so many shenanigans you can pull in that case when you've got both of those abilities running on the same guy. Okay? It's just, like, it's wild. Like, because then he can also, before he swings, just, like, leave. So he could, like, teleport around here and then just leave. Or he could be like, fail to teleport and then just leave. You get what I'm saying? If it's like, oh no, I don't want to be in this combat, I'll just bounce. So when you put both of those 2 abilities together, he's really strong. I think you have to put Scurry Away on him if you're going to take him. Because otherwise you're betting too much on the flip of a coin.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good.
But I mean, like, it's wild to have him, like, picture what happens. He moves up, he charges.
Mhm.
You roll the 4 up, he teleports back here, and then he scurries away, right? So he's moved 10 inches plus a charge plus 13 inches plus 10 inches.
Plus carry away. Poof. That's like you're gonna reach another table. Yeah.
Yes, he's over in another zip code. Like, he's one of the
Playing the
fastest units in the game if all those things fire off, which is wild.
True.
Okay.
True. Cool.
The Corruptor is a priest 1, which is the reason you would take this guy. He also unlocks your Great Plagues, which are, like, notable. The problem is, again, God, I wish we still had our Foot Priest. I hate that they got rid of the Foot Priest. It makes me so angry.
Oh. Yeah.
Again, when this comes back, I really think we're going to have to reevaluate Pestilence completely when the book comes out. Because, like, Never Plague giving you reroll chanting rolls for Pestilence Priests is just not that big a deal when you, realistically, at best, you have, like, him and a Plague Furnace.
And that's 1/3 of your army.
Yeah. More than. Because the Corruptor's 360, the other guy's 340, it's 700 points, right?
700.
Slightly over 1/3 of your army. Right?
Yeah, it's true. I love his rampage.
Yeah, because he can build ritual points. Yeah. The
drop
Corruptor's a
3.
perfectly fine choice. Yes. Ritual points.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
The Vermilor Corruptor's a perfectly fine choice for your priest. And again, like, this dude can... you very much want to have either him or the Furnace if you're planning any kind of melee strat. Like, if you're going Molder, you take one of these two. If you're going Verminous, you take one of these two. If you're going Pestilence, you take one of these two. Maybe probably both. Right?
Yeah. Wow.
So, like, because of what they can do to your melee units, they just turn them into death machines. But, like, it's good on Plague Monks. It's good on Clan Rats. It's good on Rat Ogres, right? Like, all of them. Right?
100%.
Okay.
Okay.
The Warbringer will lead your Verminous strategy. This guy's crit mortal. Okay. And he doubles up your all-out attack and all-out defense. You still have to pay the command point. That is an important note. Okay. So you still have to, like, really be all in on burning the command points, but he can let you double up on doing those things. Okay.
Yeah.
His rampage is, like, okay at best. But it can be a pretty significant mortal wound kicker at the end of the turn.
If the roll is less than the number of damage points the target has, so if he has like 4 wounds on him, and you roll a 3, you deal 3 more wounds.
That's right.
Okay.
The key with this guy is he's crit mortal. He's relatively easy to give +1 to charge to. Okay. And he can build Rend out of the Verminous buff, so he goes to Rend 3. And then if he's carrying around the Charm, he's basically Rend 4. So, like, even though he's crit mortal, he's effectively just crit mortal, right?
Yeah,
he's just damage mortal because he goes to Rend 4. So, like, he just gets his damage through. So obviously he's going to be a potential, he's going to be a potential like really big hitter. So, but he will suffer badly if he's under a lot of penalties. That's the problem. He'll drop off like a rock with only 7 attacks. Becomes very swingy.
Yeah.
Still Wizard 1 and all that, like all these guys, except for the Corruptor's Priest. The Warp Seer is actually my favorite. Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, by the way, the Vermilord Warbringer is... I didn't say his points. I'm sorry. He's 360, which is fine. Perfectly reasonable.
It says, like Warpstone and Jory says, Corruptor is also funny paired with Scary Away. You go in, be stopped in combat, do your rampage, Scary Away, pile back into combat at the end of the turn. Why would you want to pile it back into combat at the end of the turn? You don't get to fight if you pile in.
No, pile in at the end of the turn, using the Pestilence ability, is what he's saying. Just to keep him tagged.
Why would you?
So you leave combat. You never get swung at, but they're still stuck.
Okay. It's the Khorne spirit in me but I want to fight. But I'm not playing Skaven, so yeah, fair. Warp's here. That's your choice.
Skaven generally want to avoid. As per usual, my favorite one is the cheapest one. His Doomglaive basically has no abilities, which is fine. I don't care. And it hits on 4s instead of 3s or whatever. I don't care. Divine the Future. While this unit's on the battlefield, at 2 inches to the distance, units can move when using always 3 claw steps ahead.
Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
50%.
And then he can throw his ball in the combat phase when he's in combat, right? And on a 2-up, he does 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 mortal damage, but then he doesn't get the benefit from Divine the Future anymore, which is fine. You're just going to use that late in the game to finish something off when you don't need always claw steps, 3 claw steps ahead to be really far anymore. Okay. The Warp Seer is Wizard 2, unlike the other Verminlords. His Rampage gives an enemy unit strike last. Again, it's on a coin flip, but I like anything that says strike last, especially in this army, especially in an army where I'm going to be trying to get crit mortals on my guys and make a ton of attacks and stuff like that. And his spell is really good. Really good. It's an 18-inch range spell that subtracts 1 die from the charge.
Yeah.
Yep.
This guy has the what I wanted for the Harbinger to have, and the literal Nurgle artifact on a 4-up strike last.
Yep.
Okay. Sweet.
I love this guy.
Sweet. Yeah.
And he's the cheapest one. Because he's like because clearly their math is factoring in hits and damage and abilities and stuff like that.
Makes sense. But if this is an army you don't actually want to get stuck in, utility is king.
Yeah. This dude is the utility master. He breaks a bunch of rules in weird ways. He makes your most game-breaking rule even better. Right? Yeah. Like, this dude is so good at 340. It is wild. He breaks enemy charges. He makes people strike last when they do get in, and he makes your units like wildly valuable. And he's Wizard 2.
You know what I've liked about the Vermin
nothing I
Lords?
don't like about this guy.
What I've heard, what I've read now, there will be players that will have different favorites, which is big.
Yep.
It's really good. I'm glad to see the Vermin Lords.
Do you see why I say Thankful won't find a home in the list?
You're right. Yeah, that makes total sense. And no, all of them seem fine, and they seem to have a place in the army, depending what you want to play.
Yep.
This
guy's really funny too with Scurry Away, by the way. He's another one that's very funny with Scurry Away.
Right.
Because he can kind of be out in front and like get tectonic splintering on somebody, and if they still manage to somehow get at you and charge you, you just leave.
Sure.
Okay.
Beautiful.
The Gray Seer.
I'm gonna go make a coffee, and I'll
go
be
for
right
it.
back.
You go for
2
it.
minutes.
You're good. Exactly, LNRD. Yeah, that's right. He has all the same. Yes, the Warp Seer is 0 to 1 Skaven Overclaw in any Skaven. He's so good as far as his regiment. Thank you. I didn't mention that, but that is also very worth mentioning. That he is like awesome for unlocking anything. Like, I love the Warp Seer so much. All the other ones are locked. Like the Corruptor only opens Pestilence and Clan Rats. The other guys are all locked to some degree. The Warp Seer is just like anything. Go for it. Go nuts. Build your regiment however you want, which I'm here for. Gray Seer is similar, a 0 to 1 Skaven Overclaw, which, by the way, your Overclaw is just your Claw Lord or your Deathmaster. We'll get that out of the way now. So those Claw Lords and Deathmasters are our bonus heroes. And he's also any Skaven, so perfectly good as a regiment builder. And he's still a really good caster. He's only Wizard 1 now, which is sad. But he's only 120 points, and he's a really reliable caster. Because he gets to roll 3d6 and take the best 2. And, like, if he does roll the 13, he just kind of hurts himself. Okay. Who cares? He's good. He's great. Like, he's a very good foot caster for 120 points. Excellent value. Excellent regiment building. No issues at all. Very easy to burrow and make it so he's, can't be picked out and all that. The Arch Warlock is incredible, but you will only take him if you're doing the shooting heavy build. I really want Dino to get back for this guy. Oh, very nice. Well, Twilight Sorceries, huh? Okay. Bold choice there, LNRD. I like it. I like it in there. I see what you're doing there. That's interesting. The Arch Warlock is... good, you're back. I wanted to tell you about this guy. Okay, the Arch Warlock. 170 points. Way too expensive. The first thing we need to say is it's an absolute crime that he has a 4-up save. That is Garbo. He's wearing power
Oh,
armor.
yeah.
Give him back his
come on.
3-up save. You cowards. This is a war crime. I will be filing formal complaint in The Hague for this. Okay. But he has a little gauntlet. It shoots. He has his halberd. He does fine enough damage. Who cares? You're taking him solely for the ability if you want to do the all-shooting force. And that is, each time a friendly scryer unit wholly within 13 of this unit uses the covering fire command, do not subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks made as part of that ability. Hello. You're paying 170 points to let your Jezzails go click, click, boom. 1 extra time around. You have 10 shooting phases. That's it.
That's it. Okay.
You take him to do that. He stands in the middle and does it to the line. End.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, I like Ramium. So to go back to Screech real quick to point out what he's talking about with everybody here. So the Scryer bonus for Screech is add 1 to hit rolls for shooting attacks made by friendly Scryer units while they're wholly within 13, right? And this applies until the start of your next turn. So in the shooting build, if you really think you're gonna have like the strongest shooting turn, that's probably the one justifiable use for Screech because he's just so expensive. Otherwise, the problem is he really chews into your ability to take those shooting units. But he can, his +1 to hit works off turn. This shuts off the neg 1. Now you're still on 3s and 3s off turn. It's only 1 turn, but it's 1 good off turn. You're going to use it in the turn where you click out your hopefully where you click out your big bonus. Okay. The regular engineer is also great. The warlock engineer is 150 points. He's not a wizard anymore. He is like, Skaven will have high drops because there's a bunch of these heroes you will use. Like, that's just what happens, and you just need to lean into it and accept that and build around it. The engineer makes it so Jezzail units ignore guarded hero when picking their target. Notable, they still take the neg 1 to hit. That is very important to recognize. But he does do that. And, you know, it's cool. Like, you can go snipe heroes dead. It is a very potent ability. Period. People will be taking a lot of small utility heroes, like 2 to 3. Basically, a lot of armies will be like one medium-ish hero, and then 2 other utility heroes, 1 that's a regular foot hero and 1 that's in a regiment to be 2-drop. Like, that'll be what they are. Okay? And your ability to just go zap and shoot that dude dead is quite meaningful in the span of what the game, what they're trying to do with those heroes.
Yep.
So,
is good.
Yes.
Is my chop again?
No, you cut out just a second there, but you're okay.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. The Bombardier, God, I wish he was worth a drop. He is funny. He can actually do quite a lot of damage. Okay. Because he is anti-infantry and he can set his Doom Rocket to be D3+3. So he'll be on, like, if you're targeting a big infantry unit, which is very popular in the current, like, meta, like, people will have a lot of big infantry units. He's 2 attacks on 3s and 3s, Ren 2, damage D3+3. Like, this dude really can mess up infantry units, okay? The problem with him is he's just not worth a drop. He's 130 points. You're just not going to spend another drop on him. But, man, is his shooting attack cool. It's a shame. He should be a bonus hero, since he's not a wizard. He really should. If this guy was a bonus hero, I'd be so in for him.
Do you think if here he would be in lists? Is that, and for that you have the extra, because there's going to be a lot of infantry, a lot of damage. 5 damage. The D3+3.
Yep. Yeah, on average he drops 5 damage on an infantry unit, right? Which isn't bad. Okay. Yeah. But I just think the regular engineer has a lot more utility, like a lot more.
Yeah, just for sure. For sure.
Storm Fiends are fine. They are reduced significantly because the wind launchers have a much shorter range. You can build them for shooting. You can shooting-ish or build them for melee-ish still, right? That's still how they work. You know, Storm Fiends are 260 for 3, which is just like a lot. It's 18 health on a 4-up save for 260 points, 520 for the reinforced unit. it's a huge chunk of your points, but I actually like them better built for melee in a Molder list than I do for a shooting unit in a Scryer list.
We're talking, right?
Storm Fiends, yeah.
So it says they must be armed with one of the options.
Yep.
So can you tell me about the, like, can you go full melee or full? Because every one of them has either a ranged or melee choice.
No, what you'll end up doing is you're now your sound is cutting out, by the way. I'll let you. Yeah. So what you'll end up doing is you'll take, like, if you're building in for the more melee build with these guys, you'll take the warp fire projectors since they're shoot in combat with the first guy. You'll take the grinder fists with the second guy, and then for my money, you'll take the. It really depends on taste, but I like the shock gauntlets better. But I don't know. Doomflayer gauntlets are also very easily arguable. So effectively what you've got there is you got a guy with clubbing blows who can still shoot in combat.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you've got the grinder fists, which are perfectly fine and let you do the sort of tunneling. And you've got your either Doomflayer or shock gauntlet guy, both of whom are fine, right? But the grinder fists take melee buffs really well and stuff like that. So, and again, when these guys get like they wound on a 2-up, so that +1 to wound isn't very meaningful. But when they get a 5-up ward,
to wounds as well.
there are a lot of -1s to wound, and that helps guard them against that. Yes, 100%. Remember, you're not always running on your base numbers. There's a lot of -1 to wound in the game. That protects you against that. But when these guys get a 5-up ward, but you got a 33% chance of pulling, right?
Yeah.
They actually like do a lot of work, right?
Now is the time to mention this because we're heading into a new edition. When people used to look at this war scrolls, they were thinking with a +1 to hit because of all out attack. Now we need to think with minuses to hit.
That's right.
Or to wound. So
yeah, I just really treat the number as what it says. Because there's so many minuses to hit, you'll often the only time you really want to use all out attack is to dig yourself out of a penalty. The number of times I've been attacking Dino on 5s and 2s, it's just like so common. I'm on 5s and 2s. That's a very common thing that happens with a lot of armies, especially a lot of my armies.
That's why recall the +1 to hit on companion weapons of Idoneth is the actual good choice. Eels, sharks, everything. I don't want them hitting on 5s. So, come back to this week now. Yeah.
Yep. Storm Fiends are honestly like, I don't think they're okay. And that's what I'd say.
Cool.
Warp Lightning Cannon's incredible. Obviously, it's really incredible in the Scryer Shooty build. It kills itself in an average of 2 turns, but if you fully juice it, it's doing basically like 9 to 10 mortal damage per shot at a 20-inch range. It's the only real mortal damage
this is
at
the
range in the game.
This is the unicorn. This is the only ranged. This is the only ranged mortal wounds you cannot see it now.
Yeah, we can't see it.
Yeah, it's the Warp Lightning Cannon War Scroll. This is the one that deals mortal wounds on shooting. The only one, right? On the whole edition, I think.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, you're right, Ram. Destruction armies often end up on a 5-up, 2-up. Yes, that is true. So, like, and obviously you're going to need a babysitter for it, for a Scryer hero and so on, but that's not that hard. It rules. It rules.
Yep.
It rules. It's great. Globadiers are... Oh, go ahead.
So what you do on this is you put it inside a forest.
Sure.
With three from the inch, and they don't get to shoot it, and it gets to shoot until it kills itself.
There you go.
Cool.
Globadiers are fine enough. They do like just a crazy amount of damage to infantry. They're relatively short range. They can be an interesting pop out of a gnaw hole depending on like how you're on the schneid, okay, like on the play, because they'll set up 9 inches away and then throw. They have a 10-inch range, so yada yada yada, right? Like they're fine. I don't know if we'll get new ones. I can't believe they're still using that old model. They are invisible if they're near clan rats because they count as a weapon team now.
Yeah.
And like against big infantry units, these guys are like they do actually make a decent number of attacks. Acolytes come in units of 5 for 130, which is just like really expensive, but they are 2 health now. They're not 1 health anymore. So like 10 of them is 260 points. They're hidden until they get close, basically, until they come within 13 inches. And against infantry, that unit, okay, of those 10 Globadiers makes 10 attacks on 3s, rend 2, damage D3 +1. The shoot in combat's irrelevant. If anything touches them, they're dead. So
D3 +1, you're right. Yeah. They deal like 3 damage. Oof. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Like, they will straight wreck infantry, but you got to be so careful with them because they are just as fragile as anything could ever be.
I mean, their point is for them to get hit first, right? Like, you put these on the table, people are going to look at them, they're like, how are these things still in the game? And then they hit once, and then they die. But what they hit is going to hurt.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, it's good damage. They can shoot out in all holes really well. Like, they're legitimately interesting. I'll be honest with you. I find Acolytes more interesting than Storm Fiends if I was comparing them against each other.
Huh.
So,
cool.
There you go. Doom Wheel's fun. A note about taking Scryer units is that, like, a lot of your other units, like, the trick with all the Scryer units, the Globadiers, the Doom Flayer, the Doom Wheel, the Rattling Gun, the Warp Blaster, the Lightning Cannon, you can never include more than one of these in a regiment led by a non-Scryer hero. Okay? That is really important. 260 for 10 shots. Yeah, Willard. So that's just a base restriction in building the army. So they kind of want you to split. They're just generally fine, by the by. Like, if you're not going, like, heavy Scryer, if you're going heavy Scryer, you have the Scryer heroes to support it. So you can just fill your regiment up with them. If you're sprinkling and doing mixed arms, which I think is a viable build, then they're going to be spread around your regiments anyway. So it doesn't really matter, but it's something to be aware of.
Yeah.
The Doom Wheel. Okay, let's talk about the Doom Wheel.
Let's hear about the Doom Wheel.
Its shots are perfectly fine, as always. D6 shots, way swingy and random. You will have turns where this thing just levels things and turns where it doesn't. But it does have shoot in combat. It's got charge +1 damage for no reason. Who cares? It's not going to do any damage in melee. Rolling Doom. This unit can move a distance up to its move characteristic. This unit can pass through other models and the combat ranges of enemy units, but it cannot end the move in combat. Then pick up to 3 enemy units that this unit passed across during that move to be the targets, and you do the mortal damage, right? And it can use this ability even if it's in combat. Yes, thank you for the designer note. I was going to, but like, I appreciate that they explained it. The key with Rolling Doom is it's not using the normal move. So you can't, it specifically says you can't end in combat, but it doesn't say you can use this even when you start there, as the designer's note tells you, but that would have been true even without the designer note, right?
Yeah.
And so the key is, if it goes into combat, it can still roll and, like, push deeply through the lines. Okay? Because it can pass through other models. It's better than power through. It can actually pass over models and their combat ranges. It just has to get out of the range.
So when it's, like, this is interesting, because when you see war scrolls that said they have things to do in the movement phase, if it doesn't say it cannot move out of combat, it can actually move out of combat.
Correct.
Right. Okay. That's interesting.
Yep.
I don't know how many war scrolls have this on them, but those that do have it.
This is one of them.
Yeah.
And it actually makes so the Doom Wheel is 140 points, which I actually like that point value for it. The other reason I like it is it's a really good first turn take the flanks thing, because its base move is 2d6 + 7. So as long as you don't roll Snake Eyes 1 in 36 times, you'll automatically clear the distance to do the flanks move. And you generally want this out on the side anyways, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like, you would start with the Doom Wheel here on one side and then something. We'll talk about the thing that's going to be on the other side over here in a minute. So as long as you don't roll Snake Eyes, you get at least 10 inches, which means you've crossed the DMZ and can complete the...
What's the thing that gives movement in the movement phase, in the hero phase? Can it affect the Doom Wheel, or is
Nothing.
it just infantry or something?
You don't need to. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't. No. You're asking, can you 3 claw steps ahead with it? Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Can you 3 claw steps ahead with it? Okay. So with 3 claw steps ahead, it's non-monster. So yes, you can.
So then you cannot fail it.
Yeah, sure.
You cannot fail the battle tactic.
I don't know this would be your choice for your 3 claw steps ahead, but yes, you can.
Ah, fair. Yeah. Okay.
Like I never put 3 claw steps ahead into my battle strategy to like complete a tactic, because I always need 3 claw steps ahead for like whatever is tactically happening in the game to respond.
Gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. 3 CS. This unit. 3 CS.
3 claw steps, maybe.
Oh, 3 claw steps. Okay, got it. Does 3 claw steps have? This unit can use the normal move ability as if it were your movement phase. Yeah, correct. You can't use. Yeah. You can't combine it. Yes, that's correct. We're saying like if you're starting on the line. Like let's say you're just sitting on the line. Here's the guy. It's sitting on your line. It's on your 13-inch line or whatever, right? You could 3 claw steps ahead, move at 2d6 plus 7, then rolling doom in your movement phase, because you haven't used a core move ability in that phase yet, right? Because you can't do more than 1 core ability in a phase. You can't normal move and rolling doom. That's what's stopping that. But then you could do it again, right? So you can get 46 plus 14 out of this thing in a turn if you 3 claw steps it. Yes.
Okay.
Cool. Giselles, they're liquid hot death. End. They're incredible. If I need to explain to you why a 24-inch range, 2 attacking unit that's on basically 3s and 3s all the time, Ren 2, damage 2 with crit auto wound is bad, I don't know what to tell you. They take the Scryer buff incredibly well. You can even, if you want to get real fancy, make them your... put them in your general's unit and
honor
give
guard.
them
honor
priority
guard.
Target. Yep. Yeah, give them honor guard.
Plus
so they're
plus 1 wound, yeah.
Yep.
3s and 2s.
3s and 2s. And then with those kinds of bonuses, depending on what they're shooting at, now the problem with that is, of course, when you counter shoot, you have to shoot the nearest thing, blah, 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 blah. Like, so, all that stuff will matter. But as to whether or not you can stack the full bonuses and still get out of there, if you're running full Scryer, I think, honestly, if you're running full Scryer, 6 is still fine. I think it's hard to protect too many of them. But I think there's arguments for 6 and 6 in a heavy Scryer list. The problem is just where you're giving the bonuses to. But, I mean, 6 min, 12 max. That's my easy answer.
Gotcha. Nice. What's the points for them?
Giselles are... where are we at here? Warp Block Giselles. 3 for 150, so it's 300 for a pack of 6. That is a lot of points for not a lot of health, but it's a lot of death. You got to protect them really well.
Again, you put them in the forest, 3 inches from the side, from the line. They don't get shot, but they can shoot out. So it's beautiful.
Realistically, enemy shooting is generally so weak in so many armies.
Yeah.
And they're on a 4-up save, and they're going to be rallyable all the time. They're actually really easy to rally because they're only 2 health.
Yeah.
So that low health actually becomes a benefit with rallying, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. These guys are just worth their weight in gold. I've done nothing but good use out of them. Warp Fire Thrower, skip. Rattling Gun, skip. Doom Flare, okay. Just the little weapon teams aren't worth it. There's just better stuff you can spend your points on. I wish the Doom Flare was worse than it is. This thing should not be this good. It's got 4 health. It moves D6 plus 8. So again, it can be the easy grab for your battle tactic sitting on the other side, right? Because again, you have to not roll a 1, which is a little more likely. But it can be that. It makes 2d6 attacks on 3s against infantry, rend 2, and it's damage 2 on the charge. 2. And when it charges, it does mortal wounds. To be clear, this thing costs 80 points.
What?
Yeah.
And the Korgorath costs 160?
Yeah. Like, this thing will die. I mean, but it's going to... if it charges with other things, it's going to be really hard for them to, like, dedicate enough attacks to definitely kill this thing. It's actually stupidly easy in 4.0 for a model on 4 health and a 4-up save that's, like, fighting alongside another unit to live, because they just won't be able to put enough attacks into it to kill it without diminishing how much they're actually hitting the real threat.
Okay.
Right? So
yeah, I tried to kill that manifestation that explodes. What's the name of it?
The Maelstrom.
The thing with the spells. The Maelstrom with 3 Blight Kings or 2 Blight Kings. I couldn't make it.
Exactly. Oh. The number of times I've seen people be like, "Oh, I'll just dedicate some small attacks to this thing over on the side," and then it's like, "Okay, I take 2 damage, and then we move on." Like, people are not accounting for how much less damage you do in 4.0.
True.
But this thing does a lot of damage for a stupid 80-point unit. I wish this
Yeah.
thing was worse. It shouldn't be this good. But it is.
This is
And
old,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's not a new. This is not a new unit.
No,
Not
God,
not a
no.
new Scald or something.
This dumb thing
Yeah,
has been
okay.
around forever. Sorry, Assistant Ref. We are not doing BOC today. We will do BOC as part of the Legacy faction. So when we do Legends, we'll do all the Legend stuff at once. BOC and the Sacrosanct. Everybody that's getting retired and stuff. We're just doing all those. Okay. Plague Claw. I don't hate it. I don't hate the Plague Claw. Let me just say that.
You've come around, finally.
Yeah. It's like 2 shots on 3s and 2s, Ren 2 against infantry, damage D6. It's very swingy. It can give people strike last, which is very meaningful. But it's like 150 points for a shooty war machine that can't get any of the scryer buffs for shooting or anything. I think people will play around with trying to take one of them, depending on how much infantry we see flood the board. That's what it comes down to. If it's a lot, if the meta really does become like horde heavy, if that really does break out that way, then I think this is a valuable piece because it's a 24-inch range that really punishes infantry by making them strike last and doing like significant damage.
You know what's weird? I have a feeling that this coherency thing is gonna make people not get hordes, not bother with hordes.
We'll see. It depends. It really depends. Like, you
It's
can
a
be in
weird
cloud
thing
formation
to
pretty
get stuck on.
safely. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, but it makes doesn't matter. This is not what we're doing now.
It's all good. It's an interesting question. The Plague Priest on Furnace. He gives Pestilence units a ward of 6 up near him and minuses enemy ward rolls. That's all fine. You're taking this thing because you want a priest for 340 points and you want to buff your dudes. That's it. He's a priest. That's what's meaningful.
A lot of attacks. A lot of attacks.
It does, and they're okay.
But no, they're bad. Okay, never mind. They're bad. 4s and
Like,
5s. 4s and 4s. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of 4 to hit. It's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, a 3 damage attack. They're all crit auto wounds, so sometimes those wounds won't matter very much, but that's fine.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Robert, yes. Yes, absolutely. He was asking, does the Plague Claw counter shoot, give them strike last in the enemy turn? Yes, because it's passive. It's a passive ability. It's each time it uses a shoot ability. Now, the trick here is that it's not benefited by the Arch Warlocks thing because that's only Scryer units. That's what I was meaning when I said it doesn't take those Scryer buffs. One of them. Plague Monks. Plague Monks die in droves, but that's their purpose. They are the cheapest chip's choice now. They come in 20 for 140. And when they die, they have a small chance of doing some mortal damage back. They are just a giant pile of attacks. It's just pure weight of dice with crit auto wound. Like 4s and 5s, you're just taking them to just like gum the board. And ideally, you're trying to get off the filth prayer on them so that they go in and make a bunch of attacks with crit mortals. Like, that's the strat here.
Makes sense. Okay.
The rat catapults are the Plague Claw is 150. Plague Monks are 140. So you're getting 20 health for 140 points. Right? That's what you're getting. On a 6
You get 40 attacks on crit mortals. That's what you're getting.
That's what you're getting.
41 attacks with crit mortals. Hopefully. That's what you're taking them. Otherwise, you're just gumming up the board. Yep.
Yeah, they're basically just like rat flagellants, and I don't stand them. I don't think they're worth it, is my honest answer, but I'll be interested to hear the results of the rest of the people. I like, with the Pestilence ability being very, very sneaky, where you like run them way crazy forward and then pile in at the end of turn to basically go into combat at the end of turn. Maybe there's some play there. I'll be interested to see people who are playing them.
You know what's special about them? My 3-year-olds, my 2 3-year-olds have painted 3 Plague Monks.
Very
That's
nice.
the only thing they've ever painted. So
There
they're
you
very
go.
special. Between the Stormcast, the Blood Reavers, and the Plague Monks, they chose the Plague Monk.
There it is. I'll be interested to hear the results of people who are trying that strat to like really abuse the like Pestilence pile-in thing at end of turn to see if it has any value. The Claw Lord is a bonus hero. You would only take him in your heavy Verminous builds where you're trying to go for like the 1 furnace, tons of clan rats and the Verminlord Warbringer to like he doesn't give your Verminous Infantry any bonus when he chain activates them, but like he's a free hero who's in there. That's the only excuse you'd ever take this guy. Otherwise, he's a pure skip. Yeah. Clan rats are amazing, okay, because they are 160 points for 20, so they're 20 wounds for 160 points. They return D3 at the end of every turn. They they make all your other things be hidden, like your Scryer Acolytes be hidden, your weapon teams be hidden, that kind of stuff. And they regen like crazy.
Makes sense.
So, you know, they're just very hard. And again, they have crit auto wound. Again, they take that crit mortal buff incredibly well. Blah, blah, blah. 40 attacks. It's all good. They also, by the by, when they go in, I should state that when they go in with the Warbringer who's got the charm, he's going to give them rend 1 and subtract 1 from the save of the opponent. Right? So suddenly they're rend 2 clan rats, which is like actually meaningful. If they have crit mortal and rend 2, it's pretty good.
It's a lot. It's a lot of attacks.
Storm Vermin are Garbo.
Aw, how come?
I know. I'm sad about it too. They are 10 for 140. It is just not worth it. And they are meant to be your Porcupine unit. They are not tough enough. They don't get the 5-up ward. They only give it to the heroes. If they had one of those bodyguards where, you know, most units bodyguards, it's like if this unit's near that hero, they both get a 5-up ward. These guys do not. They just give it to the hero. Who cares? Their anti-charge +1 rend is not good enough. I have better ways to get that. Nope. Bad. Skip.
I like it. They are the 5-up ward.
Yeah.
They themselves.
Yeah.
Very Skaven-y. Good.
Rat Ogres are incredibly good. I love Rat Ogres, the new sculpts. Yeah, exactly. Warpstone Enjoyer. They're just a hard skip. Like, Clan Rats do basically the same damage and have more health. It's not even close. Rat Ogres are awesome. It's very easy to get Rat Ogres to like 7 attacks.
Whoa.
Because they have a built-in +1 on them base. They can take Skaven Brew. Yeah, right. And then these guys are just going to rip. They're awesome Honor Guard if you want to like get into the ripping and the tearing that way to move them to 3s and 2s. They are 3 for 170. So you're getting 12 health for 170 points. They are awesome when they get the Molder buff of +1 to wound or +1 to wound and a 5-up save. That's where they really start going completely ham. When they get a 5-up ward, that's like, it's incredible. And if you're going the hard Molder build, the key is, remember earlier when I said put it in your brain that you can easily hand out +1 to run and charge.
Run and charge,
okay?
Yeah.
The hard Molder build, we'll just talk about him right now. The Master Molder, who's 100 points, he can give these guys another +2 to charge. So you can be on +3 total.
Suddenly.
Which makes it very easy popping out of gnaw holes, which makes it very easy just running across the board. This is also the point where I mentioned that in 4.0, there is no limit to how far away. You can only call a charge if an enemy's within 12.
Yeah. That's a big change.
Yep. So you can charge from like 1,000,000 miles away. Okay? And just roll it. And with +3 to charge, you accidentally pop into the 10 and get that 13-inch charge off. It's pretty strong. So they pop out of gnaw holes well. They fly across the board really well. They 3 claw steps ahead really well because they are infantry and all of that. So, yeah, they're good. They're great. I love Rat Ogres. Yeah, there's the Master Molder. The Master Molder also heals them, which is cool. So they damage themselves. End of turn, he heals them. It's a good combo. Pretty obvious. The Hell Pit Abomination is a skip. I'm sorry, he's still Garbo.
May I say something on the
Go for it.
On the It's Alive? What happens if it has disease on it? Or word flame on it? And you roll a 5.
He doesn't come back.
But it says it's not destroyed.
Like he'd be at 0, and then the answer is the next time state-based effects are checked, he dies again.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
He error 404s the game, and Warhammer stops working. Yeah.
The table explodes.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
He's a skip.
Cool. Yeah.
The Deathmaster is a bonus hero. I wish he was good. If we had more Eshin units, he could do something. crit auto wound and anti-hero crit mortal, like he's just not there. He's 160 points. It's way too many points for what this guy does. I mean, I appreciate that he makes every attack against him on a 1 to 4 miss. Like he can only be hit on 5+, which is crazy good. But people are just going to accidentally kill this guy. He just doesn't do enough for at 160. There's no way he puts out the damage. Take 20 more clan rats or 20 more plague monks or a unit of 3 Jezzails. Like you put him up against any of these choices, it's even as a bonus hero, he's not worth it. He just won't have the chance like the Verminlord will to go assassinate heroes. Yeah.
We're waiting for more Ishin because it's a good passive to run, shoot, and run and charge. Run and shoot and charge.
Yep.
So
yes, he can give the big Verminlord Deceiver run and charge. I don't need run and charge on the Deceiver is what it usually comes down to.
No. You explained it earlier. Yeah.
The Claw Lord on Gnawbeast, this incredible new model that's like so beautiful. He's like okay at best. He can give 5 to your control score of your Verminous Infantry, which is hilarious. When are you ever going to need this? I take my Verminous Infantry in blocks of 40. Okay. Yeah. Like late game when your clan rats get really burnt down, sure, it can be meaningful. He himself, if he had like crit mortal on that cool ass warp halberd that he has, maybe I'd stand him. Like at least then he could do some damage. But come on, man. 3s and 4s, 1 rend, 2 damage. Pass.
No ability.
It's really a shame.
That's a shame. Yeah.
The Screaming Bell, the Bell, gives all Skaven infantry a ward of 6 up, but they have to be wholly within 6. Really good.
What?
It's very close, but a very good bonus. Obviously, giving all of your dumb clan rats a 6-up ward is pretty incredible. You just kind of like pile them all around and make a little bubble, and that's fine.
Yeah.
His spell is still Garbo, like just utter and complete trash. Please stop writing this spell. Why does this keep going through editions? It's been crap in every edition. Guys, I hate explaining it. I'm going to stop explaining it. It's a bad spell. And if you don't understand why it's a bad spell, you don't understand Warhammer. End of discussion.
Mm-hmm.
The Grayseer on Screaming Bell is 350 points. The problem with him is the bell still sucks in how it rings because it doesn't do 2d6 and curve as a bell curve toward the middle. You went from 2d6, which has a what? A bell curve? To a standard curve? Guys, it was right there. I feel like they don't even... Does anybody play Skaven in the studio? Have any of you ever played Skaven? Because nobody who's ever played Skaven would have written this bell. Okay. He's Wizard 2, and all you're trying to do is roll 2 through 4. If you roll a 1, you're sad. If you roll a 5 through 6, the good one, by the way that they have it here, you're sad. That's worse.
Yeah.
It's way worse. If you roll the 2 through 4 and you have the Bell of Dom up that we'll talk about later, holy crap, it's incredible. Like, you are just like everybody's coming in, neg 1 to hit you, neg 1 to wound you, 6-up ward to your units. It's so good. Like, I hate it. You're good. If Peal of Doom was 1, it backlashes, and 2 through 6, neg 1 to hit, I would be putting this in every army. But as it is, I have the 33% chance to roll the good roll, which sucks. Makes me so angry. He is a Wizard too. It's fine. The new Warp Blaster. This thing. There it is again. Hey, pew, pew, pew. The Warp Blaster's cool. It's fun. Can make a just insane amount of shots. It will also kill itself roughly in 2 rounds if you're not like rallying on it or whatever. Again, shooting at a lot of targets. People love taking Cav in 10 now, which is really funny. Because now it's like that actually becomes a perfectly valid target here. It has crit auto wound, which is good. It very easily has 66 plus 3 shots on 3s and 3s, rend 1, damage 1. But again, it takes a scryer buff pretty well. So it goes to 3s and 2s. If it gets the big buff, so it's 3s and 2s, rend 2, damage 1, it will shred through infantry. The Warp Blaster The Rattling Warp Blaster is 190, which is a little expensive for what it is. I'd like it a lot better if it was 170. It's slightly worse than the Warp Lightning Cannon and should be pointed accordingly.
Yeah.
But it's still good. I liked it. I took it in my All-Scryer build, and yeah, I had fun with it. It was good.
It looks really nice as well. Nice sculpt.
And yes, Tori, I would. That's exactly how I built it. You take one Warp Blaster, one Warp Lightning Cannon. There is a guy standing in the middle between the two of them. Like, your Arch Warlock is here. Your Jezzails are off to the side at the edge of the 13-inch bubble, so they can kind of reposition using 3 claw steps if they need to get tricky, so that they can, like, make sure they're setting up to be where they need to be if you need to go that direction. And then that's your thing. I love how Branu said 9 shots minimum buffed. Branu, 9 shots. 66 plus 3, homie. This is the difference between a Timmy and like a reasonable person. I read 66 plus 3, and I'm like, 39 shots, let's go. Let's do it. Maximum power.
I love it. I love it.
But obviously, yeah, it's averaging like 24 or whatever. So it's still good.
20-something attacks is fine. Yeah.
Night Runners are one of your other battle tactic maker units. Again, Night Runners are good solely because of what they are. They're 10 for 130 points. You take them to be one of your battle tactics units because they have a pre-game normal move.
Yeah.
And they can move out in terrain and not be targeted by shooting attacks. No one's going to just pick them up. And then later on, they go get you, take their land or something. I ran them over to the side, had them take their land, and then just put them, and then just had them go attack the terrain feature, like the faction terrain feature my opponent had when I used them, and they eventually just brought it down, and I was like, yeah, good use of these guys. It's fine.
Amazing.
Okay. So, and then the Bell of Dom, yeah, an incredible endless spell. You set it up. It does have a movement to it and attacks for stupid reasons, but it can move around. So, but that means it has to be 9 inches away from enemies when you set it up. But subtract 1 from wound rolls for attacks that target friendly Skaven infantry while wholly within 13 of this manifestation.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, you set it up, you don't need to move. It still works. It's what we were talking about earlier.
You're putting it behind your line. Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Good.
Your null hole, it's a null hole. I mean, keep in mind it's not impassable, which is meaningful. Nor unstable. People can stand on top of it, which causes some wobbly model syndrome I hate. But it gives you the command ability to set up a replacement infantry unit, which is really nice.
Yeah. And it's
so
just cover.
Yeah, it's just cover. It's fine.
It should have been unstable, right?
It really should. Well, unstable, the problem is no part of it other than this tiny little chunk on the side is more than an inch tall. It just should be impassable. It's 6 health and a 4-up save. Just make somebody punch through it. Like, it's a giant hole into the warpland. How are they walking over it?
Yeah. Oh.
But anyways, it can call back 3 rat ogres or 20 clan rats or 20 plague monks. Like, it's, okay. That's why you have one burrowed in your home base to do this ability.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice. 6 wounds, 4-up save, no cord.
Okay. Oh, that's right. They cannot be set up or end any part of the move on the train feature. Thank you. Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do remember that. That does help. Yes. Thank you very much. Yep. That is true. Okay. Sorry, I forgot about that. Vermintide is bad. Cool. And the Warp Lightning Vortex is really hard to use effectively, but interesting. It is great if you can effectively counter chant it or whatever, unleash prayer. It doesn't do its damage tick in the turn you set it up, but it can do it in the next enemy turn, but they will just, like, depending on what's happening, they may not be near it. It doesn't have a move, so it can be set up right next to people. It's really strong on the if you can unleash spell. It's really strong because then you're past their point to banish it, and it's -2 to run and charge rolls while they're within 6 inches. So it actually can do a pretty good job of, like, shutting off their ability to charge you. So.
And like we said, you cannot counter charge manifestations, which would basically break the. Yeah.
You got to be really careful with this thing, though.
Yeah.
Because when you do set it up,
all statics with all static manifestations, you have to be really careful. I feel they're the biggest trap right now in the game because we're very new to the edition. Static manifestations are going to lose you games because you use them wrong. But we will get there. We will internalize all of these. Yeah.
Yep. And that's Skaven.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
Very nice.
I know we took longer on that one than I wanted to. I'm sorry, everybody. But I really love Skaven and had a lot to say. So fortunately, let's move to an army I have less to say about. Oh my god, it's Slaanesh. I'm lying. Okay, all right, Slaanesh. Here we go. I'll try to... Let's move through. We're already at the 4-hour mark of what I said we were going to aim for. We'll try to move through these last two quickly. I will be fast on Slaanesh. Because...
I'm going to get my third wind in Slaves of Darkness. I know them better.
Yep.
Go on. All right.
Okay.
Let me find Slaanesh.
Battle traits. There are two choices you have. It's bad. Their battle traits are bad. I've already ranted about this in a show. They're terrible.
Yeah, we've done this.
I do not understand why Slaanesh has to have bad battle traits that gives the opponents bonuses. Nobody else has this. Is this like, there's better ways to express temptation than giving your opponent the game. So here's what I've decided, Dino. My list for NashCon, the tournament I'm playing next month, like, because it'll still be very early in the edition, right? Beginning of next month, I'm going to a tournament in Nashville. And it's going to be very hero-heavy Slaanesh. And I am, every round, I am going full send. 3 depravity dice. Here's your dice. Go nuts. And I'm going to tell my opponent, you're going to have the best game your army's ever played. You will be charging 12. You'll be making saves. Whatever you want, you got it, baby. Let's go. I'm full sending every round. Okay? Every round. You can do that and commit suicide. I will happily commit suicide every time just to show how bad this battle trait is. It's terrible.
Okay.
Your two choices are basically 1 dice or no dice.
Yep.
Those are your actual choices if you want to play competitively with this army. This is the dumbest battle trait in the world, and whoever wrote this should feel bad. End of story. Battle formations. Okay, these are all bad. But the Seeker Cavalcade is okay if you're going to go cav heavy, because you get retreat and charge, which is cool and good. And your retreat abilities don't damage you.
Cool.
That's it. Cool. And you will probably take cav, because most of the cav is actually pretty good. The ironic part about Slaanesh is that the scrolls, many of the scrolls are actually really good and interesting.
I read through them today, and I was actually liking what I was seeing. So.
Yeah. You have terrible battle traits, bad battle formations, okay? You're just hot scrolling it. You got to win on the strength of your scrolls alone. That's it.
You don't like the Carnival? You don't like the +1 to hit on your infantry? You will get hurt.
I mean, you can wound yourself. The trick with that is you wound yourself on the Thane. Okay?
Right.
That's the trick. Because any unit can trip the Thane.
But this is the thing that's going to happen. You're playing the game. You will get hurt on your unit. So every time they get hit, +1 to hit. Cool. It's like blood type. You will get things dead.
Sure.
Okay.
It's fine. My real issue is there's only one Sybarite infantry unit I like, Dino, and I don't actually care. Like, I'm not taking them for their attacks.
Yeah, you're getting from them. Yeah, I know. We'll get there. Cool.
Yep.
Traits.
There's actually several good choices here. Glory Hog is super cool because it makes you euphoric without having to spend the dumb dice. It's just nearly impossible to trip because no one's going to have enemy heroes they let you kill. So pass. That's strongest alone, it would be great on a keeper if you didn't want to run the keeper next to Shalaxi. So that's a problem. So the obvious choice is Into the Fray, 8 up, strike first. Yes, good, A+, that's the one you take. Okay, next. Pendant of Slaanesh rules heal 3, not D3, 3 at the end of any turn is really great on a keeper. The other 2 are once per battle. The only other one you'd think about is the Icon of Infinite Excess, depending on what you're rolling with. If you can spread out a big bubble of +1 to attacks, and that can be meaningful on a big turn. Okay. Do I think it's viable to go with a heavy shooting army with Slaanesh? Unfortunately, yes. I hate that. I didn't get into the Slaanesh game. I've been playing Slaanesh since like 2004, and I didn't get into this stupid army to take shooting units. I hate all the shooting units. They make me angry. I wish they would be thrown and yeeted into the sun. No offense, Jose. If you like them, I'm happy for you. But yes, I do think it's perfectly viable. It's not going to win on your own. You gotta have a little bit of mixed arms, but it can be like a strong plan supplemented. Yeah. A strong supplemented plan. Okay, your spell lore. Your spell lore is garbage, and I hate it. Sadistic Spite is terrible because it only works on euphoric units. It turns their crit 2 hits. Well, it's unlimited.
It's not limited.
But that's
It's
the
not,
biggest
so.
joke in the world because you're either going to do 1 or 0 units. I will be putting this on everybody. By the way, it is notable that Euphoric gives you run and charge until the start of your next turn. Okay, like for the battle round, I should say.
Run charge means redeploy and counter charge.
Correct. You can redeploy and countercharge, which is very powerful. Like, let's not sleep on that. This army can redeploy and countercharge pretty hard. I will be taking this, and I will be, because I am full sending 3 dice and intending to lose the game, and putting Crit Mortal on my Daemonettes and my Keepers and going ham. That is my basic plan here. It's a simple, dumb plan. It will lose you the game, because in 4.0, that kind of stuff doesn't win you the game. That kind of stuff makes you lose the game. What wins you the game is clever counterplay, which this is so easily counterplayed against. This unlimited spell is bad. Your Overwhelming Acquiescence is a good spell. There's your one good spell. Enjoy it. It's on a 7, which is too high in this army. But at least you can get a +1 to cast somewhat reliably.
Yeah, and it's 18 inches out.
And then Phantasmagoria. Look, I'm not smart enough to use Phantasmagoria. Okay.
Yeah, it's too early here to understand Phantasmagoria. I was trying to read it earlier. I cannot. I have no idea what it does. I'm not gonna see it anytime. It's fine.
I read it out loud. I read it to my opponent, who's a very smart player. I said, if I do this, like, and then we construed some situations, and I was like, so what then happens? And neither of us knew. Okay? Because of just weird overlapping ability usage and stuff like that. I hate this thing. I hate it. Die in a fire. Why does this exist? All right. And y'all, your endless spells are mostly bad. You'll take a normal manifestation lore. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Shalaxi rocks. She rules. Yeah. She's great. A+, no notes. Here for her. Shalaxi is good for the first time ever. She's 490 points.
Worth it?
Yes. She's -1 to be hit all the time. She has an incredible buff that will let her absolutely spike heroes. Okay, if she gets near them, like, she will keep enemy heroes cowed. Her counter charge ability is incredible because they try to charge you. Nope, I charge you. That timing on that is very clear. And she has the once a game fight twice. Fantastic. Which is going to go on the other keeper or the 20 Daemonettes who have crit mortals. Sorry, not the other keeper because it's a non-hero. Sorry, it's going to go on the 20 Daemonettes who have crit mortals. That's who you're going to pick.
This is so funny with Shalaxi that people are going to deep strike outside of 9. She's not going to redeploy out. She's going to redeploy in.
Yep, exactly. She's coming for you.
She will have a run start somehow, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever.
Yep, very easy to give her run and charge, so she redeploys forward. She has this, she has so many tricks. It's great. She's really awesome. She's Wizard 2, Ward 5, blah, blah, blah. She rolls 16 health, yada, yada. Nice. And yes, exactly, Brano. Shalaxi and Keeper all the way. I'm in for that build 100%. It is important to note, unlike what I said first, I knew that, I just spoke wrong. She can't make the other Keeper fight twice, which sucks. But whatever. Keeper of Secrets. Yeah. The Keeper is really good. The Keeper of Secrets is 440 points. She has the recall half a unit, so she's going to recall half the Daemonettes. She's also -1 to be hit all the time. By the way, why are there Impaling Claws still only 2 attacks? Because there's two of them.
There's 2 of them, right? I've heard that before.
Every unit that has 1 sword in their hand better have 1 attack. Okay?
But you've heard that a sword has 2 edges.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains the 5 attacks most of them get. At any rate, it makes me so angry. This should not be a 2 attack thing. It's so swingy. Both of the Keepers are very susceptible to debuffs. Like, the Lord Executioner from Nighthaunt is like the worst, is like their greatest enemy in the world. They fear that little foot hero so much. He's a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. That dude is a unit, okay? At any rate, Keeper's great. Her Dark Temptations is actually a really fun ability. That's how you should structure a temptation ability.
Yes.
It's really good.
I was reading about it, and I'm like, all right, give them +1 to hit. They will never get to use it.
Kill them.
Because they're dead.
Yes.
Right?
It is also really funny when fighting Nighthaunt or any ethereal unit like Jade Obelisk or anybody like that to give them +1 to save.
+1 to save. Nice. Yeah, that I like. Yeah.
You can only heal the target if they're damaged, which is relevant.
If they're
you can't
damaged.
keep the free thing.
Yeah.
But that's actually a really good choice. If they have 1 damage on, just pick that one. Who cares?
Correct.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah. Agreed. like
And Cacophonic Choir is still pretty bad. It's better than it was, but it's still pretty bad. We're still paying for the Sins of 7th edition on that one. So
Cool.
Sinessa's good. If you're going to take Sinessa, you should take Dexessa. Dexessa can go in Sinessa's thing. Sinessa is 280. Yes, 280, and Dexessa is 240.
Right. What they do?
She's a War Master. She's a Wizard 1, but she becomes Wizard 2 when Dexessa's around. She has a really good spell called Whispers of Doubt. +1 to hit and wound.
Yeah.
That target that enemy unit. It's just great. And her end of turn Voice of Slaanesh ability is incredible. She picks a visible unit with an 18. And either +5's your control score or -5's theirs.
18 is the battlefield, in a sense.
Yep.
She moves 12. She flies, I guess. Yeah.
She does
choose
fly,
an
yes.
objective. Choose an objective. Turn the score around. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
And her rampage is good, but hard to use because she can only drop it on units that charged, which is tough. Dexessa is the problem with is you got to take Dexessa still if you really want to get the most out of her. Dexessa can retreat and charge, which is fun in a like cavalry build where everything in your army is retreating and charging. She builds her little fury tokens, which is fine. She has to kill models to do it, and she self heals, which is not bad. She is still pretty fragile on a 5-up over a unit you're trying to rocket into combat. If you've got 2 keepers, you're not taking her and then making her crit mortals and all that. You're just going to run out of people you can make euphoric. That's the issue. But I think the Sinessa Dexessa combo is an actually viable strat to run. Use the 2 of them instead of the keepers, along with Bliss Barbs and Seekers and Slick Blades and stuff. That's fine. It's valid.
Right.
Celeste is awesome if you're running. So Celeste is is 250. Can take either the biggest in their regiment. I haven't been talking about regiments. I'm sorry. Shalaxi's awesome because she can take any Heat Knight of Slaanesh, as can the Keepers, which is awesome. Their regiment building. They can also take Slaaneshi Beguilers. Slaaneshi Beguilers are the Infernal and Rapturous, which you won't take, and the Mask, which you will take.
Yeah.
The cool part about Celeste is that Celeste's regiment can include the Slaaneshi Beguiler or the Dark Egoist. The Dark Egoist is the Lord of Hubris and the Lord of Pain, which you may take one of. Okay? So, the point is Celeste is has the most open regiment building. Because you can take either of the sub-heroes, can take either of the sub-heroes, and they can take any unit, any Heat Knight unit. So they're very good. Now, the Deadly Symbiosis is actually a really strong ability, but you have to pick Hero Sybarite, Hero Demon, right? So if you're running the Balanced Force where you've got both available, they're very worth it. Their spell is perfectly fine, Subvert. It shuts off commands for the turn. And they do decent damage. Like the Axe and the Whip. Damage 3 and damage 2, Ren 2 and Ren 1. It's good. They're like a good model.
Can you
9
choose
health,
yourself?
4 save.
It says non-hero, right? So you cannot actually choose your...
You can't choose yourself.
damage.
Yeah, you gotta have but if you're running sort of the mixed arms build as you might often be with a unit of Seekers and a unit of Hellstriders, that actually becomes a really interesting thing to use for both of them. So
yeah, and Chaos rarely runs only one or the other.
Right.
So yeah, that's fine.
And here you actually don't spend the command point for the second one, which is what makes it nice. It does double tap it for free, which is good.
Okay. Yeah, good.
The Contorted Epitome is okay. It's a single caster now. It's got a ward of 4 up. The interesting part about it is if you make a successful ward roll, you add 1 to its power level. Okay. I took the Contorted Epitome once. It's 200 points. Yeah. I wasn't impressed by it. It's largely a skip now. There's just better choices.
We have one of the best Slaanesh players in the world where I play. Regular 5-0s in the previous iteration. And I'm one of the best players I know. And this was almost always in his lists. And it's been a nightmare. I'm actually quite happy this thing goes away. if it does.
It basically, I really think it gets skipped. Yeah, it's not. It's its own drop. It just gets skipped. The Infernal and Rapturous can be a bonus hero. You're not going to take it. Next.
Yeah.
The Mask is awesome as a bonus hero. The Mask is only 150 points. The Mask is incredible. She self-heals. She makes an absolute... She's a unit when it comes to attacks. 9 attacks on damage, too. Like...
on a 4-up ward. She breaks the rules.
4-up ward, and she can remove... And she has her deployment phase ability to remove her from the battlefield and set her up 3 inches away from enemy units. Great for objective holding. She can just dance around. She's so strong. I'm sad she's 8-inch move instead of 10-inch move now, but she's really, 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 really good. I've used her in every list I've taken so far. I always get her in the list and as a bonus hero, and she's done incredible things for me.
She's like on a 32 mil, right?
Yes. The power per square inch is insane for her.
Yep. Love her. I've even used her as an ally back in the day.
Yep.
Looking good. Yep.
I'm going to make this real simple. Seeker Chariot. Skip. Hellflare.
Okay.
Skip. Bladebringer on Exalted Chariot. Skip. All of the chariots are not worth worrying about. Sorry. And they cut the chariots in half, because now the leader is automatically on the big chariot and the other 2 are on that. They're just no good. They don't do anything. You're never going to make them euphoric. They're not good enough to do enough damage. They're not tough enough to survive anything. They're just bad. Daemonettes. It's a very simple strat. You make them euphoric. You get the spell off on them. You charge. You now make 3 attacks per model. 60 attacks with crit mortal. That's it. That's the strategy.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's no executioners. Okay.
No.
But it's okay.
Reapers. They're not supposed to be. No. All right. What do you prefer, Demonettes or Bloodletters?
Bloodletters.
With
easy.
all your
not
buffs,
even close.
the buffs in your disposal. Not even close, right?
It's not even close.
Oh well, maybe next time.
Yeah.
Because they're based on a bad strategy, as in if euphoric. So yeah.
These are more expensive than Bloodletters. That's the hilarious part.
You serious?
Per health. Yeah. These are 110. These are 110 for 10 of them. So if you reinforce them, you get 20 health for 220 points. Bloodletters get 20 health for 200 points and can get reinforced up to 40 max.
Yeah. And they come back.
These can as well, potentially, but only through the keeper recalling half of them.
Yeah.
Not self-regenerating.
Not on the worst roll, though.
Right. Yeah. It's really not close. To be clear, Daemonettes are bad. Okay? But they can have but they can have a use where you run them in and explode on people. The problem is you have to still be very careful because people will just redeploy out. If they hit a porcupine unit, they die instantly. If like somebody hits them with strike last, well, you're dead now because it's a bunch of idiots on a 6-up. Like they are incredibly susceptible to porcupines. They are fragile as all get out. Like, I know it sounds really cool to be like, yeah, 60 attacks with crit mortal, it's going to be awesome. And then you actually play the game and you charge a Cruel Boy unit that's like zap, zap, zap as soon as you come into combat with them, and then you're dead. And you never swung.
Strike last. Yeah.
Yep. They lost nothing, you lost everything. And that is going to happen to you a lot with this unit.
Okay.
Fiends are bad. They're beasts. Next. Yep. Seekers. I like Seekers, actually, quite a lot.
They have to redeploy in a 4?
Yep. Well, it's not redeploy. It's run. Min run of a 4.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is actually interesting.
Yeah, because your run and charge means you charge 2d6 plus 4.
Yeah,
at least.
Exactly. Yep, and you can get them run and charge. They're a perfectly good unit for take the flanks. Seekers are relatively cheap. They're 140 points. They can always nab that. They're very good for just like running around the side and going up. They're a little more expensive. They're also, by the way, great chaff to just like spread out in the beginning because they can. They're the traditional light cav stuff. So yeah, I like Seekers a lot. I've used these girls in most of my lists, and I've been very happy with them. They're anti-cav, which is actually quite good. Because there's a lot of cav that we're going to be seeing. That's the other thing. Like we'll see units of Dawn Riders and units of Chaos Knights and units of OBR ponies and stuff like that. And these girls can actually get in there and do some work against them. In that event, you would make these girls euphoric and then send them in, and they'll actually do some darn good work against that cav. they'll generally outspeed most of the other heavy cav they're trying to get at because they have 12-inch move plus run and charge with a min run of 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Seekers are 140, which is worth it. Glutos, he's a big unit to center your board. Like, Glutos is 470 points. His effects are good. Like, his Grand Gourmand passive abilities are all good as you go through the battle rounds. He's very hard to lift because he's 4 up, 5 up, and heals 6 at the end of... Heals 6. 6 at the end of every turn. He can technically heal other people, but he can heal himself.
Yeah, he will heal himself, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't do much in the way of damage. It's like, okay, the Great Blade and Claws, like 8 attacks is not bad on damage 3. Don't get me wrong. That's not nothing. But it's a companion
How are
weapon.
you gonna deal? How are you gonna deal 18 damage on a 4 up, 5 up before it heals back? It's end of any turn, so
That's right.
12 in a battle round. Man, that's a lot.
Yep, he's got a great spell. He halves run and charge rolls and halves moves. I mean, again, it's like he is as strong a center as you'd want. If you're not running the keeper strat, yes, unless he's on fire or disease. Yeah, correct. That will stop him.
Sure.
Sure. If you're not running the keeper strat, you're running a Glutos strong center. And
sure.
on some battle plans, he'll just like move in and just be almost impossible to get out of the way. So
yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
So good stuff. The Lord of Hubris, no.
I read him. No. I'm like, no.
Yeah. The Lord of Pain you might take sometimes. He is a bonus hero. He's 160 points. He gives your Sybarite guys +1 to wound.
Which is
well,
good.
it's whenever they're contesting an objective. The nice part is they don't have the you control or you don't control. It's just contesting, right? I don't care about his like share the pain ability.
This guy needs to contest.
Yes, that's right. He has to be contesting, but my point is a lot of those will say, well, contesting a
controlled by your opponent or whatever.
Yeah. Somebody like you don't control or you whatever, right? This is just contest.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And +1 to wound is meaningful for your Sybarite units. We'll talk about it in a second, but I like it.
Yep.
Sigvald. If you play him, he is awesome. If you make him euphoric constantly and just he races.
Sure. Yeah.
He's euphoric. I redeploy him forward. I countercharge him. Let's go. Yep. Like that's what this guy's doing. He is going to be your command points for the turn. Right.
Sounds about right.
He cuts through wards. An interesting side effect of this guy is he will kill almost any spell he touches. Period.
True.
Which is very funny. And yeah, he strike first. He plays with the combat thing. He's in my list. He's in my hero heavy list. Because I'm trying to stack like all the strike first on top of each other.
And what is his cost?
Sigvald is 260 points.
For a 3 up, 4 up. I mean.
Yep, 3 up, 4 up. He can have, by the way, he can take a Dark Egoist, so the Lord of Pain. He can also, and he himself is a Sybarite, meaning that the if he happens to be with the Lord of Pain, it puts him on 2s and 2s, because the Lord of Pain gives him +1 to wound, right? Okay.
And Glutos, he's a good choice for Glutos, for the heal.
Yep, absolutely. And this guy could take... Sigvald can interestingly take a demon unit in his regiment, so which is cool. So that's pretty nice.
Nice.
So, there you go. That's that. I like Sigvald, but you've got to, like, race with him, and he will die. Like, he will die. But it's okay.
I mean, damage has gone down. Has gone down, so he's still a 3 up, 4 up.
Absolutely. But he's just such an awesome off-turn piece. Right?
Yeah.
Yes, Glutos can heal him for 6. Yes. Glutos can heal him for 6. The chances of him being wholly within 12 of Glutos is not generally high with how you're often going to use Sigvald, though. That's the problem.
Right.
Fiendbloods, skip. Shard Speaker, skip. Painbringers, skip. Blissbarb Archers, they're fine. Like, they're fine.
Did you say Painbringers skip?
Yes.
So it's the Twin Souls. That's
Correct.
the one, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Blitzbarb archers are fine. They're perfectly good shooting units. Like they do what they do. They're not as crazy as they were, but they're still an 18-inch shot, which is very strong. 2 attacks, 3s, 4s, rend 1, damage 1. Like that's good shooting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Still 18 inches.
Mm-hmm. You know, a unit of 10 makes 21 attacks. Like it's straight up, right? And Bliss Barbs, by the way, are 10 for 140, so they're actually quite reasonably costed.
True. True.
Why skip Painbringers? Because they're bad. Because you're going to take Twin Souls instead, because Twin Souls are better.
Yeah.
Okay, Twin Souls are 5 attack or 5 for 130, which I like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, Mirmadash Painbringers are exactly the same. They're 5 for 130 because you're getting 10 health on a 4-up save, but it's often going to be a 4-up, 5-up with these guys because they'll have they will often have the 5-up ward. Okay.
I mean, why have a 3-up? Why have a 3-up when you can have a 4-up, 5-up?
Correct. It's way better.
And it -1 attacks, if not -2 attacks.
Yes, I love the Twin Souls as a bodyguard unit. So one of the I actually really like bodyguard as the honor guard choice in Slaanesh as opposed to the +1 to hit and wound. And the key is you make these guys your bodyguard. You keep them basically around the thing you're trying to protect. Like the countercharge strat is real. Like let yourself be charged by giving your opponent euphoric dice and letting them charge you on 12. And then they come into you, and the key is then between the imagine you got a keeper and these guys standing next to them. That's pretty reasonable sort of build, right? Mm-hmm. The keeper is your general, or Shalaxi is your general, or whatever. I don't care. Just that's the situation that's happening, right? What's often going to happen is they come into you, and then they're -2 attacks, 1 for the bodyguard, 1 for the ego-driven excess, -1 to hit, right? And then if they actually attack the Twin Souls, they're at a 5-up. 5-up, 4-up, 5-up, right? Is what I mean there. I love them as a bodyguard unit. And by the way, they can slap 4 attacks, 3s, 4s, rend 1, damage 1. They take the wound bonus from the Lord of Pain really well because then they go to 3s and 3s, right? If the Lord of Pain's floating around in there as a little bonus hero.
Yep.
And that's just a lot of attacks. Like a unit of 5 of these makes 21 attacks on 3s and 3s, rend 1, damage 1.
I really like them.
Yeah, I love Twin Souls. I think they're a standout. They're a very strong scroll. They're a very techie piece in how you use them, but they're how you actually build a porcupine in Slaanesh, and it's really important to have a good porcupine because enemies are going to charge you, are going to pull tricks. Can attacks go below 1? No, they'll always go down to 1 minimum, but a lot of units in the game have 3+ attacks now. A lot. Keep in mind, basically everything in the game has 2 attacks. Yeah, right on.
I'm going to do my...
So you're always getting, and hammers have well more than 2. Hellstriders are really great. I like Hellstriders a lot. Hellstriders are 5 for 150. They make for excellent chaff. They make for excellent battle tactic grabbers, and then they actually come in and do real work because each Hellstrider is making 3 attacks, 3s, 4s, rend 1 against infantry, and damage 2 on the charge.
Good.
And if they hit when they charge, they subtract 3 from the control scores of infantry while they're in combat. These guys do everything I want. Neuter enemy infantry. And be very fast at doing it.
Good. Robert, no attacks cannot go below 1. It's always a minimum of 1, including control score and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Except Rend, if that's the thing.
Except Rend. Hellstriders are really solid. They're a multifaceted unit. You can run them up the side at the beginning, take their land, hit an infantry unit in round 3, and do actual real damage. So they're not soaking up your euphoric early. We can take it later and actually do good damage. I love them. And they're 15 health they're 15 health for 150 points.
It's so weird. Slaanesh is fighting they're good despite their army traits.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The scrolls are good. There's good meat here.
Yeah.
It's just our bones are rotten.
Yep.
Right?
So, yep. They nailed it. This is Slaanesh.
Slaanesh is like a bodybuilder with osteoarthritis.
Arthritis, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Yep.
Slick Blade Seekers, again, really great. Love them. Slick Blades are 5 for 180. So you're getting 20 health out of that for 180 points. They are very fast because you can reroll charge rolls. It's just straight reroll charge. But again,
Yep.
you know, they take euphoric really well. 3 attacks each, 3s, 4s, rend 1, damage 1 or 2 on the charge. They're little licky tongue boys. Certainly add in a bunch of extra attacks on 3s and 4s, which isn't bad, right? Willard, would I make Hellstriders euphoric late in the game? Yes, absolutely. They're not my initial targets, but they are my late game targets. Slick Blades are great. Fast, effective, great target for euphoric, do hard damage. Good.
Cool.
Blitzbarb Seekers are okay. They are part of your shooting strat if you're going that strat, because they're Rend 2 against your opponent's models. You're trying to kill the ones on the objective.
They're not what they used to be, right? They're not what they used to be.
No.
Yeah.
Blitzbarb Seekers are 5 for 180. 5 for 160. I apologize. 160. It's okay. They're okay. Like, they're fine. Again, shooting isn't the main strat. You're using it to, like, soften some people up here and there.
Sure.
The Visage is okay because it's another source of strike last. But the problem is it only moves 8 inches, right? And so, like, you're going to set it up, then you're going to move it around, then you're going to make the charge, then finally you'll make him strike last. So, like, you gotta think, like, 2-3 turns ahead with how you're using this piece. But it's good.
And because in your army you want to redeploy and counter charge, those are 3 command abilities. Those are 3 command points. And you want to counter spell, unleash spell. So you're done. Because if you cast this in your turn, you have to wait because it's going to move the next turn.
Right. Yeah.
But
so I mean, keep in mind these guys
actual
can't. You can't redeploy these spells. You can't countercharge these spells. You can't give them commands, right?
Correct. So plus, you're not going to have these. You're going to have the Purple Sun or
you're going to take the
Jaws or
Purple
whatever.
Sun. Correct.
Yeah.
Take Purple Sun or Jaws. You will be much better served in this army.
Correct.
The mirror is like nothing. The wheels are nothing. There you go. And the Fane is. We need to talk about the Fane because it is really good.
Yep.
Because now the Fane can target any unit. So if you need to get your Sybarites damaged, you can do so. Because it's just any unit. It's not heroes alone anymore. You have to be wholly within 12, which is a decent range. But again, this thing will die very easy if you set it way out there. So do be careful. It has a little ward, which is fun for a faction terrain ability. But it gives you +1 to wound, +1 to run and charge, or +1 to cast and unbind. It's an unbind bonus, which is rare. So the Fane is quite multifaceted. It's cool. It is impassable terrain. So if you absolutely want to block off a lane, you can do so with it. And just like, okay, cool, in round 2 or 3 it will die. But if you're like trying to protect your back, like if you got 2 pieces of terrain and that happen to be basically like, you can get the 3 inches on each side, you can set it up right in the middle, and it will basically block that lane, so they can't really get through with anything of significant size, right? Like, obviously, infantry could flow around it, but anything with a big base is just going to get
charge
caught
it,
up on it.
then flow around it. Yeah, makes sense. Cool. Was that it?
Yep. Okay. So that's it. That's Slaanesh. There you go. We got through it real fast. See, I told you we would. I mean,
30 minutes.
I have a lot of opinions about Slaanesh, so it was very easy. Okay.
Like my thoughts on Slaanesh is like I said, good army despite its battle traits, but you have been mentioning they're great targets for euphoric killers, but frankly, are you even going to use that? You're not going to use it that much. You're going to give such a great plus to your opponent because you're not denying battle tactics, you're denying your battle tactics.
Yeah, so, you're enabling their battle tactics and denying your own. Yes.
Yeah. You're like, big enabler.
You using euphoric dice is worth about 12 points in the game to them. Let me make it that real for you.
Sad.
That's crazy.
That is sad.
Okay. S2D. Right. Let's close this out.
Yep.
Yeah. Eye of the Gods is really cool. It's a very good ability.
Amazing.
It's like really good, and most of the time it stacks really well. The only thing you can't give it to are beasts and non-hero monsters. Cool. I wasn't going to take any of those anyways. About that. Yep.
Basically, because you can reroll, and because 6 does whatever you want, it's one of these is on a rerollable 5-up.
That's right.
It's like saying on a 3-up, choose whatever you want. Choose whatever you want on a 3-up. That's it.
It's crazy good. The
You-
fact that you have a built-in reroll is wild. Like, it's so silly that you get to do that. But hey,
Like,
why not?
if this was missing, would anyone notice? If this
No.
reroll was not there, nobody
No.
would notice, right? Yeah.
Yep. Your marks
We
are
have
good.
talked
We
about this
talked
one.
about the marks before, but again,
It's Nurgle.
it's Nurgle.
It's Nurgle.
Yep.
Unless you have like a Khorne, like 3 Vanguard, you give them Khorne, it's Nurgle. That's it.
Yep, that's right. You're exactly correct. Like, Khorne is fine, but remember, you charge less than you think you do in a game, and the same goes for Slaanesh, right? Because both of those are triggered to the charge. Tzeentch basically does nothing. Undivided basically does nothing. Nurgle is crazy strong. It's ridiculously how much better Nurgle is than the rest. Okay.
100%.
Your battle formations. I don't know how you feel. I hate all of these.
Yeah, they're not good. Like, you're gonna choose God's Wrath Warband, maybe forget it during the game, and you'll be like, oh well. That's it.
Yep, this is what you're gonna pick. You're gonna pick God's Wrath and defile some tokens and do a little bit of Mortals.
If you remember. Maybe it won't.
Yep. I have played with this with S2D and taken God's Wrath every time. So far, I have accumulated over 2 games playing it. I have gotten a total of 3 mortal wounds on the enemy out of it. Yeah. Good stuff.
Good job.
Okay. Heroic traits.
I have thoughts there.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you like?
Radiance. It's Radiance.
Yep.
For reasons. I like it. I like it a lot. And because, spoilers, Archeon is back in the game. I have thoughts. I will tell you about it. But Radiance is a good choice if you have Archeon in the game. The Eye of the Gods is a good one as well. Because
It's
free
funny.
Eye of the Gods.
Yeah, it's funny, but just take a Demon Prince if you're trying to do that. I suppose is probably a better answer, but that's fine.
Exactly. If you don't have space for a Demon Prince, otherwise, but Radiance. I will fortify in position afterwards.
No, you're good. Archeon, Abraxia, both. Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Balakor,
it's
maybe.
Balakor. Yeah, it's Radiance. Artifacts of Power.
That's the thing. The better heroes are unique, so you cannot actually give them artifacts. So I'm thinking infernal puppet, just on a sorcerer lord or something like that. Just to have something. It's not that important.
The Conqueror's Crown is pretty good at sapping infantry control scores, but it's only infantry, and then you're going to play giants or BCR monster trucks and be sad.
Yeah. Again, if you have a Demon Prince, that's a good choice.
Sure.
You just put it on him. Yeah.
It's a pretty heavy infantry game. I played one game where I played a lot of infantry, and it did some work. The next game, they had like a lot of cav, and it was just like, oh, okay, now I'm sad. That's fine. Your spell lore. Okay. I don't know why we continue doing this with Spite Tongue Curse, but I guess okay, sure. This is a bad spell. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah.
It is a very bad unlimited spell. Not the worst one, but it's bad. It's down near the bottom.
No. I mean, if you play against non-wizards, sure. If it just so happens you're outside of Unbind range, but there's so much better. There's such a better choice.
Yeah. Binding Damnation is fine. 7 is too high. Like, that's a tough cast in this army. But Strike Class is good, but 12 inches sucks. So, little from column A, little from column B. Demonic Speed is incredible. It's great. That's the one you take. Obviously, that's what you're trying to cast. That's your one spell you're trying to get off and be happy with.
No longer just cavalry.
No longer just cavalry.
Now it's everything.
I mean, it will often still target cavalry.
Sure.
Because it will often be targeting Chaos Knights or Varangard, but it will also sometimes target Chosen, which is cool. Okay. Yep. And then your manifestation lore, yada yada. All right, Archeon. Big Archeon.
I'll be right back because somebody woke up at 5 in the morning.
There you go.
I'll be right back.
You go handle that. I will talk through Archeon, but you can add in some more when you get back.
Can you skip him so I can come back?
You know
and
what?
talk about
I will skip him and I'll go to the Demon Prince. When you come back, we'll do Archeon.
Yes. All right, babe.
Very good. Okay. Demon Prince is 280. You're taking Demon Princes for the Ruinous Favor ability. They're okay. Like, Crit Mortal's a good ability on a damage 3 weapon. Do not get me wrong. You're going to take the wings because, like, anti-hero +1 rend is dumb on a crit mortal weapon. It's just so nothing. So you're going to take 10-inch move and fly. But the fact that you can just spam around Eye of the Gods as an extra thing is really, really, really good. And you can give them a mark and so on. So, like, Demon Princes are decent. Like, crit mortal on a 3 damage weapon is really strong. I don't know what else to say. The Demon Prince also has the advantage of it's a lot of this army is very split as to what it can take, right? But the Demon Prince can take any Slaves to Darkness unit, so it's really good. Your 3-up, 6-up, relatively tough. He slaps, has a cool ability, can take anything in its regiment. 280 points, good unit. Do you take 2 of them? You could, if you're really trying to get wild with the Eye of the Gods. I've only run 1 so far and been relatively happy. But yeah, 280 for the Demon Prince, which I think is worth it. Varangard. Yeah, they're really good. Like, they're really, really good. I don't know what else to say. Varangard are 3 for 310 points. That is worth it. They're 5 health each on a 3-up save. They're fast. They hit like trucks because they go to 3 damage on the charge with crit mortal. And the rest of their attacks are Rend 2 anyways.
Still great.
And they fight twice once a game. They're really, really strong.
Enough. More than enough most times.
Yeah. They're like super duper strong. Yep. Okay. All right. Archaon. Let's go back here. As a reference, just to start us off, Archaon is 890 points. 890. And he can take a Ruinous Champion, which is, by the way, the Centurion Marshal, the Exalted Hero of Chaos, and the Ogroid Myrmidon. All things you probably won't take, as we'll see later, as we'll go through some of these really quick. But yeah, there you go. Archaon, go.
I think the thing about Archaon is that he will charge, fight, kill things, and then power through back 14 inches and get healed by the Radiance that we mentioned earlier.
Yep.
That's the thing. Like, that's more damage, and he's not dying. He's not going anywhere. So you will keep hitting, killing, moving back, charging, powering through backwards 14 inches, go back into the healing position. Shouldn't be that hard to do. He's great. He's undivided, so he's always +1 to wound against heroes and monsters. He's gonna be Nurgle, because he's -1 to wound as well. What's not to love? Like, the Eye of Shirian is not stopping you from battle tactics, because you do get the double turn. You still get to do a battle tactic. You haven't chosen to do it. And he's pretty great. I think he has place in the game again after 3.0. That's how it feels.
He's really strong. He's really strong. The only question will be, can he do enough to effectively make up his 900 points? Because he's nearly half your army. It's always the battle with him.
I think he will. That's how it feels. Like, I'm definitely trying him when I'm back. When I play Slaves, I'm definitely trying him.
Sure, 100%.
Yeah.
I think he's really, really good. Be'lakor, also really good.
He can get Eye of the Gods, right?
Who? Oh, yeah. Archaon, yeah.
Would you like more Rend?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, he's great. Be'lakor. Be'lakor also really good. Be'lakor is 410 points, very expensive. Has a decent enough attack profile. It's okay. He's still ethereal on a 4-up, 6-up. He can hand out units that he's close to. He can hand out in the enemy combat phase, which is an important note, but actually really meaningful. That he can the units that are close to him, he can hand out strike first to them. 50-50 on both, but chances are you get 1 unit with strike first, which is actually really nice since he gets to pick 2. And he can do the Dark Master still, and that's cool. It's really strong.
Just remember that Dark Master does not stop spells now.
That's right.
It's at the end of the hero phase. So no more stopping spellcasters, but that's not what you're doing it probably. And also the enfeeble foe used to be -1 to wound, now it's -1 to hit, and it stops crits.
Which is really strong.
Stops, yeah. Because critical hits are everything. It's on a 5 over a 6. It's no longer just 6.
That's right.
It's all of them. Cool.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Be'lakor is really, really good. So like, I haven't tried Be'lakor yet. I really do want to try Be'lakor. So,
Agreed.
Eternus can join. Oh, go ahead.
He can still heal from the radiance.
Yes. Yes.
So again,
he is a monster. He heals that big 3.
14 inches. Blah blah blah. Yep.
Yep. Eternus is fun because he can come back like he's okay.
Phase, not your movement phase nowadays.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like he's 230 points. I honestly don't think I'd fit him in the list, even though he can fit in the regiment of Be'lakor. Like he can go into Bellacor's regiment. I still don't think I'd take him because I don't want to use Legionnaires or Furies. Maybe people do want to use Furies. I could see people having an argument for Furies. I don't want to. I'm saying I don't want to. And you really do want to do that to get the full maximum benefit out of his thing. And it's a very powerful ability to shut off their command on a 4-up. Like, it's super strong. But, you know, I don't know, man. I think I'd rather have another unit of Chaos Knights is my answer.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that if in Khorne you don't want Scar, you definitely don't want him here where you have so much more movement in this army. So probably a pass.
Yep,
Probably
just take Chaos Knights.
He's a bit too expensive. Yeah. Yeah. Basically.
So the Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount, he's exactly what you think he is. He's 180 points, and he chain activates Chaos Cavalry units that have not yet used a fight ability, and he gives them +1 to wound. Okay. What did Varangard wound on? Yeah, not 2s? Great. Okay, cool.
Oh boy, it's not just knights now, is it?
No, it's not warriors, non-hero Warriors of Chaos Cavalry unit.
Oh boy.
And they are a non-hero Warriors of Chaos Cavalry unit that happens to wound on a 3.
Lovely.
He's a cheap way to get that bonus. That's what he does.
Yep. Great.
The Gaunt Summoner in this army is a no from me.
Why are you here?
Yeah.
Where's this guy here?
Both of them. I skip. Nope. Ogroid Therodons. I want these guys to be good. I have a unit of these dudes painted up, and I really like them. I mean, they are a very blunt instrument, right? My problem is I can't see taking these guys over Varangard and Chosen.
Sure, but what's the cost?
200 points for 3 of them.
3 of them. I was thinking of them as like bodyguards to go -1 attacks. Because they get hit with -1 attack and then hit back. Like punch back.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like Ren 2 damage 3 against infantry is really good, but I'm not sure I wouldn't just want a bunch of crit mortal attacks or whatever.
Yeah. You're right.
Which is what I'm going to get out of Chosen or Varangard or, so on, right? But, I mean, these guys do hit like an absolute unit, like, to be fair.
Mm-hmm. And there is someone who buffs them, right? The Myrmidon, I think?
Yeah, but he's bad. But yes.
Doesn't matter. Again, this is the same issue that slaves have always had.
There's always some role that wins. Yeah, exactly. This is the problem. You got too many overlapping units. Like, that's the hammer roll. And when it comes to the hammer roll, your Varangard and your Chosen are just better hammers.
Yeah, agreed.
Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore, no. I can get a War to 5-up. I don't need it out of this guy. I'm going to get it out of the Eye of the Gods table or other places it's easy to get through various and sundry trickery. Skip. Just in case people are curious, he's 260 points, which is way too many. The Chaos Lord on Manticore is also a big fat skipper. He wants to go fight monsters. He gives a very minor control score buff. Nope. I don't care that he himself is crit mortal. The Chaos Lord on Manticore... the Sorcerer Lord on Manticore is 280. The Lord, not magical, is
The
260.
not wizard one, yeah.
Yeah, it's 260. Skip both of them. Regular Chaos Lord on foot. No, I don't care. He makes infantry get +1 to wound. I'm not taking Chaos Warriors for their ability to fight. I am taking them for their ability to never ever die. And they'll do fine enough on the way back.
Yeah. He's good in Spearhead.
Sure. Chaos Lord on Karkadrak is interesting because he can pick non-hero Warriors of Chaos units wholly within 12 in the charge phase and add 2 to charge rolls. It's only once per battle. But giving up just a big +2 to charge is like a huge bonus on your Varanguard, your Chaos Knights, etc.
You also fight twice, once per battle. Maybe it's more than enough. That once per battle is enough.
Exactly. So I am ignoring the +1 to wound on Chosen in this case because I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think the Chosen need it. Is my answer, brand new.
Nope.
Like with the Chaos Lord on Demonic Mount, I'm getting other benefits out of him in this case. With the Chosen, I just don't think they need it. He could be a take once in a while if you're running like a super cav heavy list, if that's what you like. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord, guess what? He was good for a long time. He's still often going to be taken. He'll still often be a drop, solely because he can pick through your warriors and give them a ward of 5 up, and he's a spellcaster, and he's cheap as chips at 120.
Yep, and he can have the Radiance. Stay back, keep the Radiance, have things come back to him. Giving the ward of a 5-up means that you can have the 5-up ward permanent through the Eye of the Gods, at the moment at least. So, yeah, he's good. 140?
120.
120. Oof.
Yeah, he's a cheap Radiance holder who sits in the back and is effective. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Like he stands behind the warriors. He's basically safe and just goes. Exalted Hero, nope, cute stuff. Ogroid Myrmidon pulls in the Therodons and gives them +1 to hit, which is very relevant because they hit on 4s, right? So hitting on 3s is good. If you want to be the person, this guy's 190 by the way, and he can join other regiments as a Ruinous Champion, which is the only reason you'd ever take him because he's a bonus hero. If you really love, that is correct. Yeah, Brandon. Warriors of Chaos is not equal to Chaos Warriors. Yeah. Okay. If you really love, like Therodons, if that's your thing, if these sort of Minotaur looking dudes are like your thing, I think there's a perfectly fine sort of blunt force army in like a Myrmidon build with backed up by Therodons, and I think it'd be really scary, right?
Yep.
But Therodons are like average at best. It's not the competitive build, but I do think there's a very fun build here.
That's where I was going with this one. Like, we're talking about the fully competitive, but when you want to play these are not just fun. These hit. Like, you can play this as a fun way, and they're still good.
Yep. Like, the reality is, if you're a hardcore Timmy, going like into the Myrmidon 12 Therodons build is actually like pretty fun because everything you do is like damage 3. It's crazy. So you do hit real hard.
Yeah, true.
The Chaos War Shrine is interesting as a priest with the favor of Chaos Prayer.
This is now a hero, by the way.
It is a hero. Yeah, it is.
No, this is like it got promoted.
Yes, and that's actually the problem with it. I wish it wasn't. I'd be happier with it if it wasn't. As a drop, it's sus, but it's 14 health on a 4-up save, whatever. The interesting thing is it gives all your Warriors of Chaos, so Chaos Warriors, Knights, Chosen, blah, 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 blah. The Iron Wall guys.
The
Iron Wall guys. A ward of 6 up while they're wholly within 12 of this unit, which means if you then trip the ward on the Eye of the Gods, they get a 5-up ward, and then even if this thing leaves, that 5-up ward just sticks around for the rest of the game. Which is an interesting hack.
Before it's errated.
Yeah, that could be errated, but for now it is how it works. And then obviously he has his like various and sundry bonuses, all of which are like okay. They're fine.
Yeah.
The best one for my money, by the way, here is honestly Slaanesh because it gives you a 3d6 charge.
Yeah, for sure.
Like if you have demonic speed on as well, it's just truly wild. So
the only issue is that you need to share the Mark of Chaos. So it's probably going to be Nurgle, and you go +1 to wound.
I mean, I could see it having like a backboard unit of Chaos Knights that you're intending to rip out and marking them Slaanesh. Like, I think that's a perfectly fine strat. right? To have like a beta strike unit of like I tried that in the game and it worked out pretty well. Like I just kind of kept them behind the line. I didn't move them out too soon. They were Slaanesh marked, and I put the War Shrine buff on them and so on and so forth, and then just like, all right.
Makes sense.
And just having multiple 3d6 chargers can be really good between this and the demonic speed. Okay.
Yeah.
Soul Grinder, nope. Chaos Chariot, nope. Gore Beast Chariot, nope. Dark Oath Chieftain, nope. Dark Oath War Queen. I just want to pause on her for a moment because I do love this model and I think she rules. If you really love like the Marauder thing, fine. Now she can be an Oath Sworn, okay. So where's she at here? I'm trying to find her. There she is. Oh no, she can't. Sorry, it's the Chieftain that can be the Oath Sworn. I apologize. Never mind. I like her a lot less now. But she can give Dark Oath units a 5-up ward, which is meaningful. Like if you want to run the Barbarian build, right, as opposed to the Iron Wall. She herself has a ward of 5-up base, and if she's within enemy territory and charged for the rest of the battle, she completes her little mission, and you get +1 to hit rolls for combat for all your Dark Oath stuff. Like again, if you want to run the hard Barbarian strat, which I think there is gas there in the all Barbarian strat.
Sure.
It's a more of a board flood strat. She's gonna be an essential piece of it. This guy, I say skip this guy. He's a bonus hero. It's fine. Like you're gonna take him in your hard Dark Oath strat. Otherwise, you would never take him. Okay.
Yeah.
Chosen. Yeah, Chosen are really strong. 3s and 3s, rend 1, damage 2, crit mortal, 3 attacks each. They have 2 fight abilities as well. They're Vanguard on foot, basically, right?
And they probably won't stay at rend 1. They will probably go to rend 2.
Yep. You're going to immediately Eye of the Gods these guys. You're going to have your Demon Prince, Eye of the Gods these guys. You're going to get them to rend 2 and just rip. The ripping and the tearing. Chosen, by the by, are 5 for 250, which is expensive.
Yeah.
Expensive. The Dark Oath War Queen, by the way, is 140. The Dark Oath Chieftain is 120. So they are relatively cheap. Like if you're going for the sort of barbarian build, it is a much cheaper build. You can put a lot on the table.
Yeah. I see people saying, like I saw Brown saying he might be a good competitive build, and it's target saturation in this case. There's so much stuff. What are you fighting? Where are you hitting? And meanwhile, the Dark Oath player has their tactics. And yeah, I can see that. I can see that being like a different high skill ceiling play. But a 250 Chosen, dear God, that's probably too much.
It's a lot, but I'll say I've rolled a unit of these guys and like, well, they did the work. Like they went in and wrecked.
They do have 3d6 charge now. A chance for 36 charge.
Exactly. You can get them the 3d6 charge. I really like them as your honor guard. Like I had a unit of 10. They were my honor guard. Against anything in the enemy general's regiment, they are just death. Just death.
Yep.
All right. Chaos Warriors, they are your, I don't want to call them your porcupine because that's not really true, but they're your unbreakable anvil. There he is. Yes.
Hero Quest, 1993.
There
Still
you go.
Here. Killing Orcs. One of my first main jobs.
Chaos Warriors are 10 for 200 points. You're getting 20 health on a 3-up save that can easily, in multiple ways, get a 5-up ward that's going to be neg 1 to be wounded. Like, yep. Like, they're Nurgle marked. They're just very hard to lift. They're an incredible anvil. Nobody does 40 damage to a 3-up save, 5-up ward, neg 1 to be wounded unit. It just doesn't happen.
Exactly.
You can put them somewhere and know that there's nothing in the game that'll lift them. Chaos Spawn have no purpose in this unit. Cute, thanks. Chaos Knights are what they are. They're a big hammer. Chaos Knights are 250 points for 5. But they're 4 health now, which rules. You're getting 20 health on that 3-up save.
They switched the hit with the wounds. They switched their to hit, which was a 4-up, with their wounds, which was a 3. Good choice. Well done.
Yep. I really like Chaos Knights a lot. Don't let them get caught flat-footed. This is the story for all heavy cav. Like, I know that's really obvious, but they're only a 10-inch move. There's a lot of faster things in the game that will be able to counter move you and catch you flat-footed. So you have to be very careful.
Power through. They even have that choice.
Sure.
At 4 health, power through, and go charge back in your turn.
I agree, Branu. Knights are actually a really good pinning piece. Like, I don't think they're your hammer. I think your hammers are Chosen and Varangard. But but like Chaos Knights, I still want them to do damage on the charge. They need to weaken the unit, right? And like if you get them caught flat-footed, they just are so pillow-fisted they'll sit there forever. And then your unit is your opponent has really like diminished your ability to use this piece how you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Now
and
that
yes,
I'm
their
thinking, you
passive
tell me
does.
because
What's that?
yeah, go on.
I was
You
gonna say
have
a
played
passive
much
gets around
more-
things that shut off weapon abilities. Go ahead.
Correct. You have played so much more with them. Like I'm thinking that it's harder to get tagged now because of power through. You can just move out of combat, right? With some
Not
of the
really.
things that you don't want to
The
get.
problem with power through is that it's so
Yeah.
rare you have the command point at the end of your turn you're actually wanting to spend because you need it for like I need
Right.
it. If I'm on my turn, okay, let's say I'm going first in the round. It's actually pretty rare that I want to power through, right? Because I need to save that for like redeploys and counter shoots and counter praise and counter charges, the high value stuff, right?
Right.
And deeper than that, you use power through when you're in combat. And like honestly, these guys are trying to hide behind the lines. Your nightmare situation is you're fighting like monster trucks. Like I played a game with S2D against monster trucks, and you know they pulled the monster truck around and then rolled the 10 on the charge. Right?
Yeah.
I was a little more than 20 inches away from that thing when it started, but he managed to go around my line and tag the end of my knights. Right?
Right. Yeah.
And like that's really being protective of my knights at 20 inches away, but that still wasn't good enough, right?
Right.
Because it's what happened. Vortex Beast.
I have heard some good things from players, especially if you have the Tzeentch Sorcerer Lord. But why not making Tzeentch? There's nothing else to do
Sure.
with the Radiance thing. Good choice, but like interesting. I don't know the cost. What's the cost again?
The Mutalith Vortex Beast is too expensive. No, he's 190. He's actually not that expensive.
Yeah.
The problem with him is again, it's like yes, you've got to
12-inch.
have the other guy, and it's 12 inches is a really short range, and
It's the 12-inch. Yeah.
Yep. Slaughter Brood is a big old skip.
Right.
Centurion Marshal is a big old skip. Legionnaires could be interesting if you're doing that strat with Bellicor and stuff, but I don't think these are the ones you're leaning on. But they are interesting because they can also shut off commands, right? So between Bellicor doing the command thing and this guy doing, like, you really can, if you're running like Legionnaires, there is an interesting build here that just like dominates your opponent out of being able to use commands like ever. And that shuts off redeploys, countercharges, all the tricks they're doing, which is something.
Yep.
Raptorix, no.
Why
Furies, I think a lot of people will take Furies
Furies are
because they're battle tactic
Furies
makers.
are gonna give you battle tactics. They're your Dread Blade, Harrow, whatever they're called. That's what they do. They go in, they retreat 12, and they go sit places.
They have super scurry away. They're very hard to pin down. They're very fast. They're easy turn 1 and turn 2 battle tactics, and it's almost impossible for your opponents to kill them in melee.
They used to be health 2, now they're health 1.
Yeah, it doesn't
but
matter.
I think it's more fair. It's more fair.
And they're 100 points.
I like them.
You will see tons of these guys. I don't want to play them because I don't like Furies as a thing. I think they're silly. I just don't like the models. Maybe if I converted my own. But like they are battle tactics machines. That's what they do. And they're good at it. For 100 points, they're very much a take. I tried to play with the Mind Stealer Sphere Ranks and do the dominate mind thing. Just nearly impossible because of the 6-inch range thing. It's so hard. And it's the control characteristic, which sucks if you're fighting things with big control characteristic. There you go. The Sphere Ranks is a skip. Fulmoroid Crusher's a skip. And then your spells. The Rupture is okay. It's okay. It's a horde weakener.
Right.
Yeah, it's a little horde weakener that also gives him -1 to hit, which I don't hate. I don't hate. I think I'd rather have a Grave Tide, but it's not bad. The 8-fold Doom Sigil is Garbo next. And the Demon Rift does what it's always done, which is like some damage and shooting, though it's not anything close to what it used to be. Basically, some damage at range, but it's fine. Again, for slaves, I would probably take like Purple Sun or
Jaws. Or Sun. Yep. Agreed.
And then the new Nexus Chaotica thing. You get to like this. Your new you have faction terrain now, apparently.
For some reason, that happened.
For some reason, and yeah, you can like do your little PowerPoints rolls and get bonuses to cast, which is cool. So it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
And there you go. That's S2D. What about Oops All Fomeroids? 9 Fomeroids, 1 Demon Prince, 2 times Gaunt. Well, I mean, that is a very unique army, is what I'll say. Competitive? No. Hilarious? Yes.
There are some more like the Dark Oath and Abraxia and all that.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about those. I forgot about that. I thought we were just Spearhead, but no, we're not. Yeah, the Wilder Fiend, I don't really care about. But yes, I'm sorry, we do need to talk about the Dark Oath Chieftain. He's really important. Thank you. The Dark Oath Chieftain can take an Oathsworn in his unit, which is the Dark Oath Chieftain on foot. He gives your Dark Oath Cav reroll charge, and he can get himself strike first, although it's relatively hard to do. Although he does have crit mortal, which is cool. Again, in the Barb build, you're going to have this guy. Like, absolutely, in the Barbarian build. Thank you. Your regular Marauders can get a rend if they charge real high. And if they die, they do mortal damage, which is really nice. So that, like, it's actually on a 5-up, which is pretty good. Attack-wise, they're, like, okay at best. I mean, it's 2 attacks each on 4s and 3s. Rend 0 or 1 damage. Like, let's not kid ourselves. Sorry, guys. I forgot this stuff was at the end.
No, it's the chaff that deals mortal wounds, basically.
Yeah. They are relatively easy to get up to 3 attacks. Yes, I agree. But they're still, like, okay damage at best. There's plenty of things that will just literally, they'll go in, make all their attacks, and they'll take no damage. Like, you'll be resolve 1 or 2 damage. The Savagers, these guys are 10 for 130 that can't be reinforced, because obviously this is the Warcry Warband. They get a ward of 5-up while they're contesting an objective in enemy territory. Okay.
They do have crit mortals, but
they do have crit mortals, which is
3 mortals.
Good.
3 mortals.
Yep.
7 maybe.
I think they're fine. Yeah. The Fell Riders,
These
which
ones
are
I'm hearing good things about.
Yes, these are 5 for 150, so you're getting a great health ratio there. Now they're only on a 5-up save.
Yeah.
But they get +1 to rend relatively easily. Okay. As long as you just need to make sure that they charge solo and they're like you're only in combat with each other, right? The important part about them is they have the +1 charge damage, and can pretty easily get themselves to 1 rend without any kind of like real shenaniganing. Yeah, I like these guys a lot.
I think they're fine. Yeah, they're good.
Yep.
They will charge rend 1, damage 2, basically. That's it.
Yep.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I like the charge damage on the broadsword rather than trying to get rend 2 out of the javelin, but that's my choice. And then Abraxia, who rules. First of all, we corrected the mistake. She's got a 3-up save now. That's great. She's 360 points. Great. She can take a Ruinous Champion and any Slaves to Darkness. I hate anti-hero as a rule, but charge +1 damage is good. She's not slouching. 5 attacks, 3s, rend 2, damage 3 on the charge. She's so strong. She makes your Varangard when they use their Relentless Killers not have strike last. Good God.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's horrible. That is nightmare fuel.
Yep. Her rampage is really good. It's -1 attacks. It's only to enemy heroes, but that's exactly who you want to use a -1 attacks thing against. She can like, yeah, she can like reflect damage, and her mount is pretty good.
Yeah. All in all, good.
She's really strong. 3 up, 5 up. She's undivided. She's locked into undivided, which is the only problem. Like she is really good at killing enemy heroes. Like really good at killing enemy heroes.
100%.
So,
I think
Bronny said, I'm tempted to take a horse chieftain just to follow her around with the heal trait, which I think that's actually a really good point. That's fun. Yeah, Abraxia rules. Moving to the 3 up save, 5 up ward. Yes, she does go on a 2 up to wound heroes. Like she's a hero killer, 100%. Yeah. So, and in general, you'll roll her spear thing, and it's fine. Like you'll get some good bonus effect out of it.
Why not? Yeah, on a 3
up. Gunner and his people, not even going to talk about. That's fine. I don't care. There you go. But yeah, there you go. Now, that's to Spearhead. That's Slaves to Darkness. There you go. Well, buddy, you made it all the way through the night. It's like basically morning over there.
No, it's early.
We did it.
10 minutes after 5.
There you go.
That's the record, but I've been trained for this. He's not even sleeping. He's next to me. The little one.
Here's
a foot.
There you go. Absolute champion. Where you are, yes. By the way, where Dino is, that's right. It was midnight when he started it. Yeah, she's very fun to paint too. Abraxia is a great model to paint. She's gorgeous.
Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Also got her here in Greece.
She doesn't get to choose a mark. She's automatically undivided.
Which is fine.
Yep.
Hey, +1 to wound against heroes. Why not?
Absolutely. It's fine. All in all, like I said, the thing I love about all the Chaos armies is every one of them feels like they've got options, different builds, feel like medium to right power level where they want to be. They each have their own unique challenges. There's a couple things I really hate about some of them, like Slaanesh's battle traits and formations, but they gave us a bunch of good scrolls, so I'm still willing to play it. You know, I've played Slaanesh is the army I've played the most, trying to like crack the code, as it were. But yeah.
I have a feeling that
final
nobody's
thoughts?
Gonna play against Chaos and leave saying, "Oh, this game is horrible." Like there are strong things in there, but I think they're quite honest at what they do. I like it, and so I'm glad we went through all of it, and it's gonna be very fun.
Completely agreed.
Fun to play them. Yep.
For all of you out there, another marathon review complete. We did it. We got through all the Chaos. Dino, you're an absolute champion. All of you out there who are still watching are champions. If you haven't yet hit like, hey, please do so. Hit like, subscribe, do all those things that make all those dings. It helps other people find the show. It's obviously a big time at the launch of 4th edition, so we want to bring in all those new people, give them stuff. Don't worry, all the armies will be time-stamped below, so you can scroll to the army you want. Exactly, Greg. That is exactly correct. But hey, thank you so much for watching. If you want to support the show, you can do all those free things. There's also lots of links down below you can click. When you're picking up, you do hobby supplies for your army for 4th. There's affiliate links down there. You can click those and save yourself some money often. We'll also then give it a nice kickback to the channel, and it doesn't cost you anything extra. You can do the Patreon, focus on review and feedback and taking your next step. You can buy some merch. You can pick up one of Uncle Adam and I's newest games. If you want another game to splice in here, why not? Maybe you're in a new game mood. Check all that stuff out down the links. Dino, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it. For all of you out there watching, we really appreciate the dedication to stay here for the whole time. So long. And with that, we will say thank you very much. We'll see you next Wednesday.